fangirl of Connecticut Water System. I can't wait to get home in the evenings and get into a bath and have that spa-like treatment of what Connecticut Systems does for me.
Aquazona is the exclusive authorized independent Connecticut dealer for Phoenix and Tucson. Visit aquazona.com or call your Connecticut dealer, 602-910-6570. Connecticut Water.
Very refreshing.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
So I've got these allergies that's killing me, right? I may have taken the wrong Dayquil, NyQuil.
Don't say that.
There's an orange one and a green one.
Yeah, you want orange.
Oh, crap.
Orange is day, green is the nighttime one.
All right.
So if you fall asleep in the middle, or you might just start babbling incoherently.
Well, could you really tell the difference between...
There is that.
Somebody better drive me home.
Getting in the Waymo.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, it's The Ramsey Show, where we help people build wealth, do work that they love, and create actual amazing relationships. I'm Dave Ramsey, your host. Thank you for joining us, America. We're so glad you're here. Jacob is in Austin, Texas. Hi, Jacob. Welcome to The Ramsey Show.
How are y'all?
Hey, good,
We're
man.
good, man.
Better than we deserve. What's up in your world?
Well, I am weeks away from proposing to my girlfriend. Bought the ring and everything and just trying to find the right time. But my question is, so her father is very successful and has set up a trust fund for her. And, you know, my parents are, you know, middle class, upper middle class, and I just don't want this to be a point of contention in our marriage going forward, and I just wondered if you had any advice on how kind of we structure our financial future going forward.
You're already intimidated by it. How come?
Very much so.
Why?
Well, no, I mean, he's very intelligent.
No, forget all that. Forget all that.
Man.
You're comparing yourself to her dad.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned his money. Now you're mentioning his brain. Is she bringing this up and kind of using it to dangle over your head? Like, why are you walking into this marriage feeling insecure?
She's not bringing it up necessarily.
So is this your baggage that you're bringing?
Me. Yes, sir, for sure.
Is she going to say yes when you ask her to marry you?
Yes, sir.
Does she lie to you?
No.
She tells you the truth?
Always, yeah.
Okay, then you're going to have to commit to practicing trusting her. Otherwise, you're going to sabotage and burn this whole thing to the ground, not because doesn't have the potential to be incredible and amazing and awesome. You guys are going to be on some good footing. If you were calling the show and saying, "Hey, I'm about to marry this girl. She's got this trust fund that she said I could never spend one penny of, even though I'm her husband," Dave and I would both tell you to run.
Right. She hasn't said that, but I'm just wondering in the future if that issue comes up where I think that this is what we should do with this money that we've been blessed with, and then
okay. So,
you know,
how is the trust?
Let me
just ask you this: how much is in the trust fund?
I don't know the cash value, but there's 3 houses and a boat, and there's a few different things.
Boat?
I mean, it's a sailboat. It's a Morris sailboat that they have up in Maine.
Why is it in their daughter's name?
They put it in the trust for her and her brother.
What about Bob? I'm sailing. Here's the thing, dude. You're gonna have. Forget the trust for a second. That's too heavy and complicated.
Yes.
You're gonna have ideas about what dog to buy. You're gonna have disagreements on what color couch to buy. You're gonna have disagreements on what schools you want your kids to go to. So this needs to be. You'll need to have discussions before you get married about how are we going to solve problems when I'm bringing this idea to the table and you're bringing that idea to the table. And this is a big one, no question about it. You're talking about millions and millions of dollars.
So, well, not necessarily. So what is maybe $1 million, but
there's 3 houses.
But it sounds like it's also split with her brother.
Yes, sir. Yep.
So what does she receive from the trust annually? Anything?
Not until she turns 35. until she gets full access to the trust.
And she's how old?
She's 26.
Okay, so you've got 10 years to act like this thing doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when it does exist and she gets access to it, it'll be to her and her brother, and her portion can be sold off and put cash in the hand of the couple, you and her, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right, I want to verify all that with her and even with her dad, and just go, because I want to make sure that we live out what it was you all were trying to accomplish here together. But I'm sure you were, building out her future gang here, and so I want to be. I'm obviously going to be part of that future. So then you start talking to her about, okay, when you turn 35, this is going to be our money, and we are going to make these decisions together, just like we make decisions about kids, and we make decisions about house, and we make decisions about what dog to buy, and so on. Right?
Yeah. So Dave, I want to ask Dave a question, Jacob, on your behalf, because I'm curious too. So, Dave, imagine Winston, before he married Rachel, sits down and says, "Hey, Dave, I know you've got some financial security. I want to go ahead and get on the table now what it's going to be like married to you." That feels like that would be awkward. Or that if I'm you, I'd be like, whoa, buddy.
No, I mean, hey, Dave, what am I signing up for here?
Okay.
Is Winston saying that? And hey, Dave, what are your intentions? I want to graft into this family. I don't want to be on the outside, and I also don't want to be on the inside throwing grenades.
There you go.
So I want to participate and be aligned with what the goals are here. So I need to understand them.
Okay.
And because I'm going to be part of it if I'm going to be here, and that's not belligerent.
Okay.
And of course, I'm like, yeah, she's now your problem. So that was my answer to Winston. It's like, Winston, I hope you can solve drama.
Yeah.
So
I'm writing a check. Bye. Yeah.
But I mean, So I think it's a valid conversation, and it's a manly conversation for you to have, not only with your future fiance, but you might even talk about that when you ask her dad for his blessing, if you haven't already.
I have, but I guess that can be a conversation I have with them in the future.
Well, you could just swing back by and say, "Hey, I want to have a cup of coffee, and I'm learning about this, and I want to be part of your dream for your daughter. And so tell me how you want this trust thing to unfold and what your vision for it was. And I just want to be aligned on it. And
how I would probably ask it, Dave? Tell me if this sounds right. Jacob, I would probably sit down with him and say, I don't come from a whole lot.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to do this. I would love for you to teach me over the next 4, 5, 10 years. Like, walk alongside me as I learn how to be a good steward of this.
I think that's a good idea.
That's
Definitely.
hugely honoring.
Yeah, because then it doesn't sound like I'm coming for your money and your daughter. It sounds like, hey, I want to love her more than you did, or as much as you did. Will you teach me how to handle this part of it? Because this is just new for me.
Yeah.
And I want you to get in the habit of doing what I think is a very hard thing for men to do, but if they can figure it out, and you're about to be a newlywed, be able to sit down and say, hey, this particular thing, whatever this thing is, makes me feel over my head, and it makes me, I don't know how to do it. And tell your wife that. Tell your fiance that. Okay?
Right,
Being able to say, for me saying to my wife, hey, we're headed to your house where there's goats and horses and I grew up in the city. I feel over my skis here. And so when I ask questions, like, no, I'm not trying to make fun of you. I just don't know what I'm doing here. I'm nervous to be on this farm. And that was my situation. But being able to say that and put that on the table, man, that clears the air, and it clears a lot of drama and actually brings you closer together.
You got a cow phobia?
I just didn't know what I didn't know.
A goat phobia.
I got a horse phobia. I don't like animals bigger than me. No, I've always had a thing about it.
Interesting. No wonder you're worried about George's
I'm clumsy.
No, you're worried about George's camel.
Well, he comes walking in here on a camel. It freaks me out.
So you've had a will in place for a while. That's great. But when was the last time you updated it? This is important. When you have more kids, move, or have other life changes, you have to update your will, or you could still leave your family in a tough spot. Mama Bear Legal Forms has helped thousands of Ramsey fans create and update their wills quickly and easily. So go to mamabearlegalforms.com and use the promo code Ramsey to save 20%. That's mamabearlegalforms.com.
Health insurance costs are going up. Wait times are longer, and it's hard to get anything approved. If you feel like the system is working against you, try Christian Healthcare Ministries. CHM is a health cost-sharing ministry that's helped hundreds of thousands of families take care of healthcare costs, avoid red tape, and stay true to their values. Programs start at $98 a month, so go to chministries.org/budget to learn more. That's chministries.org/budget.
When it comes to money and relationships, you don't have to settle for normal. In today's world, what's normal is money fights being a leading cause of divorce. Normal is kids going into debt to get a job. And normal is a lonely generation. You can be different. You can change your life for the better. And it starts with one night. Hang out with me and Dr. John Deloney live in a city near you and learn how to break the patterns that have left you broke and stressed out in your money, relationships, and life. We'll be talking about the things that really matter, like how to handle money fights in a marriage, how to raise great kids, how to make real friends outside of your phone. Life change comes when you decide that things can't stay the same. The Money and Relationships Tour kicks off next week, and you don't want to miss it. We'll be in Louisville, Durham, Atlanta, Phoenix, Fort Worth, and Kansas City. Grab your tickets while you still can at RamseySolutions.com/tour.
If you or your parents have been thinking about checking out Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix, this is a great opportunity. I'm Jamie West, and the annual Spring Street Fair is Friday, April 25th at 4. Arts and crafts, live entertainment, local vendors, and food trucks. Get the details on this free, fun event by texting RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply. The America First Credit Union Charitable Foundation supports communities through 4 pillars: community first, education first, kids first, and service first. These impactful programs address food insecurity, clothing needs, and educational resources. Join them for the 3rd annual Diaper Drive from April 1st to May 31st, 2025, helping over 15,000 families. Their employees volunteer thousands of hours annually, embodying their people helping people mission. To learn more, go to americafirst.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now, because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town, with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
The average 15-year fixed rate dipped to 5.83% last month, slightly lower than February. And if this trend continues, home buying could become more affordable. Median home price went up a bit to $424 last month, a normal trend in the spring. Total homes for sale increased to 890,000 nationwide, up from last year. There's still houses on the market, but not enough to meet demand. To buy or sell your home with confidence, find a Ramsey trusted real estate agent at RamseySolutions.com/agent. And you can click the link in the description if you want on YouTube or podcast. Maria is with us in Philadelphia. Hi, Maria. How are you?
I am good. How are you?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
Hi. So long story short, after I became unemployed in 2022, I'm in the tech industry and I was laid off for about seven months. I received some compensation, and instead of using that money to get myself afloat during the time that I was searching for a new job, I used the whole money to upgrade my kitchen. And ever since then, I found a new job, but ever since then, I never really was able to get out of that. And it just, at this point, long story short now, my mortgage is late now for the fourth month consecutive. I have over $30,000 in debt. Several of them are part of collections at this point. And I started already with the first step, which is having the $1,000 on a savings account. I just started this process a few months back, and I have that already set aside. But besides that, I don't know what to do. Like I'm afraid of losing my home. I'm tired of getting collection calls. I just want to get out of this, but I just don't know.
Sounds really scary.
Yes.
So what are you making now?
$85,500.
$85,000.
Yes.
Okay. And how much is your house payment?
$1,500.
Okay, good. All right. And so you're $6,000 behind on the house.
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of debt is the $30,000?
It's a mix of house projects financed through like warehouse stores, also regular consumer credit card. The highest credit card debt that I have is about $2,300 in one. And then the other ones vary between like $1,500, $1,800, all the way down to $300 is the cheapest one.
Okay. And what do you owe on your car?
On my car, I owe $20,000.
Okay. So the majority of your $30,000 is the car.
Oh, I am really sorry. I am not counting on my car debt. So that would be actually $50,000.
Oh, so you have $30,000 in credit card debt.
Yes, plus the $20,000 on my car.
Okay. And how far behind are you on your car?
I'm not behind on my car.
But you're behind on the credit cards.
Yes.
Okay. And you use the credit cards to do the kitchen too. So you really did this kitchen up.
Yes.
Wow. What's the house worth?
Right now, about $425,000.
What do you owe on it?
I owe $180,000.
Okay. All right. So here's the thing. There's a couple of things we can do. I always like to work through my worst case scenarios, and then we'll try to improve it from there. Is that okay?
Yes. Thank you.
So worst case scenario is you don't get caught up, and at 6 or 8 months behind, they will actually begin foreclosure, and you'll put the house on the market, and you will sell it before it gets foreclosed on, and you will be debt-free and renting, working towards buying another house again someday. But you will not get foreclosed on. That's our worst case scenario, okay? So you're not going to lose your house. You may sell your house before they take it. That's our absolute worst horrible case, okay?
Okay.
Now, let's get backward from there. The way we work through this is we build what we call the 4 walls of your home. And it's 8th grade civics when I was in school said, what are the differences in needs and wants? Needs are food, shelter, clothing, transportation, and utilities. Everything else is a want. So eating out is off the table. Vacations are off the table. Extra work, lots of extra work. Side hustle, overtime, wherever you can make extra money. You're going to live on beans and rice and beans until we get current because your life sucks right now. It is a pile of anxiety. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We're going to put you on an every dollar budget, and I'm going to hook you up with a Ramsey coach for free. I'm not going to charge you a dime because I've been where you are and I know how scared it is.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're going to be okay, but I'm going to kick your butt in the process, okay?
That is fine. I just appreciate the help. I prayed so much for this help.
Okay, you got the help. You're taken care of. Now, so what we're going to do is we're going to buy food first, and that's food that we make at home because we're not going out, and it's food to take our lunch to work. That's the only food we're buying. Food is first in your budget. You have the money to buy food, don't you? Say yes.
Yes.
Okay. Are you behind on your utilities?
Yes, I am.
Good. Next thing is we're going to get current on those. And you have the money to do that this month because you're not going to do anything until you are current on your utilities and you buy food. You don't pay another dime to anyone until you do that.
Okay.
So your paycheck will bring you current in 1 month on your utilities. So your light's not going to get cut off, your water's not going to get cut off, okay?
Okay.
Because you can bring it 100% current with one paycheck, can't you?
With a whole paycheck?
If it takes that, you got to get current.
Paycheck, I think I can get cut up with the gas bill.
Well, okay, gas too. All your utilities. I want you to get caught up with all your utilities. What's it take to do that? Do you know?
I would say a paycheck and a half.
Okay,
Just
but
because
that's so that's
specifically the
inside
gas
of
bill
1 month. Inside of 1 month.
Yes.
And so if all we do is eat and get current on those utilities in 1 month, I'm good. Put you in a lot better place than you're in today. Okay, the next month, what are we going to do? Well, we're going to make sure the car is current, so you got to catch up because you're about to get one car payment behind if you don't have enough to pay the car payment and the utilities. So food, shelter, clothing, and utilities. We haven't gotten to shelter yet, but food, shelter, clothing, utilities. You don't need clothes. You got enough clothes. Don't buy any more. Don't wear the ones you got. All right? So
I paid my car yesterday.
You paid your car yesterday. Okay, so good.
Yes.
So you got 30 days before you got to pay it. So now we're going to be current on our utilities, current on our car, and current on food. Food, shelter, clothing, transportation, and utilities before we do anything else. And listen, if the phone rings and it's credit card people, just don't answer it.
Uh-huh.
Because you're not going to pay them this month. Just don't even answer it. They're not going to do anything for a year and a half. Screw them. Okay? Then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get you on what's called a forbearance plan where you start paying double or triple house payments until you're current.
Okay.
And you work that with your mortgage company, and the Ramsey coach can help you book that deal with them. They will do what's called a forbearance plan, which is a workout plan where you say, I'm going to do 3 payments a month. I'm going to eat. I'm going to keep my utilities on, and I'm not going to pay a dime on the credit cards until I'm current on my house. Because if you got your house current, you got lights, water, gas, and you got food, you are emotionally now stable and sustainable to fight the rest of the way through this. And you'll plow through those credit cards in no time. But if you're worried about being homeless and the water getting cut off because of some stupid butt credit card getting paid, you did it backward. Credit cards are the bottom of the list. They're an unsecured creditor, and they don't have much power in this scenario. We're going to get to them, but we're going to get to them last. After we get your house current, your utilities current, your food current, and your car stays current. And then you get control of your life, and then we work our way through these credit cards. And we're going to show you how to do every bit of that. You hang on, kiddo. We got your back. And you call me if you need more help. This is The Ramsey Show. You know, one of the first things I discovered working in the financial world is how absolutely devastating it is when the breadwinner of a family dies. Grieving families are suddenly left behind, scrambling to pay bills and trying to make ends meet. I also discovered that there are a lot of rip-offs in the life insurance world, like that whole life crap posing as an investment opportunity. What you need is level term life insurance, usually 10 to 12 times your income, which is the smartest, most affordable way to protect your family. The key is finding an independent broker who represents a ton of companies and works for you, not for the insurance company. This is exactly what my friend Jeff Zander and his team at Zander Insurance are all about. Zander is the real deal, and that's why they've handled all my personal insurance for over 25 years. I trust them, and you can too. Visit Zander.com for instant online quotes, or for a more personal touch, Give them a call at 800-356-4282.
KTAR News now.
It's 1:30. I'm Kate Orta. Phoenix police officers reported a lot of overtime in 2024, and it's concerning the newest member of the city council. Dave Biskobing with our partners at ABC 15 has the details.
Phoenix Police Department does a bad job policing its overtime, and this 24-page audit lays out the reasons.
I think there's a lot of really tough conversations on the horizon.
Anna Hernandez is set to be sworn in as Phoenix's newest city council member next week. She agreed to talk after none of the current members responded to our request for an interview or comment.
This audit is showing that as a department, the Phoenix Police Department is not a financially responsible department within the city.
In the audit report, it shows Phoenix overtime has skyrocketed up to $59 million in fiscal year 2024. That's double from just a few years ago. The report also shows in about 2 years, the top 18 overtime officers earned over $5.3 million in overtime.
To me, that's just fiscally irresponsible.
The audit comes as interim police chief Michael Sullivan is set to leave his position on Friday. He'll be on the Mike Broomhead show that same morning. That's tomorrow at 9 a.m. And now for a check on traffic live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We've got a crash on the southbound I-17 at Indian School Road, also a wreck 7th Avenue and Baseline Road, and a crash involving a pedestrian 17th Avenue and Madison Street. This traffic report is brought to you by AZ Trimlight. Enhance and brighten your home with programmable outdoor lighting. Get 10% off for 1 year, same as cash. Go to aztrimlight.com for the full details. Today's high, 80 degrees. It's currently 75 degrees in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Kate Orta on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Craving a mouth-watering lunch that won't drain your wallet? Rush to Venezia's Pizzeria for daily specials starting at just $8.48. Sink your teeth into 2 giant loaded specialty pizza slices or a massive New York-style slice with a crisp, fresh salad, both with a drink and under $10. Dine in, grab it to go, or hit Venezias.com. Forget bland fast food. Indulge in bold flavors at Venezia's. 7 Valley locations where family tradition delivers irresistible value. Venezias.com.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides solar zone sun shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, upfront. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you get access to your home equity in cash without monthly payments to use for whatever you'd like, from paying off debt to making renovations or handling emergency expenses. Receive your funds in just a few weeks. Start pursuing your financial goals and start getting more out of life. See if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility. Terms and conditions apply. That's HomeTap.com.
Hi, it's Bruce St. James, and if you're like me, you might have a loved one who needs to move into a senior living facility, whether it's independent living, assisted living, or even memory care. This can be a challenging decision, and finding the best advice isn't easy. That's where my friend Allison comes in. She's with A Place for Seniors. So how does A Place for Seniors work?
Well, Bruce, A Place for Seniors is a group of advisors that help you navigate the senior living industry in all aspects. Not only do we help you find a place, but we also have resources that can help you with all different situations that you have.
And I think here's maybe the best part, Allison. The service is completely free, not only for seniors, but for their families.
For all my seniors and their families, we're a completely free service.
I've been in this situation with my mom, and I know how hard it is to find a place she'll love and thrive. Allison and A Place for Seniors will guide you to make the best experience for your loved one. Call Allison direct at 480-418-5033 or check them out online at aplaceforseniors.org.
Lori Vallow-Daybell plans to rest her case here in Arizona in the trial where she is charged with conspiring to murder her estranged husband. Could this crazy case be just days away from ending. We'll talk about it on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Dr. John Deloney, Ramsey Personality, is my co-host today. Edward is in Salt Lake City, Utah. Hi, Edward. How are you?
Better than I deserve, Dave. How are you doing?
Better than I deserve. Can you speak direct into your phone? It's kind of fuzzy sounding.
Is this better?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hey, I'll keep it brief. I got two questions. I'm 23. I just suffered on rice and beans and paid off $50,000 in student loans.
Good for you.
I just graduated school. Thank you. I guess the job I have now pays me really well. It has good benefits.
What do you make?
But I live. Say again. I'm sorry.
What do you make?
110 after taxes.
Cool. What are you doing?
I'm doing solar. So I have to move to really remote places in the nation and stay there for about a year and a half. So it kind of goes over what I wanted to talk about. Is the job is great, but I've suffered through some depression through this job. There's not a lot of people to meet, not a lot of places to go. My question is, what's the balance between being happy and then being financially stable? I don't know if you've heard of other people in this predicament as me, but
happy.
I feel kind of just stuck.
I guess happy is different than happy is not the opposite of depressed. So if you've got clinical depression, that's a totally different ballgame, brother. If you are finding yourself on these job sites where they're writing you big checks, but the reason they're writing these big checks is A, the work is hard, but B, they need somebody to go work on the moon for 18 months at a time, then that's a different ballgame.
Yeah, well, that's not depression. It's just depressing.
Yeah, it's lonely. It's isolating. It's boring. It's you get the difference there?
Right, yeah, and I don't mean to abuse that word. I just
sure.
I don't know. I just feel kind of stuck. I don't know. And then also, if I do plan on leaving this job, after this contract ends, which is in about a year, I'm on baby step 3 right now. Should I go ahead and I'm really good at saving money. I save probably 50% of my paycheck. Should I go ahead and increase my 401k contribution up to maybe 30, 25%?
No.
No.
So what are you going to do when you leave?
I want to be – I used to do trail work, kind of just live in the woods and cut down trees for fire fuel and fire breaks. And it was a lot of fun. I made decent money, and I was just happy. So
sounds like a teenager job.
Like that.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a real grown-up job. Sounds like something you're retreating to back to your teenage years.
I see.
What do you want to be when you're 30 that's studly and making a lot of money and gives you the quality of life you want?
I guess I'm too young to know that now. I'm just kind of
No, you're not.
Through life right now.
No, you're not.
Who do you want to help?
Who do I want to help?
Yeah.
I went to school for environmental practices. I went into renewable energy and then also sustainable development. So
you got a 4-year degree?
Yes, sir.
In what? What's the degree called?
It's called sustainable development. It's
and they go clean trails. Okay.
No, well,
with a 4-year degree, you chop bushes. Yeah, okay.
But it sounds like it sounds like you're doing what you went to school to do.
No, he's not doing that right now. Right now, he's selling solar.
This right is what I learned in school.
Oh, the solar is?
Yes, sir. Renewable energy, basically.
Okay. And are you selling solar panels? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm working on the largest solar farm in the nation right now.
Doing what?
I'm a field engineer. I'm a field engineer.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, here's what I've found. I've two important things. Number one, I want every person in your situation who's in their 20s to not cash out just because they don't have any responsibility. I want you to go searching for responsibilities, because what you're going to find in your 20s is that's when you're going to get really strong. That's when you're going to learn how to carry things. And the house I live in now is built on a foundation that I developed in my 20s through trying to get all my graduate school done and working full time and so I don't want you retreating just because it's easy, or because, quote unquote, you're not having fun anymore, or, and to use your words, I just don't feel happy right now. I want you to work like bananas, but I want it to be towards something. You get what I'm saying? And if you want to continue down a path of renewable energy, and you want to own your own firm when you're 30, dude, grinding it out in the fields at the largest solar the largest solar field in the United States in your early 20s is exactly where you need to be, especially if they're paying you 6 figures to do it. So when Dave asked you, like, what do you want to do when you're 30?
Then what are the steps to get there?
Yeah. Do you want to own your own firm? Do you want to blow off renewable energy because you got a degree, you don't like it anymore? Like, what is your picture when you're 30 years old? Do you have a kid? Do you have family? Like, what's that picture?
And then start working towards that. And then you don't feel so stuck, because right now you just feel stuck. You feel like I'm trading my life for money.
That's it.
Because I'm on the moon, and there's nothing here but solar panels and pile of cash. And you're trading that, right. and you're saying, I don't want to be doing that 10 years from now. Well, that's a good decision. Then retreating and doing something that's a no-brain, no-pay thing is not the answer to this. The answer is find something that pays $150,000 that's in an environment that you want to be in, and in a situation where you've got the social interactions and things that you desire. And that's, happiness is not the opposite of a good paying job. You don't have to trade happiness to have a good paying job. I have a great paying job and happiness. Both. And you can too, and everybody can.
And happiness is often underneath the squat bar. And what I mean by that is happiness is doing really hard things in pursuit of something that is meaningful to you.
Yeah.
Or as Arthur Brooks calls it, purpose. You've got to have purpose in your work towards something. And Dave, I just hear it over and over, is 20-year-olds saying, oh, I got my job and I'm not happy. Or this is hard. Or, I just want to go back and I want to tell them, man, if you'll hit the gas in your 20s and not be miserable, not hate your life or whatever. And, of course, if you've got clinical psychiatric issues, you got to go address those. But, man, if you want to have a career in anything, then you're going to have a season like he's in right now, which is I got to go out and turn wrenches and see how this thing works from the inside out.
But what I'm pointing to is this idea that there is two ends of the spectrum. One end of the spectrum is I'm going to be happy. The other end of the spectrum is I have a good job. As if they're polar opposites.
Exactly.
And instead they're congruent when you do it properly. So happiness is a good job.
Right. But a good job doesn't mean a frictionless job.
No,
or
it doesn't mean it's not hard.
Right.
Doesn't mean it's not heavy.
Right.
And those kinds of things. But in his case, he just lives in the middle of nowhere.
Yes, and I get that.
Absolutely no social. He's 23 years old and single, has nobody to talk to. I mean, no thank you.
Totally get that.
I get that I'm not going to do that.
Yes.
Okay, that's like being deployed to the sandbox in Iraq or something.
Exactly.
I mean, only there you've got a band of brothers.
You don't got comrades here. That's right. That's right.
So, I mean, it's...
So ask yourself where you want to be after this contract's up.
Exactly. Yeah. And where you should... The answer should be is the first step towards where you want to be when you're 30.
That's right.
That's the answer to where you want to be at the end of this contract. But it's not cleaning trails.
Right.
Because you don't want to be a 30-year-old trail cleaner.
Yeah. Maybe you want to direct the folks who clean trails, or you want to help with fire breaks. You want to get into whatever you want to get into, but
run
research
projects about the efficacy of that or something, but not I'm going to chop branches.
Right.
Because that, at least I've got some people to talk to.
That's just opting out. Yeah.
That's opting out. That's escapism. So that's why I called it a teenager job. There are actually grown-ups that do it, but I mean,
sure.
In his case, it's what he did before, and the last time he was comfortable, but he didn't make any money. Right. So he thinks that's the way the spectrum works, and that's not the way the spectrum works.
But every career with successful folks, there's a season of paying dues, and that's what's happening right now. You're a field engineer, you're turning wrenches, it's hot, it's lonely, and I get it. Get through this contract, and then take the next step to where you want to go.
If you're buying a home in today's market, it takes more than hope and an internet search. I've recommended Churchill Mortgage for 30 years because you can trust them to take care of you the Ramsey way. That's why Churchill is the only Ramsey-trusted mortgage company. Go to churchillmortgage.com today to learn more.
This is a paid advertisement. NMLS ID 1591. NMLSconsumeraccess.org. Equal housing lender. 1749 Mallory Lane, Suite 100. Brentwood, Tennessee 37027.
AI is another tool to help you work smarter and faster, and NetSuite by Oracle offers AI-powered tools that help small businesses improve efficiency by bringing all their major business processes into one platform. So join the more than 41,000 that trust NetSuite to help tackle their biggest challenges. And right now, you can download the CFO's Guide to AI and Machine Learning at netsuite.com/Ramsey. It's free at netsuite.com/Ramsey. Has your roof been inspected lately? Dave Ramsey here to tell you about Trevec Roofing. These are the same folks I've been telling you about for years for home remodel, and now they're going back to their roots with an entire department dedicated to roofing. Don't be the person with a bucket in your living room because you waited until after the big storm to have your roof looked at. If your tile roof is 15 years old, you need to have a professional inspection of the underlayment before it leaks. Foam roofs need to be inspected every 5 years at a minimum to ensure the sun hasn't eaten away the coating. Call our friends at Trevec Roofing today at 480-367-1171 to schedule your roof inspection. That's 480-367-1171 or Trevec.com. Don't get caught in the rain by quick fixes. Let Trevec Roofing be your roofing expert and get the job done right the first time. Hashtag Red Trucks.
Here's something else that I love about Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing is that as a homeowner, they help us prevent, keep small problems, everyday stuff from turning into big, costly repairs. Paul Calvisi here, and here's the latest. Do you have a leaking outdoor hose bib, a spigot that's dripping or not doing its job? Well, Day and Night has a special for that. Just $79 right now to get your existing hose bib inspected and repaired. Just $79 while this limited time offer lasts. Conditions apply. Book at dayandnightair.com. That's dayandnightair.com.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Our scripture of the day, Romans 5:8. But God demonstrates his own love toward us in that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. Fulton Sheen said, unless there is Good Friday in your life, there can be no Easter Sunday. Joseph is in England. Hi, Joseph. Welcome to the Ramsey Show.
Hi, Dave. Hi, John. Thanks so much for taking my call.
Our pleasure. How can we help?
So we have a budget in our household, myself and my partner, with a lot of inspiration from your show. And that covers all of our fixed expenses, a number of fixed budgets, and sinking funds. And my question to you is, where do you draw the line when it comes to those sinking funds? Do we have one for every reasonable future expense, or do we just plan for the most logical ones? Or should there be a categorical hard line between savings and your budget?
What we have done is we take the big items and make them sinking funds, and then we cash flow the other items in the future. And so in the old days for us, Christmas was a sinking fund. We would save for it throughout the year, and it would be a little separate hard line item over here that we didn't touch, because if we touched it, there'd be no Christmas, right? And so that's a hardline sinking fund. Today, we cash flow Christmas, but back then that's what we would do because we couldn't. And so, I think that's the answer is what can you, in your current state in this calendar year, not cash flow, and you need to save up for it. And then that thing would be, because if you can't handle it in a monthly swing, if you can't just put it down as a line item in a given month or a given couple of months, then you probably need to save up for it, which is in essence what a sinking fund is in the Every Dollar app. And so,
well, me and my wife, I'm probably closer to your end of the spectrum, wealth-wise. What I have found is when I want to save up for a refrigerator and for a car and for a dishwasher and for a bicycle, right? It ends up, if I just map it out, it's going to take 14 years because we're throwing $20 over here and $150 over here. So every year, my wife and I just look at it and say, what do we want for this year?
Force rank
and we go in order. Yeah.
Yeah. And we've done that too. So I would, but what you want to avoid is this miscellaneous savings account in air quotes that that does not have any sense of planning or system to it, because what it becomes is a very large put and take account. Put it in, take it out, put it in, take it out, and it's like a large impulse thing, and that's what we're trying to avoid.
That's exactly the position we're in at the moment. We save £1,000 a month for savings. The line item is just referred to as savings.
That's going to be a problem.
It hasn't went.
That's a lot of money to put in miscellaneous. That's like a miscellaneous account that's just large, and so you need to break some of that out. And it could be you just force rank it. Like if you had that list of that list that John just had, you just say, okay, what do we want first? Do we want the refrigerator first, or the truck first, or upgrade mom's car first, or whatever? And you just go, I'm going to work my way through that, and we're going to do it. And the first thing that's saving, the first time we can get enough money in the savings account to do something, it's for the refrigerator. Then the next time it's for the X, and the third time it's for the Y. And you can do it that way, a little forced ranking, or you can just, you don't want 27 little mini accounts. It'll drive you nuts. And like you said, you end up saving $20 a year, $20 a month or something. That's not healthy. But, if you look up and go, hey, the roof on the house is going to have to be replaced next year, it's going to be $18,000. We got 18 months to do that. That's our $1,000. That's our £1,000 a month, right? And I'm using dollars, but you're using pounds. But still, it's the same principle. So, I think if it's a big item like that, it justifies its own account. And if you got more than 5 of those, you probably got too much going on.
Yeah, it was actually George Campbell, the one that gave me I think you're right on that, which is if you try to do everything at once, you don't get anywhere. And force ranking is the way we do it.
Yeah, that's a good process. I like that. Good question, Joseph. Appreciate you joining us. Ashley is next. She's in Dallas. Hi, Ashley. How are you?
I'm all day, thank you. How are you doing today?
Better than I deserve. How can we help?
So I am moving from apartment to apartment this summer. I just don't feel safe in this apartment. There's mold, gunshots. I don't like it. So my question is, should I pause baby 2 and just do minimums on my debt and stack cash, or come up with another plan?
Yeah, you're going to have to cover the move. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
And how much is it going to take you to move?
My move-in is about $2,000. After that, monthly is $16,000.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so, and you've got to move, and you've got some utility deposits that have to be shifted over, right?
That's true. I am hiring movers. I have to look in to see how much that's going to be. The only reason I'm doing movers is because last time it was just me and my dad, and he's getting too old, and I don't really have anyone else to help me.
Okay. And you're moving, why?
There's mold in my apartment, and the leasing office has basically said that there's no mold in here, and then there's been gunshots around this neighborhood. I live by myself, and I don't feel safe over here, so I want to switch cities.
Okay. All right. What's your take-home pay?
I make $65 a year, so it's about, I want to say like $18, $19 a month. I'm sorry, 40. Would that be $4,300 a month?
Yeah. Okay, that sounds right. And you're signing up for a $1,400 rent.
So I'm signing up for a $1,600. I have a $1,400 right now. I'm going to a $1,600.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, yes, you do stop your baby step 2, and you need to stack $3,000 because you're going to need $2,000 for your move in, and you're going to need another $1,000 and somebody to move, whatever. Are you in a good church, Ashley?
I am. I'm actually becoming a member this weekend.
Good. I want you to plug in with your pastor, your singles pastor there, and tell them you're going to need some help this summer, and see if some of the people in that ministry won't help you move.
Okay, that's a really good idea.
What's your total debt, Ashley? How much do you owe?
I have 19 in my Toyota, and I have 12,000. I'm sorry, 12. Yes, 12,000 in the credit card debt.
Okay. Have you cut up the credit card?
I have not, but I will.
When?
I need to get the scissors.
When?
I can do it right now.
Okay, go get scissors and do it right now, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. You got to stop playing around with this. How old are you, 22?
I'm 26.
26, okay. All right. Yeah, keep pushing through this.
$1,600 is. I understand the apartment market there in Dallas, and so I know that's tough. But man, $1,600 a month is a big chunk of that $4,000 you bring home.
Yeah. You're probably, once you get resettled, you're probably looking at some extra work, or maybe even before you get resettled, to temporarily increase your income to knock out some of these credit cards, and then begin to knock out the Toyota. Because you're carrying a lot in this budget, and it sounds like you're carrying it by yourself, and you just feel very vulnerable to me. And I want you to get a community around you, and I want you to get rid of this debt and get a pile of money away from this debt. Get your emergency fund in place, and I'm more concerned about that than the mold that they don't see that you see. Yeah, that's concerning. Yeah. So yeah, and gunshots around the neighborhood. It's Dallas.
Yeah, it sounds like you want to get out of this apartment, and fair. What I don't want you to do is move into a new place and find a new problem in 4 months and go back and do the same cycle again.
Absolutely.
So get where you're going to go.
And settle in and finish the fight.
There you go.
Yeah. That puts this hour of the Ramsey Show in the books. We'll be back with you before you know it. In the meantime, remember, there's ultimately only one way to financial peace, and that's to walk daily with the Prince of Peace, Christ Jesus. You want to know more about something you heard on the show today? Go to RamseySolutions.com, where you can get trusted resources our team put together just for you. Tools for money and more. It's all there at RamseySolutions.com.
Hey guys, George Camel here. You know, people ask me all the time, George, what's your #1 money-saving hack? I'm so glad you asked. Nothing makes me happier than helping out another frugal friend. So listen up. I'm about to help you save up to $395 in just 1 month. You ready for it? Here's the hack. Get on a budget. Seriously, you can't save money if you don't know how much you're spending in the first place. And that's what makes the Every Dollar budgeting app a game changer. With Every Dollar, you'll get a clear picture of all your spending. And from there, it's easy to see where you can get more intentional, cut back, and save more money. Now, remember that $395? That's how much the average Every Dollar budgeter frees up in just their first budget. And if you ask me, I think you're way above average. So I think you're going to find even more money in your first month. Plus, tracking expenses throughout the month is super fast and easy with the Every Dollar app. And did I mention it's free? So why are you still listening to me? Go download the Every Dollar app and start saving more money right now.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Leon County Sheriff Walter McNeil says the shooter who opened fire on the Florida State University campus today is the son of one of his deputies. A gunman opened fire, killing 2 people at the student union and sending another 5 to the hospital. Police say the shooter was also hospitalized after engaging with officers. Sheriff McNeil identified the shooter as 20-year-old Phoenix Ickner.
Unfortunately, her son had access to one of her weapons, and that was one of the weapons that was found at the scene.
Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company's Q1 earnings report shows microchip manufacturing is full steam ahead here in Arizona. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us live from the News Center with some details from that report.
CEO Cece Wei says TSMC is impressed with how well their original chip fabrication plant is doing in Phoenix.
Our first fab in Arizona has already successfully entered high-volume production in 4Q24, utilizing N4 process technology with a yield comparable to our fab in Taiwan.
He adds their second Arizona fab is also up and running, and they are working to speed up production as the demand for artificial intelligence continues to grow. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Clean energy leaders in Arizona are worried that funding for programs for a livable Arizona are under threat by the Trump administration. Maren Mahoney, who heads up the governor's Office of Resiliency, on what's at stake.
This funding is being distributed to the people of Arizona, and it belongs to them. It's helping them save money on their energy bills, improve their homes, and decrease pollution. But now we're facing uncertainty.
Mahoney says clawing back investments in clean energy means the loss of over 16,000 jobs in Arizona over the next 5 years. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs says she will not be signing many more bills until a bipartisan supplemental funding bill is passed to pay for services for state residents with disabilities. Republicans and Democrats in the legislature have been battling over the funding. The state's Division of Developmental Disabilities is set to run out of money at the end of this month. That moratorium will apply to any bill not yet transmitted to the governor. Hobbs says she will act on measures that have already arrived on her desk. Every day, hundreds of needy families show up to Valley Food Banks to get just the essentials. But now they're getting a festive surprise.
St. Mary's Food Bank gave out Easter turkeys and hams to about 2,000 people yesterday. I spoke with one man named Alfredo who doesn't take it for granted.
It's going to be a very pleasant day. It's going to be a beautiful Easter Sunday. We're going to celebrate. We don't have too many of those.
St. Mary's normally gives out eggs for Easter, but they haven't received enough donations this year because of high prices and avian flu. This is the first time the food bank has distributed Easter hams and turkeys, which are normally reserved for Christmas and Thanksgiving. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
The Pentagon under scrutiny after a third official's been placed on administrative leave. It's all part of an investigation into alleged leaks at the Defense Department. Here's more with ABC senior Pentagon correspondent Luis Martinez.
What we do know is that the leak investigation was launched in late March on the very day after Elon Musk visited the Pentagon. And of course, the night before, there had been a major story that Musk was coming to the Pentagon potentially to receive operational plans with regards to the U.S. military with regards to China. So the question is, which of these stories are these individuals tied to, or are they tied to any of them at all?
Those 3 officials are the Deputy Chief of Secretary Hegseth's staff, Darren Selnick, his replacement, Colin Carroll, and Senior Advisor Dan Caldwell. It is time to check the roads this afternoon. Here's Kate Orta live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky. We've got a crash on Tatum Boulevard just north of the Loop 101, one on Main Street and Gilbert Road, a wreck 107th Avenue and McDowell Road in Avondale, and a crash Southern Avenue and Val Vista Drive. This traffic report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. That's traffic. Kate Orta, KTAR News.
High today only expected to be around 81, 60 overnight, and then in the 70s Friday and Saturday. 75 now in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR.
KTAR, and you will be there. And you'll see it live.
I love YouTube. Very, very exciting.
To kick that off today, we have a couple of special guests that are going to be joining the program. Austin Davis, Jane Parker. They are heads of a couple of outreach programs for the homeless in Tempe. They're going to join us here in about 10 minutes or so. And then also we've got a representative from the Bar Association is going to be on in our second hour to talk about how to stay out of jail. So that said, one guy who has had trouble staying out of jail has been one of our guests, Austin Davis. Mm-hmm. He's going to join us here in just a few moments. If you're unfamiliar, Austin has been with us before. Austin is the head of a group called AZ Hugs. It's a homeless outreach program. And Austin had the audacity. Austin is one of those people that I think the president talks about, the really bad people that need to be deported. Austin has committed the kind of crime that many of us think is unfathomable. He has organized... Now, you may want to get the children out of the room. He has organized various gatherings to help feed homeless people in public parks. I mean, I'm terrified even just saying the words.
I'm speechless. But, Chris, the good news is Austin has been cited with 34 counts of violating Tempe's special events ordinance.
I think
the authorities are aware, and they are citing him.
Right.
By the
minute.
They
have cited him that, and then I think they dropped all but one if he pled guilty to that, and then he has to stay out of the parks until next year.
Spend some time in jail for this.
Well, hopefully in El Salvadorian prison. I think that's fair to say.
Pretty serious offense. I mean, feeding the homeless.
Not in my America, and definitely not in my Tempe. So Tempe has said, no more feeding the homeless. How dare you, you dastardly villain. And they have made clear he and all of his ilk will not be allowed to feed the homeless in the parks. As we know, that's how so many homeless people remain
nourished.
Yeah. And we've got to put a stop to this. So now Davis has decided he's going to fight back. If you're not picking up on our sarcasm, it's all sarcasm. Davis is fighting back now.
Sarcasm on that.
No sarcasm on this. No. Davis is fighting back. He and a few others who have been told you're not allowed to feed the homeless have filed a federal lawsuit. Now, this is key because they've been, charges that they've had have been in local courts. They're filing a federal lawsuit because they are arguing that their civil rights have been violated. Now, this really escalates the matter bigly. All right. So they're saying, it's my freedom of speech, and it's my
equal protection under the law.
14th Amendment, first and 14th. Mm-hmm. And they're saying this notion that Tempe has put into place that says you have to have a special events permit if you're going to get together, and you're going to have to put a deposit down on that permit. And if we deny the permit, you're not getting your deposit back.
Yeah, like $5,000 or so, right?
It's a lot of money. So you put the money in. And then they decide, and then it may take 6 weeks or more. So if you wanted to have an event, let's say, I don't know, can you think of any sort of like Sunday holiday that might be coming up that would involve a guy who liked to help people out? Any sort of a Sunday? Are there any events that fall on Sunday that involve the history of some dude who might have been someone who fed thousands of people? Can you think of any?
I can think of one.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean...
What would that be?
Oh, I mean, Jesus, right?
Yeah, I guess he did it too. Yeah, that's that guy, yeah.
Oh, do you have another one?
No, that was it. Oh. Is there a Sunday holiday that's coming up anytime soon?
Is it Easter?
There is an Easter coming up here. So let's suppose that you wanted to go out and you wanted to say, for Easter, I am going to walk in the footsteps of Jesus Christ, and I am going to celebrate his resurrection by feeding people loaves of bread.
Better be a private event.
Has to be a private event. Otherwise, you have to have that special permit. And if you wanted to get that permit, you'd have to put your application in now, and they would get back to you in up to 6 weeks.
Mm-hmm. So presumably not in time for Easter.
So we're going to have to bump Easter to the middle of, like the beginning of June now? Is that right?
Late Easter.
Be like an Easter Memorial Day combo?
Yeah.
In the meantime, you can't do anything on Easter. So what's interesting is that in years past, the city of Tempe has actually given Austin Davis a humanitarian award because of his work with the homeless and because of these different events that he's held. And he's not the only one that does it. As I mentioned, he's with AZ Hugs. There's also the new... It's been reported different ways. New meal deal. We're going to call it the New Deal meal.
And then Hope Arizona, too. HOPE Arizona.
Yes. Hope Arizona is the other one. And Jane Parker is with Hope Arizona. She's going to join us here in our next segment as well. So Hope Arizona, by the way, is helping others prosper everywhere. Helping others prosper everywhere. Hope. Okay. Hope Arizona. So they also get together and they try to make sure that everyone has food and that they are well nourished. And the city of Tempe has said, not in our town. Now Tempe is being sued. So, from a financial standpoint, is Tempe coming out ahead? Like, I still don't really understand Tempe's point here. They say, we're trying to help homeless. We've spent money on homelessness. Cool. Well, there's obviously still some homeless people, and they obviously still need food. And you have this group, some of them religious,
multiple
some of them
groups.
secular, multiple groups, and they want to help the homeless. Oh. Feels like that would be in conjunction with the efforts that Tempe is doing. Why is Tempe getting territorial over this?
Dude, I don't get it. I have theories that Tempe perhaps hopes that if these organizations don't get involved, perhaps the homeless who don't want to be in shelters will just go to another city or leave or magically evaporate. But from the beginning, my thought was, wouldn't it be great if Tempe could work with these organizations who want to help and find a way to perhaps make a problem better?
We reached out, by the way, to the city of Tempe, and they declined to comment on this. I'm going to call you out.
Oh, great.
I'm going to call you out.
Okay.
Because I want to know where you stand today. In the past, we talked about this.
Yeah.
And you kind of took that Boy Scout approach, like, an authority figure has told you to do something, you do what you're supposed to do. They told you that.
Yeah.
Do you still stand by that? I mean, in the past you said, Tempe said you can't do it, so you have to stop doing it. That's all there is. You made it very black and white.
Yeah.
But I also hear you say that you're frustrated. It sounds like Tempe is trying to basically shuffle the problem on down to Chandler or Scottsdale or Glen or Gilbert.
The way I look at it has definitely evolved.
Okay.
And I don't understand why you have a number of organizations. If you're Tempe, you have a number of organizations, advocates who want to step up and feed the homeless, why you would cite them, criminalize their actions, lock them up, turn them away, try to make them pay for permits. I don't get it. I would think if you're Tempe, you would be with open arms, reaching out, trying to get these organizations involved and trying to get them to do more to feed, shelter, help.
I mean, I can't think of another circumstance where we get angry with people who are trying to help. I guess every now and again you'll get one of those stories about a citizen that decides to go fill their own potholes, and the city will get a little hurt about that. And they say, well, that's because there's a certain way you have to do it, and you don't know how, and that kind of like. I almost understand their argument, but you can't bag on the citizens for trying to make their communities better.
Yeah, I could understand if there was an issue with sanitary food here, like if somebody got sick and tried to come at the city somehow for any of that, but we haven't heard anything like that.
And not only that, but there's gatherings at the park all the time without permits where somebody could potentially get sick, even if it's a private gathering. I could serve you bad birthday cake at a park, right?
You would serve me bad birthday cake.
I mean, I would serve you bad birthday cake at a park. I absolutely would, right? And so what? I mean, the city going to stop birthday cakes now?
No.
Would the city, and let me ask this, it's going to sound a bit facetious, but it goes to the point. Would the city incarcerate Cub Scouts for picking up litter? I mean, we spend a lot of money on cleaning our streets. How dare these Cub Scouts pick up litter?
Well, I don't think they would. They'd consider that a private event, though, wouldn't they? It'd just be the Cub Scouts showing up to do it.
I don't even care if it is the Cub Scouts. Would they, if it's the Cub Scouts and they say, hey, come join the Cub Scouts, we're picking up litter, and I go join the Cub Scouts, is the city going to try to shut down the Cub Scouts and throw a bunch of scouts in jail because they're trying to make the community a better place?
They shouldn't, and I don't think they would.
I think you understand my parallel I'm trying to draw here, right?
Yeah.
So our why today, though, and this goes back to what Joe's stance was in the past before he evolved. And I congratulate you. I really do. I commend you for saying new information, new thoughts on this, and you've evolved your opinion a bit.
Yeah.
What's the why in this? Why escalate this issue instead of just complying? I mean, wouldn't it be a whole lot easier to have your Sundays back and just not worry about it? You know, city told us we can't, so now I'm going to watch golf on Sundays. It'd be a lot easier. Why escalate the issue instead of just complying? That is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Surprise police are investigating after human remains were found at a landfill. The police department says a landfill employee found what appears to be a dead body and called police. PD and the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office are working to determine the cause of death and identify the person. If you have any information, you're asked to contact Surprise Police. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. 81 for our high today, and then tomorrow we're going to be partly cloudy and cool off to around 77, 79 on Saturday. It is 75 degrees in Paradise Valley right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Our why today, why not just comply when the city of Tempe says, stop feeding the homeless? Why not just comply? Why not just do what they say? Why escalate things? As we know now, there's a federal lawsuit that's been filed against the city of Tempe by a number of individuals because the city of Tempe has told people, stop feeding the homeless. And they say, you can't stop us from feeding the homeless. And this is, you're not doing this to everybody else that's out there. Why are you picking on us for this? Joining us right now is Jane Parker from Hope, Arizona, which I think is a wonderful organization. And Jane, you've been at the park. Your group has been helping people at the different parks in Tempe for a while now, right?
About 5 years.
Okay, but now Tempe has told you stop. And as far as I know, your group has stopped feeding. Is that right?
Yeah, December 23rd of 23 is when we got a warning, and we had a big Christmas dinner for them with turkey, ham, all the fixings, everything.
Yeah.
And then they gave us a warning and told us that we had to stop.
After 5 years of serving the homeless, you get a warning in December, and they basically, after 5 years of this, they tell you no more.
Right.
Wow.
Do you have a feeling as to why they might be doing that? Who's behind that? Because I know in the past, Austin Davis, for instance, who's the head of one of the other organizations, and Austin, of course, has been a figurehead here because he got arrested for doing it. He's actually been given an award, kind of a humanitarian award, a citizenship award from the city. And now all of a sudden the city says we don't like that.
Well, they got a new city manager in, I think, and I think she's the one who's kind of taking the reins and deciding that they don't want the homeless in Tempe anymore.
Tempe would contend, and we reached out to them, by the way, and they declined to comment, but they would contend that they've spent millions of dollars on homeless outreach and trying to help the homeless in the area. Does it seem strange to you that they would spend so much money and then tell you can't do something that doesn't cost them anything?
Right. And I don't know where that money's gone. I would actually like to see the figures on it to see where that money has gone. I know they have a shelter on Apache.
Yeah.
And they have a Hope team. Maybe that's where a lot of the money goes. But beyond that, I don't know what else they're doing.
We're talking with Jane Parker from Hope, Arizona, about this issue with Tempe coming at a number of organizations saying, hey, stop feeding the homeless at the parks. We don't want you doing that. Jane, what have your conversations with Tempe city leaders been like? I know you spoke at a city council meeting. Have you heard specifically from any other city leaders or officials in Tempe?
No, and we have an interfaith community that had about, I think, 4 meetings with the city officials. And I was at one of those meetings because they wanted me to tell my story. When I spoke at the council meeting last August, I don't even think they remember it. I don't think they knew, it made an impact on them at all. And like I said, the interfaith community had about 4 meetings and it was going nowhere. So I think they've quit doing that.
What have you witnessed as far as enforcement goes? I've read stories about officers showing up and offering citations. You mentioned getting a warning. I mean, is this Tempe City Police that are coming out and saying, shut this down? And then do they continue to patrol the area? Are they monitoring the area to make sure that you aren't doing that horrible sin of feeding someone? What have you seen as far as enforcement?
Well, occasionally we see the police now. They're not as prevalent as they were. But they come by and check on us every once in a while. My group is not doing it anymore.
Yeah.
But when we do go out to the park, occasionally we see them, and they've given a warning to a couple of other people. They gave a warning to the Reverend Tom, I can't remember his last name, but and then before that they gave a warning to Ron Tapscott.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Martinez.
I think Tom Martinez.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ron Tapscott, and then obviously Austin Davis is another one. So these are some of the names that we've grown familiar with in media after seeing, the story sort of evolve and having other. Dave Wells is another one, a guy that we had on the show in the past as well. And they were with the New Deal meal.
Right.
Is Ron Tapscott and Dave Wells. We reached out to those guys, and I think Ron, who's part of this lawsuit against the city, is
out of town now.
Right. So, Jane, the lawsuit is filed in federal court, and it alleges that the city has basically violated your First and 14th Amendment, your freedom of speech, and then equal protection. So, what is it that you're suing for? What are you trying to get? Just to get them off your back? Are you trying to get them to change something? What is it that you're trying to do?
Yeah, they want us to get a special events permit, which costs like $500 for the first 3 months and then $500 for the next 6 months. We also would have to get an insurance policy for $1,000, and then they wanted to charge us, besides that, $250 every time we did it. My group, when we were doing it, was the fourth and the fifth Saturday of the month, when there was 5 Saturdays, and it would end up costing us about $5,000. And
per event, per time.
No,
total.
$5,000 per year.
Okay.
But we don't get any funding. We don't have any money to do that. We do have a lot of generous people who give us, food and clothing and sleeping bags, whatever we need, but we don't get monetary donations. And they only wanted to give us a dirt lot off of Rio Salado to do it in. There's no grass, no trees, nothing there. There was a pastor from a church in Chandler who did it. And he told me that he paid the city $400 to do it that one day, and he had to rent 50 chairs. And he said it was absolutely horrible. He would never do it again. It was not right off Rio Salado. It was in a ways, and it was very difficult to get to it. And there was even a guy in a wheelchair who couldn't even get there.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Talking with Jane Parker from Hope, Arizona. Jane, Tempe encourages working with other nonprofits, from what I read. But your organizations, Hope, Arizona, New Deal Meal, Austin's AZ Hugs, Homeless Outreach, they aren't listed on their pamphlet. Any idea why that is?
They probably just don't want us feeding the homeless in the parks.
What's so awful about it? I know you are someone who has fed the homeless in the past, but what is so awful about feeding people and helping them? I do not get this. And
I guess you'd have to ask the city that.
Yeah.
Like you said, we're doing it. We're not costing the city anything, and we're giving them. When our organization was doing it, we would give them a hot meal. We'd give them a sack lunch to take with them. We'd give them hygiene kits. We'd give them clothes, sleeping bags, blankets, whatever they need. And so then,
No, you're fine, Jane. Jane Parker is with us. She's with Hope, Arizona, and obviously you hear what her organization does, whether that's feeding or providing sleeping bags and clothing and things like that. Doesn't cost the city of Tempe anything. Tempe has tried to shut them down, as well as AZ Hugs, as well as the New Deal Meal, and a number of other organizations, religious interfaith organizations as well. And they are adamant that they are going to stop this from happening. And we are trying to understand why that is. One quick question here, Jane, before we let you off the hook. Just to be clear, in this federal lawsuit that you filed, are you asking for money?
No.
From the city?
No. All we want is to be able to feed and clothe the homeless, and we actually want to do it at Moore Park, which is off Curry and Scottsdale Road. It's up the hill, and there's no residences around there, no businesses. There's nothing around there.
Why not and forgive the blatancy of this question, why not just say, well, the city says we shouldn't do it? Why not just take your Saturday afternoons back and say, you know what, I'm going to do some gardening at home instead of worrying about this? Okay. I mean, why keep the fight up?
Because I don't want to see people go hungry. I spoke at the city council meeting, and I said what we need for eating is what we need for survival, and denying that to anyone is wrong on so many levels. I think it's inhumane to let people go hungry when there's such an abundance of food and there's so many people who want to share it. Sharing food should not be a crime.
You are a wonderful person, and your heart is so in the right place. We are so blessed that you joined us today. Thank you so much, Jane. Really appreciate that. Jane Parker, Hope, Arizona, with us. You may have heard the argument that some cities are trying to criminalize homelessness. Makes you wonder if Tempe's actions point to them being one of those cities that wants to make not having a roof over your head illegal. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Mike Broomhead.
Sounds like the safety dance.
Only you would think of the safety dance.
Didn't that sound like the safety dance?
Yeah, the beginning did.
Okay. They stole it from the safety dance.
Maybe.
Men Without Hats is going to be angry at you.
They ripped it all right
They
up.
did. There's going to be a lawsuit.
Pablo was like, it sounded good. Now I know why. It was ripped off.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
April is National Safe Digging Month, and Southwest Gas wants to remind you to make the free call 811 before you dig to get utility lines marked for all projects, big or small.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 Gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead 4
Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape, celebrating 75 years here in the Valley, the #1 landscape design build company in Arizona, according to Ranking Arizona. They have got a free complimentary consultation, and they roll out the red carpet for their customers from the first time you visit them. They will sit down with you and talk about a pool, a spa, or redesigning your entire outdoor space. Go to creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love the work. You're going to love them. creativeenvironments.com.
Is kitchen or bathroom remodeling something you or someone you know might be considering right now? Well, if you're serious, I'm inviting you to my house, the Rosie Wright Design Studio at Scottsdale and Shea, for a no sales pressure, free information seminar on kitchen and bathroom remodeling done Rosie Wright. Limited seating, first come, first serve. On April 23rd at 5:30, appetizers and refreshments will be served. Contact us at rosiewright.com and save your seat today.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Law enforcement has an update on the Florida State University shooting in Tallahassee. Current reports say 2 people have been killed and 5 have been hospitalized.
The shooter has also been transported to a local hospital. The 2 deceased are not students. The shooter is believed to be a current FSU student.
In fact, the shooter has now been identified as 20-year-old Phoenix Eichner and the son of a deputy for the local sheriff's department. Surprise police are investigating after human remains were found at a landfill. PD says a landfill employee found what appeared to be a dead body and called police. PD and the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office are working to determine the cause of death and identify the body. Contact Surprise PD if you have any information. Governor Katie Hobbs says she will not sign any new legislation until lawmakers land on a bipartisan funding plan for state disability services. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in the News Center to tell us more.
I support her fully in vetoing everything until we get a bipartisan solution.
Arizona Democratic State Representative Nancy Gutierrez says the funding issue is partly over a program where parents are paid to be caregivers for children with disabilities, adding Republicans wanted the cap paid hours at 20 versus Democrats wanting it at 40 hours.
Right now, it is not limited. In July, it will become limited to 40 hours a week, and that's something that Governor Hobbs is instituting.
In his statement, Republican AZ House Speaker Stephen Montenegro calls the decision to not sign new bills, quote, political blackmail. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
One Arizona state representative is feeling a little frustrated after Governor Hobbs vetoed a measure that would have removed soda from SNAP-eligible purchases.
It's now become something that you can just buy whatever you want. And this is where it started. I was actually at Mini Mart one day, and somebody in front of me had, I think, 4 big gulps and a couple 2-liter sodas, a candy bar, a bag of chips, and they used their SNAP card. And I said, I don't think that was the intent of food stamps.
Republican Leo Biasucci tells Arizona's Morning News the entire program needs reform. In her veto, Hobbs said the measure would deprive SNAP recipients of their purchasing power. Time to check traffic again. Kate Orta is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky. We've got a new wreck on 96th Street north of Shea Boulevard, another 43rd Avenue and Thomas Road, and on Tatum Boulevard, just north of the Loop 101, we've got a crash, and on Elliott Road, just west of the Loop 101, another crash. Also a crash involving a pedestrian 5th Street north of University Drive. This traffic report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. That's traffic. Kate Orta, KTAR News.
81 today and then 60 tonight with a few clouds moving in. Partly cloudy Friday and Saturday. We're going to be in the upper 70s. It's 75 now in Fountain Hills. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
And when you're on the news app, you'll be able to click on that microphone icon that opens up a record screen, and you can then click on that and send us a message. If you have any questions, comments, quips, quotes, criticisms, or compliments, and we like it, we might even play it on the air. Also, the show is now streaming live on the YouTube.
Is it the YouTube? I don't think that's right. I don't think you say the.
It's on the only YouTube. That's right. And you'll be able to just search for the KTAR channel. Pops right up there as the live feed. And then I should also point out we have the Twitter at Chris and Joe KTAR.
Yeah.
We have the Facebook.
Yep. We got
Chris
that.
and Joe KTAR.
You're doing good.
And we
here.
have the Instagram.
We got a message on the Instagram.
On the Chris and Joe Show? On Instagram.
We got one.
All right.
BRW Designs reached out, said, just had a thought about the feeding homeless at a park citations and feed the city charge. Why doesn't the organization feed the homeless on their own property? It seems that the city doesn't have an issue with feeding homeless, but with a group using city property, this says with proper authorization, but I'm guessing they mean without proper authorization.
So, a couple of things. First, let me make sure that we reset this correctly. There is a federal lawsuit now that's been filed against the city of Tempe by a number of individuals who have worked with different nonprofits to try to provide meals for the homeless in a number of parks around Tempe. Moore Park is kind of the one that's drawing the most attention. So, the city has cited some of the individuals, including Austin Davis, who's been a guest on this program in the past. He's with AZ Hugs. They went so far as to monitor him, to ban him from parks. They gave him 34 citations. They put him in jail for feeding the homeless. And they said, oh, no, it was for trespassing. Okay. I don't believe it. We just heard from Jane Parker from Hope, Arizona, who has got one of the most beautiful souls of anyone I've ever met. And she said she believes it's someone's God-blessed right to have food. And she wants to make sure that everyone who needs it has it. And she just shared with me as I helped her out of the building here, she just shared with me that there was a very large man that came to her with tears in his eyes one day and said, you have no idea how much this means. And I have that feeling that an awful lot of people who are in a situation of being unhoused, that act of kindness at the right time
could be everything.
Everything. So why not do it on their own property? That's a really good question. And
because Tempe technically couldn't stop you if it's your own property, right?
So technically couldn't stop you is a really tough one. We might wonder, why would they even try to stop you if you're trying to do it on your own property? Could they say you've got a large gathering? You've got parking violations. You have occupancy violations. You have all of these other things. There are a number of things that Tempe has gone and really stretched in order to come down on this group in the public square. One of the things that the Instagram commenter said, and we appreciate the comments, by the way, is that it doesn't seem like Tempe has a problem with them feeding the homeless. I'm going to tell you from my perspective, it does seem like Tempe has a problem with them feeding the homeless.
Otherwise, Tempe would just let it go, and they wouldn't be allegedly watching these groups in unmarked vehicles feed the homeless.
They set up one of those portable eye-in-the-sky cameras to make sure that people were not feeding the homeless in the parks. When we reached out to the city of Tempe, and we did again today, and they declined to comment, but we reached out in the past over this topic, and they sent us effectively a press kit, right?
Yeah, there were some pictures in there, and there was some description as well, and it was pictures at a park.
Was it pictures of these people feeding the homeless and doing dastardly things?
No.
Was it pictures of these people not cleaning up after themselves?
What I recall seeing I'd describe it as a press kit, was pictures of some needles and some trash that was left behind. Or that was in a park.
That was in a park.
Yes.
Was it from one of these events? They said, well, no, we don't know that for sure. Okay. So you sent us a dirty park, your dirty park. You sent us needles that are in your dirty park, and people who are actually cleaning up your dirty park and helping feed homeless, you're trying to shut them down.
Yeah, the people from these organizations, whether it be AZ Hugs, New Deal Meal, Hope Arizona, they all say that when they have events, they make sure to stay afterwards and clean up the park to leave it cleaner than it was before the event.
Craziest thing, they actually show us pictures of move in first, you sell later. That's Orchard's program, and it's called Move First, Sell Later. My mind's blown too. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash for your home so you can go buy and move in to your new home. First, on your timeline. There's no waitings, there's no showings, there's no double moves. And then the Orchard experts take it from there. They'll handle repairs on your old home. They make the price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, it's a local Orchard agent that sells and lists your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. You're ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit orchard.com to get your free home valuation. They're going to give you all the ins and outs. This isn't an underpay you kind of situation, stealing. No. Call them, get your free home valuation, and then find out if your home could be worth even more. Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, geez, Pat, you can't have it all. Then I corrected him and said, yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability. Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, good point, Pat.
Right now, get 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra SR or SR5. Or get competitive financing or a great lease deal on a new Camry, RAV4, or Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, arriving daily at your Valley Toyota dealers. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers end 4/30/25. See dealer for details.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company says it is not entering into a joint venture with other chip manufacturers. This comes after the Phoenix Business Journal reported TSMC had agreed to run Intel's chip factories. CEO C.C. Wei made the announcement during TSMC's Q1 earnings report call.
It will also create greater economies of scale and help foster
a more complete semiconductor supply chain ecosystem in the U.S.
He explains they're focused on their $100 billion expansion in the U.S. That will include 3 manufacturing plants, 2 advanced packaging fabs, and a research and development center. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. A little cooler today than it has been, with 81, a high 60 overnight. And then for Friday and Saturday, we're going to be in the mid to upper 70s with a few clouds. It's 77 right now in Goodyear. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Spring into summer this season with Howard Air and Plumbing. For a limited time, take up to $5,800 off select HVAC systems from Train when you mention Gatos. Get special 0% interest financing on approved credit. Keep your system running at maximum performance and efficiency by scheduling your full HVAC system maintenance and professional cleaning, now only $129. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing, 602-953-2766, or schedule online today, howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in...
DJ Pablo. Love that. Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app. As we've been discussing, we've got a number of groups that are feeding the homeless in Tempe, and Tempe has cited them and told you can't feed people in our parks. That is no bueno. You can feed the ducks.
Quack, quack.
You can have a birthday party for your kid and their rando friends.
Hooray!
You can do whatever you want there. Just don't give a homeless person a burrito. No bueno. Let me dispel a few misconceptions here.
Okay.
I know some people are saying, well, I have to rent the park. Not unless you're having a big public event. So, for instance, let's say that you are teaching one of those yoga boot camps. You don't have to rent it. You don't have to do the permit. You don't have to do the $500 every quarter plus $250 every time plus everything. No, you don't have to rent it.
How do you get away with it? Private event?
It is, yeah, it's a private event.
Okay.
Yeah. What the statute is there for is for places like us, to be honest. Let's suppose that the radio station wanted to have a concert in the park, and we wanted to invite all of our listeners, right? That's when they want to make sure that we have insurance, that we've paid our permits, that everything is in order.
Mm-hmm.
The spirit of that law was not intended to prevent people from feeding homeless, in the same way that it was not intended to stop people from having a quinceañera celebration, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not there to stop you from having a birthday party in the park. That's not why we have those statutes. You can use that park. If you want to have a commercial event there where you're inviting the public, then you have to do the permitting. When it comes to nonprofits, I would be curious as to how many other nonprofits are being cited for using the park. Because I'm guessing it ain't many.
Yeah.
Are the Cub Scouts being cited because they say we're having a Cub Scout gathering?
If they are, they're not speaking up about it.
I have to wonder if Tempe is doing this. And here's my other theory as to what might be their motivation. One, they're trying to criminalize homelessness to get homeless people to move to other areas.
Mm-hmm.
You know, pack up your tent and get on to Phoenix. Pack up your tent and go to Chandler.
That seems like what I land on as well.
But what about the money aspect of this? We just passed Prop 312. Remember Prop 312? That's the one where if you say that the city isn't doing enough to address homelessness, then you can be reimbursed with your property taxes for any money that you've spent on mitigation.
Yeah.
So,
for instance, you have a bunch of needles on your roof and it damages your roof, or a homeless person defecates on your lawn or urinates on your lawn and ruins it.
Or even if you worry that a homeless person could come by, and you can say, well, they're not enforcing their own stuff.
The burden is on the city to prove that it's not homelessness.
So if you have to put up, say, a $5,000 fence and you claim it's because there are homeless people in the area, and you take a few photos and say, here they are, homeless people, as we all know, and then you take the city's press kit of homeless people make trash and homeless people have needles, you can pretty easily say, you need to send me a check for all of my property taxes from last year because I had to put up a fence because of homeless people. So is it possible that another reason that they don't want for homeless people gathering is that it proves that they have homeless people? Right?
That's possible.
If all of a sudden you go, we're having an event where we're feeding homeless people, and you have 80 homeless people show up. Now, I'm a homeowner in Tempe, and I go, hey, Tempe, look at that. You still got homeless people. You're not doing anything to enforce your homeless policies. I'm not paying property taxes because I'm going to put in a security camera this year.
And I agree with you on that. Can I poke a hole in your argument a little bit?
Yeah, I told you it was a little bit of a stretch.
It is a little bit of a stretch because we acknowledge and you acknowledge that Tempe does have homeless shelters. They do have some of their own programs, and they do have some degree of outreach with other nonprofits where they're encouraging other organizations to work with the city and to do things. But for whatever reason, these organizations are evil and bad. Is it that they're not making money from these organizations? Or
yeah, I don't know that that's it, but I wonder if there are other organizations that are contracted to try to work with the homeless, and these are not.
And those other organizations may have the money to pay the $1,000 or $2,000 to get the insurance to do some of those things.
I don't think, where are they coming up with the money?
Well, I mean, these organizations who we talked to today, Hope Arizona, some of these others, we know they don't. They've told us they don't.
Yeah. Hey, Arizona Talks invites you to attend an engaging and thought-provoking discussion on diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, one of the most debated topics in business education and public policy today. KTAR News legal analyst Barry Markson is going to moderate the forum. It is going on tonight from 6 o'clock until 8 at Greenwood Brewing in Phoenix. Sign up at arizonatalks.org, and then join Barry there starting at 6 tonight. From the court battles to the lawmakers in a tiff, you got to hear what the governor is going to do. Yep, that's it. You got to hear what Governor Hobbs is doing to put a stop to what she calls political theater in the most politician way possible. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, there's great weather in the valley right now. Spring is here. I look out the window, I see a beautiful blue sky, nice gentle breeze. I can't recommend enough taking advantage of it because in just a couple weeks, it's going to be consistent triple-digit heat before you know it. I got a nice 7-mile walk-in last night, and I like to get my miles in between dinner and when I go to bed, whether it's a walk, a run, or just getting up and rushing out the door for work. The last thing I do every time is I put my shoes on, my Good Feet personalized arch supports inside those shoes. Good Feet have helped my feet find relief from plantar fasciitis. For me, it was that stinging pain in my heels. It went on for months. No more, though. Now with my Good Feet on, my feet feel so comfortable. When my shoes come off, my feet feel incredible. That's because Good Feet personalized arch supports help relieve the leading causes of foot pain. Go to goodfeet.com right now. Book your free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store nearest you. For me, it was Scottsdale. Holly took great care of me. For you, maybe it's Ahwatukee, Goodyear, Gilbert, or Glendale. If you're on the go, you walk into the Good Feet store right now. They want to help you feel your best so you can enjoy spring with your family. Feel the ultimate in comfort on your walk, your run, your stroll. Get your free fitting and enjoy spring to its fullest at goodfeet.com. Good Feet, good life.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Hey Arizona, now's the time to earn your degree with WGU. WGU is an online accredited university that specializes in personalized learning. With courses available 24/7 and monthly start dates, you can earn your degree on your schedule. You may even be able to graduate sooner than you think by demonstrating mastery of the material you know. Make 2025 the year you focus on your future. Learn more at wgu.edu.
Don't risk an AC breakdown this summer. Call Rias, your local air conditioning expert. From maintenance to same-day repair, Rias keeps your home cool. Make your AC happy with a Rias Refresh, our advanced AC tune-up, and get your AC running at peak performance. Over $1,000 in value, now just $89.99. Go to reis.com/happy.
Rias, call Rias. You'll be happy to see us. REEIS.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So like if you look at some of the vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
What if you could use your home equity to pay off your debt without monthly payments so you could focus on reaching your other financial goals? With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you can. Get access to your home equity in cash, get closer to financial freedom, and get more out of life. Learn more and see if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Get access to your home equity in cash. Visit HomeTap.com to apply in minutes. That's HomeTap.com.
Now is the time, and Peoria Ford is the place. Introducing A-Plan pricing. That's right. What does it mean to you? You get the same price on a new Ford that employees get. This hasn't been done since 2008. All-time low pricing on Fords going on right now at Peoria Ford. For all the details, go to PeoriaFord.com or just stop by. Just west of the 101 on Bell Road. You buy your Ford anywhere other than Peoria Ford, you paid too much.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The Leon County Sheriff says the shooter who opened fire on the Florida State University campus today is the son of one of his deputies. A gunman opened fire, killing 2 people at the student union and sending another 5 to the hospital. Police say the shooter was also hospitalized after engaging with officers. The sheriff has identified the shooter as 20-year-old Phoenix Eichner. Tallahassee Police Chief Lawrence Revel says the suspect used a gun owned by the deputy, his mom.
This weapon was a weapon that the deputy previously used. A lot of times, many agencies, mine included, when we transition to a new handgun, the officers are allowed to purchase the handgun they used prior. And correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff, but I believe that's the case here.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs saying she will veto any new bill sent to her desk until lawmakers figure out a bipartisan funding plan for state disability services. Arizona State Representative Nancy Gutierrez is supporting this move, adding that Democrats in the House voted no on bills read today in solidarity. Republican Arizona House Speaker Steve Montenegro calling the decision by Hobbs, quote, political blackmail. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company sets the record straight on whether or not it's entering into a joint venture with other chip manufacturers. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center with the response from the CEO.
Multiple outlets had previously reported TSMC has plans to enter into a joint venture with Intel to run their chip factories. But during TSMC's Q1 earnings report call, CEO C.C. Wei said,
I would also like to mention that TSMC is not engage in any discussion with other companies regarding any joint venture, technology licensing, or technology transfer and sharing.
He said they're focused on their $100 billion expansion in the U.S. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News. St. Mary's Food Bank gave out Easter turkeys and hams to about 2,000 people yesterday. This is the first time St. Mary's has distributed the festive meals, which have always been reserved for Christmas and Thanksgiving. The food bank normally gives out eggs at Easter, but it didn't get enough donations this year because of high prices and avian flu. But it is a demand that only seems to be increasing. That's the word from Jerry Brown at the St. Mary's Food Bank. He tells Arizona's Morning News about 2,000 people a day seek help across their 2 locations.
When housing prices go through the roof and people can't afford groceries, they're coming to the food bank.
Brown says they're up about 40% at their Surprise location alone, and that one is near many senior communities. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It's brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's April 17th, and back on this day in 1790, American statesman, printer, scientist, writer, and inventor Benjamin Franklin passed away in Philadelphia. We have a lot to thank Ben for today. Bifocals, the lighting rod, the Franklin stove, and even swim fins. Not only was he a great inventor, he was one of the founding fathers and helped draft up the Declaration of Independence and was one of its signers. And take a look at that $100 bill, if you got one. You know, inflation these days. Anyways, recognize that face? Well, since he started out as a printer's apprentice and eventually became one of the most influential figures in American history, his journey from rags to riches represents the American dream, making him the ideal face for that $100 bill. Benjamin made important contributions to science, especially in the understanding of electricity, and is remembered for his wit, wisdom, and elegance of his writing, and he passed away back on this day in 1790.
Let's check on traffic now. Hello to John Roller, who's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
And right back at you. Good afternoon, Becky Lynn. We do have some slowing coming into town just past the Broadway curve. We had a stalled vehicle just past the split, actually, northbound I-17, just past 16th Street, and it's trying to limp off to the right there. But you've got leftover slowing all the way back to 32nd Street as you approach the split. Also, we've got a crash, Bethany Home Road, just east of 35th Avenue, 43rd Avenue in Thomas. We've got a crash there, and for the second day in a row, road crews are working on that broken water main in Scottsdale, Hayden and Indian Bend Road. You're down to 1 lane at that intersection. Traffic is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Beat the heat and enjoy your custom pool from Dolphin Pools, your one-stop shop for your dream backyard. Visit us today at dolphinpools.us. John Roller, KTAR News.
We'll see a few clouds tonight with a low temp around 60 tomorrow, and Saturday partly cloudy skies. 77 tomorrow and 79 on Saturday, but up to around 86 on Easter Sunday. It's 78 now in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Thanks for hanging out. It's a very legal Thursday for us today. From lawbreakers in our first segment, those dastardly fiends who have the audacity to feed homeless people in the parks in Tempe, to the federal lawsuit they filed, to the law that just passed, Prop 312, which may be part of the reason that Tempe is saying, don't point out that we have homeless people. We don't want for our residents to start asking for their property taxes back. To, well, there's a lawmaker dispute going on.
A kerfluffle.
Do you remember a few weeks back when there was an issue about the voucher program? And the voucher program is falling short. Education funding is falling short for this budget year, this fiscal year.
I vaguely recall this.
Well, what happened was the governor said, hey, we need more money for the voucher program, but we also need more money for our Division of Developmental Disabilities.
Okay.
So she said, why is it that you guys, she says, if I ask you $50 million for the voucher program, the Empowerment Scholarship program, right?
Yep.
ESAs. If I ask you for $50 million for that, you go, no problem. But I need $120 million for our developmental disabilities program. And they go, well, it's a different thing. She says, no, I'm asking you to allocate more money. That's it. Flat out. You're going to have to allocate more money for the education. I need you to allocate more money for this. And they went, that's a different thing altogether. Totally different because you didn't spend the money wisely. And she says, well, what about the education department? Because they're $200 million short. ESA is alone $50 million, but the education department is short $200 million. And they go, well, we promised that. And she says, isn't that mismanagement? And they go, no, that was just unexpected costs. And she says, well, it's unexpected costs that our Division of Developmental Disabilities program is short money. Now, the way that this works is that they're going to run out of money the end of this month. They would get more money when the new fiscal year starts July. Right.
Yep.
So I guess just don't be disabled for a couple of months.
Or just
no,
suck it up for
there
2
is no
months.
Other. Just don't be disabled.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
So stop being disabled for a couple of months. Grow your limb back. You can be without it. You can be an amputee again in July.
Well, what if you're one of the 60,000 in Arizona who are disabled, though?
Don't be.
Okay.
That's the solution here. So the House finally acknowledged that, yep, we are short of money. So they slammed through a bill.
Okay.
The bill is not exactly what Hobbs wants. So the bill basically says, by the way, this pays for caregivers. So the bill says, do you really need 40 hours of caregiving? What about 20? So what's happening now is you have a number of people. Let's suppose, Joe, that one of your parents finds themselves disabled, and they're into this program, right? Now, theirs might be a little different because they're older and it might be federal funds, but whatever.
Yeah, some of the examples Governor Hobbs gave, autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, all sorts of other disabilities as well.
Oftentimes we talk about children, but let's just, for the sake of you and I having this conversation, let's pretend that your parents fall into this category.
Okay.
So let's suppose that your dad or your mom have a disability. Okay. And you go, they need full-time care. All right. And you go, I can't afford to pay somebody to be here all the time.
40 hours a week? That's a lot of money.
Right. It is a lot of money. Now, the state will pay some of that, but then there's also additional care on top of that. And you go, what if I become certified? So now you're a family caregiver, and the state is paying you as a caregiver of your parents. Okay. Now, fortunately enough, if your loved one, your family member, in your case it'd be your parent, but in many cases we'd be talking about a kid with a disability or a sibling with a disability. Fortunately, as we know, they're only disabled between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. And so after that, you can stop giving care.
Nah, it doesn't work that way. They're disabled 24/7.
Well, what the legislature is now saying is, look, we know that we're short on funding. And we know that you stop being disabled at 5 p.m. every day. How about if you just stop being disabled at like 1 p.m. every day? So instead of 40 hours, they say, why don't we just do 20 hours? So now, you as a family caregiver, you quit your job so that you can take care of your family member, right? Your only source of income is this DDD, Division of Developmental Disabilities. Right? And so your income, that's 40 hours a week, that's your income right now. And what the legislature is saying is, nah, not going to be your income. So how do you pay for that mortgage now? Because you still have to take care of your loved one. Could be a child, could be a sibling. I use the example of your parents. Your only 40-hour-a-week job was being a caregiver. As we know, that's a 24/7 job.
Yeah.
Right? So now they're going to cut your pay in half. They're going to cut your reimbursement in half.
I mean, do you want the truth? I mean, hopefully you're married and your loved one can take on another side gig.
Oh, hopefully. I mean, hang on.
I'm being honest, man.
I know. I'm writing this down so that when I get the phone call from the state and they say, how do we fix this problem? I'm going to say,
hopefully.
Hopefully.
Your loved one.
No, I'm just writing hopefully.
Okay.
They should put that in the legislation. Okay. Yeah.
I was being serious.
Whereas Arizona cares about the developmentally disabled, therefore,
hopefully,
we pass for them that hopefully they have somebody else that can take care of them. Because we ain't gonna.
I mean, lotteries. You can always win the lottery. That's always a good retirement plan. Scratch-off ticket.
Whereas, hopefully, lottery, therefore, scratch-off ticket.
Or scratcher, yes. I do like a good scratcher.
Okay, scratcher.
Yep.
Good, very good. So, not only that, but get this. A Republican State Representative Julie Willoughby, who is I believe she's the majority whip, yes, which means, what is she, the second? So you got the speaker, the majority, and then you got the whip. Majority leader and whip. So I guess she'd be the third. Third in the hierarchy of Republicans in the state house. She said this is going to be her hill to die on. She said that she wants for there to be money in there. She is not somebody who says we need to cut all this stuff. She says, I'm going to fight for the people. It was not going to get through the committee. So do you know what they did?
What did they do?
They expanded the committee and added 3 more Republicans who they knew would vote for to get it out of committee in order to pass this version, which, of course, the governor is going to veto. The governor has now said, I'm not going to do anything. There will be nothing passed. A moratorium on all legislation.
Unless it's already
on her desk. Right.
Basically, yeah.
In other words, she's going to get her inbox down to 0. A moratorium on all bills until she funds the division, until the House funds the Division of Developmental Disabilities.
Yeah, she says it's political theater from the Republican lawmakers. You agree with that?
Yes, but I also think she is
engaging in some of her own.
Yeah, she's putting on a costume and getting that stage makeup right now. She's ready. Yeah. Yeah, this is all about the roar of the grease paint, the smell of the crowd.
Am I wrong in this? So funding would run out end of April, end of this month.
Yeah.
So my prediction is in the next 2 weeks, not next week, but the week after that, before we hit 30 days, half September, April, June, November, April 31st. 30 days, half September,
Just 30.
April. Oh, 30.
Just 30.
I missed it there. Yeah. That I cheated at my own game. That by April 30th, they reach a deal.
That's that Father Frederico Ramirez of Assisi's higher education for Catholic wayward boys.
It's always wayward boys with you. At 30 days, half September, April, June, and November, blah, 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 1 month alone.
Yeah,
February.
nailed it. So you think they're going to come up with something and fund it?
Right
Fully
before
funded.
the end of the month. Could be the 28th, could be the 29th, could be the 30th.
So Hobbs says she's not going to do anything until then. There's a moratorium. She says, that's it. Forget it. I'm not even going to get out my veto pen. I'm just going to not sign anything. So now the House was supposed to vote on 35 bills today. They voted on 7, and then they said, nah, you know what? We're done. Because the Democrats are not even playing our game right now. The Democrats voted no on all 7 pieces of legislation in solidarity, they said. And the Republicans are like, well, you guys are ruining all our fun. We just wanted to fight. And they go, yeah, we're not even going to fight. We're just shutting down the game. And so they said, well, this is dumb. And so then they went home to pout. Now, according to the Senate President Pro Tem, T.J. Shope, he says senators are working on a solution. He says, we're going to get this resolved. People are going to move on. We're going to have some reforms that will happen, but we're going to have a very level head about this. We shall see. In the meantime, our show on legalness today, we had lawbreakers and lawmakers. You see what we're doing there?
I do.
How about those people that are arguing over the law? It's a very legal theme to today's show. It continues. We're going to move from those lawmakers and lawbreakers onto the lawyers themselves. You're going to want to hear how you might be able to dip your toe in a bit of free legal thoughts next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Trump administration has lost its latest round in federal court in its efforts to push back against a judge's order that it do more to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. A panel of the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals has rejected the administration's emergency request for a stay. Here's ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy.
In a unanimous opinion, the 3-judge Richmond-based appellate panel blasted the Trump administration, saying it is, quote, asserting a right to stash away residents of this country in foreign prisons without the semblance of due process that is the foundation of our constitutional order. It's a notion the court says should not only be shocking to judges, but to the intuitive sense of liberty that Americans far removed from courthouses still hold dear.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's see how your roads look this afternoon. John Roller is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, Becky Lynn, last report we had that stalled vehicle just past the split, northbound I-17, right near 16th Street, and that vehicle has been cleared out of the way, but you've got a little leftover slowing just south of Sky Harbor as you approach the split and either make the choice to go westbound on the I-10 or northbound on the I-17 there. Also working a crash in the North Valley off to the right, westbound Loop 101, the Pima Freeway, just prior to 19th Avenue. Again, that crash is off to the right. Little leftover slowing there. Bethany Home Road, east of 35th Avenue. You've got a crash there. 43rd Avenue in Thomas, and a crash at Elliott just west of the Loop 101 Price Freeway in Tempe. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 right here at KTAR. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight we'll see a few clouds, a low temp of 60, partly cloudy Friday and Saturday with our high temperatures in the mid to upper 70s, and we're at 79 right now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Happy Thursday, and will she or won't she? That's Governor Hobbs on signing the bill to keep Axon in Scottsdale. The fate of those jobs and dollars are in her hands, and we'll look at the pros and cons on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and now live on the YouTube as well. Feel free to jump on there and take a look at Joe's smiling face. Joining us in the studio right now is a public relations manager for the State Bar of Arizona, Danny Shapiro. Danny, we should point out, used to be a coworker with us here at KTAR, and we congratulate him on his new gig. And thanks for reaching out to us. We appreciate that. We're glad that you were able to, use your contacts to pitch what you guys have. And I didn't realize that there was such a thing as Law Day.
Yeah, Law Day is May 1st every single year, just to celebrate the understanding of what law is, the rule of law, just give people a better understanding of just the entire profession and what it can, provide the public.
So how are we celebrating Law Day?
So for the State Bar of Arizona, every year we put on a free legal clinic, which for us will be next Saturday, April 26th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And the best part about it is it's virtual. So say you're in Casa Grande, where we just had a legal clinic, or, you're up in Holbrook or some areas where it might not be easy to, make it to town or make it to a big metro. You can do this on Zoom. All you have to do is just register before, but you can just do this online. You do not have to worry about being in person or, being across from someone. You can just do this wherever you are in the state, and it gives everyone an opportunity to start their legal journey. And for some people, it might just be that access, to legal professional. And so that's our goal for all this. It's a big push for us, and we just want to get people the legal help that they need, and they obviously also what they want.
So if I'm worried that I could get evicted, or if I went 25 miles over on the highway and I'm trying to get away with it.
And you're not a state legislator.
Exactly, because we know they have legislative immunity.
Right.
They can do whatever they want on the highways
But
and
if you're
byways.
a normal person doing that.
you want to find out, hey, what am I looking at here? You can reach out. You can get some free legal advice on Law Day. What are some of the other categories that people can get some help on April 26th?
Well, you mentioned landlord-tenant. That is big here, especially, if you've seen the eviction rates in Maricopa County, it's a big deal. Family law is always going to be a big deal. We typically see high volumes of calls for that. Immigration, obviously, that's a big thing that's going on right now as well. But we have 10 total ones: Social Security, estate planning, civil and criminal help as well. And having been to events before and seeing kind of this firsthand, sometimes it just really takes someone talking to the right person to just understand what their next steps are. A 30-minute conversation could figure it all out for you.
Yeah.
Or at the same time, you could talk to someone and say, you know what, I like what they're offering me, and then continue on with their services, in a paid way as well.
Danny Shapiro is a public relations manager with the State Bar of Arizona. So when you talk about a free virtual law clinic, are these one-on-ones? This isn't like a big room where they're just answering everybody's questions, right? This is a one-on-one with somebody.
Correct. And there'll be breakout rooms. You'll have 30 minutes to do it. So, our goal is to try to give as much comprehensive help as possible so that when you leave this, you're in a better place than where you started. So that's the big goal. And like I said, I've been here about 2 months at the State Bar. I've been to multiple events where I've seen this firsthand, and I've seen the help that our volunteer attorneys have done for the public, and it makes a big difference in people's lives. And especially when sometimes the people have legal problems hanging over them, and I've said it before, they don't know where to start. So getting them a starting place is, a really positive aspect of this.
Absolutely.
Public relations manager for the State Bar of Arizona, Danny Shapiro, joins us. Danny, so you hinted at this a little bit too, but let's say my 30 minutes run up and I need more time. What happens then?
So from there, you can reach back out to us. You can go to our website, azbar.org. We have a list of, all of our membership. And if you need to find someone in a certain area, you can do that from there. But these are just consultations at the end of the day. I have seen people who have gone on and, continued their legal journey with the attorney or the legal professional that they've talked to. But typically these are just consultations. But like I was saying, for a lot of people, they just need that consultation. They need to just, sometimes hear the things they don't want to hear, or hear things that, make them feel a little better about, pursuing a potential, legal opportunity. So
how many times do they have to hear something they don't want to? I got to believe that happens a lot more than
it happens, of course. But obviously it's it's an expertise. It's an area where you want to talk to someone who knows more than you do, and can point you in the right direction. And sometimes even I wouldn't pursue this, or maybe we shouldn't go after this. Is the right answer for that person in that situation.
Do you ever run into at any of these clinics? I know we talk about people that need help. Do you ever run into anybody that just wants to talk to a lawyer because maybe they're considering a legal profession? Because I would kind of start there. I think I would just sort of noodle around a little bit and go.
I haven't seen that yet. But that's interesting. I do wonder sometimes, but obviously law school
it's free.
Takes a little while.
It's a free consultation with somebody who's in the field. I mean, if I were ambitious and a sophomore at ASU and thinking about what I want to do after I get my general ed degree, maybe I'm noodling around a little bit.
Absolutely. And that's the thing. It is free. And, we see how much it costs, to spend an hour with a lawyer or a legal professional sometimes, when you can get free help, and you can get it from attorneys in all these different fields. That's the goal for something like this. And
Final question that I know everyone is asking, will Rafi be there?
He will not. As of now, he's not signed up for it. But
hang on.
No
Rafi.
Rafi.
No Rafi. Okay.
But it is coming up Law Day, May 1st, and State Bar hosting free virtual law clinic with these 30-minute consultations on April 26th.
April 26th, Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Like I said, it's on Zoom. It's virtual, so you do not even need to leave your house, and you can get the help that you need.
azbar.org. azbar.org. Danny, thanks, man.
Thank
really
you
good
guys.
seeing you
Appreciate
again, my
it.
friend.
Hey, Arizona Talks invites you to attend an engaging and thought-provoking discussion on diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI. It's one of the most debated topics in business, education, and public policy today. KTAR News legal analyst Barry Markson is going to moderate this forum.
Is Barry going to be there? Barry's not signed up either, is he?
No. See, Barry's got this going on tonight from 6 to 8 at Greenwood Brewing in Phoenix. You can sign up at arizonatalks.org.
That's going to be a good one. Looking forward to that. All right, enough law talk. Let's take the stories on the road. The other big news items today, they're going to have you gassing up and whipping out your MapQuest like Joe. You're going to find out why in our headline volley next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, there is no such thing as impossible if you know where to look. Like, suppose somebody says it would be impossible to find a home for under $100,000. It's totally possible. Now, you can't deny that. would be a big deal, right? Under $150,000? Go big this year with a new, affordable, and energy-efficient, modern manufactured home. Clayton Homes, changing the way homes are built, making them affordable to buy and cost less to live in. Every Clayton-built home uses quality products from the world's most trusted brands, and it comes equipped with energy-smart features. You get year-round comfort, including the middle of July and August, and a lifetime of savings with that. Sales price is for the home only and does not include required taxes, delivery, and installation. Installed price is going to be higher. Contact your local retailer for complete sales price information and for a list of eligible homes. Discount may not be available on all models. May not be combined with any other offer or promotion. Sales event ends 4/30/2025. Remember, don't wait. The event ends the 30th of this month. Visit the local Clayton Homes or Oakwood Homes near you or browse their limited time deals at GoBigAndGoHomeSale.com.
Conversations with local AZ residents Frank Caliendo, John Holmberg, Pat McMahon, and many more on the Amazing Arizonans podcast, hosted by Mike Broomhead. Get it on the KTAR YouTube channel, KTAR.com, or wherever you get your podcasts.
That's Mike Broomhead, cleaning up, knucklehead Broomhead.
Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
We have big news from Sanderson Ford. Listen to this.
This is David Kimmerly, president of America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Ford just announced From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay on the full lineup on new Fords with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and no added markups.
Employee pricing levels the playing field for Ford dealers as everyone gets the same set price. However, other dealers will still add addendums and add-ons. Sanderson Ford will not. Choose Sanderson because they have the inventory and a 70-year reputation of treating you right. Ford is undeniably the most America-first automaker in the world. 80% of the vehicles Ford sells are assembled in factories located in America, and they will be less affected by the tariffs. Now is the best time to buy a new Ford with From America, For America employee pricing from Sanderson Ford.
Excludes 2025 Expedition, Super Duty, Raptor, Mustang, and Bronco specialty vehicles.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
KTAR News now.
We're coming up on 3:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Governor Hobbs says she will veto all new bills sent to her desk due to a funding dispute for state disability services. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the News Center with more.
One part of the dispute is over how many hours parents can be paid by the state to be a caregiver for their own children with disabilities, which is funded through the Division of Developmental Disabilities. Democratic State Representative Nancy Gutierrez says many Republicans are pushing for 20 paid hours for parents, whereas Democrats want 40. But Gutierrez says parents rely on the program.
Many of them have quit their high-paying jobs to be occupational therapists, the physical therapist, the person that's doing all of these therapies with their children.
And she supports the governor's decision to veto new bills until a bipartisan solution is found. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
In a statement, Republican Arizona House Speaker Steve Montenegro says they're pushing for funding with appropriate guardrails. Leaders of Arizona Clean Living Program or Clean Energy programs are hoping that Congress continues to support funding for their initiatives.
The director of Governor Hobbs' Office of Resiliency says good-paying energy jobs are at risk. The loss of funding would raise energy prices for Arizonans, not to mention
this federal funding is really crucial to mitigating the risk of wildfire, which is now a year-round event. It's no longer seasonal, and it's no longer confined to certain areas of the state.
Maren Mahoney says this summer could be a repeat of the record-breaker 2024. Her office is racing against the clock to get funds out to Arizonans so they can live comfortably during the extreme heat season. Susan Monday, KTAR News.
A man is facing 3 counts of aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer after an incident involving a Goodyear police sergeant this morning. We're told the sergeant was called to a separate incident in the area of Litchfield and McDowell Roads around 4:45 when he noticed a speeding car. The driver of that car allegedly assaulted the sergeant after the vehicle was stopped. Let's get a check on traffic right now and see how it's moving. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn, afternoon drive underway. We've got some slowing right at the stack as you come southbound to the westbound I-10. You've got some slowing right in that transition ramp. Had that earlier stalled vehicle right past the split, northbound I-17 right near 16th Street, just south of Sky Harbor. That is off to the right, but still leftover slowing. Pretty normal this time of the afternoon coming westbound right at 32nd Street. That's where your slowing begins. Also, a crash northbound 19th Avenue north of Broadway. Northbound lanes are shut down there due to a crash. 35th Avenue and Osborne, another collision. And Bethany Home Road just east of 35th Avenue, you've got a crash there as well. Traffic is brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company. The Arizona Painting Company is the #1 painting company. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. John Roller, KTAR News.
Look for a few clouds tonight with a low temp of 60. Partly cloudy tomorrow with our high at 77. By Easter Sunday, we're going to warm up, though, to 86. Should be nice and sunny that day. 79 in Levine. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Roundabout Roller, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
You've heard of the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile, right?
I sure have.
Now it's the J.M. Smucker sending out the Munchie Mobile on a road trip leading up to the unofficial holiday of cannabis on April 20th to promote Hostess brands like Twinkies, Ding Dongs, and Donuts.
Donuts or
Donuts.
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 Okay.
Donnie and the Donuts.
Got it.
It's part of their new marketing strategy since acquiring Hostess 2 years ago that includes moving the brand closer to pop culture, including 420 celebrations. So, Joe, we've already seen Disney move away from the family-only productions into the big-budget studio R-rated fare. Are we learning that only targeting family-friendly just isn't lucrative nowadays? Does Sin just sell?
Oh, Sin definitely sells, but is Sin the only thing that sells?
It seems to be that Twinkie went broke until Smucker bought him out and turned him into a 420 celebration.
Well, but isn't the Twinkie in and of itself a sin because it's that fatty, terrible food?
Yeah, but they haven't marketed it that way. Yeah.
Well, maybe they should, and then it would work better.
I mean, they are marketing the Sin. That's my question, Joe. Did you just talk yourself into a circle again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Maybe ask Pablo.
Very good. Pablo, is there any way to have family-friendly fare anymore that will sell?
Vegas.
See, he's worse than me. Come on.
Terrible. That is
No? Okay.
Family-friendly Vegas, is that right?
I don't have no kids. My nephew's going to be 15. He asked me to take him to Hooters for his birthday.
Oh, boy.
See,
so I was like,
that's what I'm saying.
No, isn't there going to be a lot of family-friendly fun coming up this weekend? It's Easter. Won't there be Easter bunny stuff? It's not going to be like, hey, get your Easter weed on.
How long do you think? Well, it is 420.
You're not
So
wrong.
what are they using for grass in those baskets? See? You're going out collecting eggs. You're going to put them in a little Easter basket.
Probably cheaper than eggs.
No
to be
more of that
honest.
little plastic. Very good.
Per gram.
That's
anyway.
very good. I like that. Very good. Yeah, I think there is an avenue. I think there's a lane.
There's
for
family-friendly fun. I mean, what about like reading and things like that?
Reading's fun.
Reading is fun.
That's what you do for fun.
I like to read.
Right,
Okay,
but Joe,
I'm reading a book called
books,
The
right?
Late.
I'm gonna be okay. I'm with you, Joe.
I'm reading a book called The Late Shift right now about Leno and Letterman and their battle in taking over for Carson.
Dates, bro.
but that's not a family-friendly book. That's not Fisher Price. That's not Richard Little stuff.
But what if it's a mom or dad reading to their kid at the end of the night? You can read to a kid. That can be
I
family-friendly
agree with that.
fun.
But what are the top-selling books, though? The big books are not. Now, granted, there have been some big ones.
50 Shades of Grey to
But
your
50
kid?
Shades of Grey is exactly what I was thinking, right?
But there's lots of...
I mean, I read my kids the Harry Potter books. Those were great.
Uh-huh.
But you know what they did at the end? They grew up and got married, and you know what happens to married people?
They die.
They also used witchcraft.
Mm-hmm.
So that's sinny. Are we done with this one, Pablo?
Yeah, I like witchcraft. I'm down with it, yeah.
All right, I think we're done with this one.
All right. From the Axios Phoenix newsletter yesterday, Chris, AI data centers pay for the energy they consume, but the amount of power they use could necessitate new infrastructure and generation facilities. Swami Merrill.
Yeah.
You have your cap on.
Okay.
How much do you figure the average citizen will be on the hook for with their APS and SRP bill to build this lovely new infrastructure to support these new generation facilities?
No, it won't cost you anything.
No, the average Valley resident is not going to have to pay for all of this?
No.
The AI companies are going to have to pay for all of it.
Yeah. As we know, in the state of Arizona, the GOP legislature has always been all about making sure that the companies coming into town are footing the bill for everything. They make
Certainly their own stuff.
Definitely their own stuff, and in no way, shape, or form does it end up falling on the taxpayers in the form of tax incentives, abatements,
big windfall,
additional infrastructure costs. It never goes that way. And as we know too, the Arizona Corporation Commission has always looked out for the little guy and the ratepayer.
I love the Corporation Commission. They are my favorite commission of corporateness.
You know that they don't really like to see those rates increase every year, every time any of the energy companies ask for it. And as we know, too, the energy companies are certainly willing to foot the bill up front in order to pay for the infrastructure that they know is going to pay them back in the long run. And in no way, shape, or form would they be seeking any sort of additional fees from the current ratepayers in order to supplement the cost of increased energy demands by future AI and data center. No. It'll cost us lots. That's how much it's going to cost. Can we do more on that? I'm kind of passionate about that. Can we do more on this tomorrow?
That's about all I got on it, but I can put my thinking cap on to come up with some more.
Let's do some more on this tomorrow on the program, because the Corporation Commission one of our reporters was covering this.
Oh, really?
It's Becky Lynn's competition for the Valley's favorite radio reporter. In the Phoenix Mag. Heidi Hommel did this. And by the way, Becky Lynn, just to make it clear, Heidi was in for you yesterday. She's terrible. She really hurt her case.
We know you were out canvassing for votes, Becky Lynn.
I was. I was out knocking on doors, handing out lollipops, anything I could think of to get people to vote.
You were probably reporting.
Yeah,
that's a good thing.
Being a reporter.
I just reported the news moments ago. I will be reporting the news again in just a
that's
second.
the kind of brilliance that we look for.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think Heidi helped her case at all yesterday. Really.
Gee, I hate
deal.
that.
Bad deal. Anyway, I know that she talked about the Arizona Corporation Commission in a story that she filed this week. Heidi did. So there's more to this story about what ACC is doing, about what some of the possibilities are as far as generation. Can you imagine that every time we have a new, like a data center open, that there's a little mini nuclear power plant? Does that make you feel safe?
Yeah, I feel safe with that.
I feel safe when it's nuclear regulators and nuclear operators that are running nuclear power plants. I'm not so sure I want Dave from data management to be also, and you're in charge of the nuclear reactor out back. So, little concern there. I do want to dive more into that tomorrow. And then, one more thing here. Can we promote one more thing for tomorrow?
I guess, yeah. While we're promoting.
Yeah, teachers. Some teachers are saying that the cell phone ban ain't going to cut it. And I would have thought teachers would be on board with this.
Well, we want to hear from teachers, and a couple different ways to get in touch with us. Obviously, can hit up my voicemail anytime.
Yep.
So can always do that. Love to.
Or we've got the feedback, too, on the app. So if you open the KTAR News app, if you're a teacher.
Goes straight to my computer.
Goes right to Joe's computer. If you're a teacher, do you think the cell phone ban is going to help? Because we've actually heard from some teachers that say it's not. And we're looking for more of your feedback. We'll take some calls on that tomorrow as well. But if maybe you're teaching.
So you pop open the KTAR app right now.
Yeah.
You look for the little microphone button.
Yeah.
And you record us a nice little 20, 30-second voicemail if you're a teacher.
And let us know if you think cell phone ban in your school is going to make things better. Curious about that.
Of course, we have the Twitter, the Instagram, and the Facebook as well. Chris and Joe KTAR or the Chris and Joe Show.
Hey, if you have heard our afternoon drive program, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, you know it's out of this world, which makes them aliens. Kind of. Wondering how they feel about NASA finding signs of life a gazillion miles away. You'll find out when one of those guys pop in to interview to preview their award-winning show. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hi, it's Bruce St. James, and if you're like me, you might have a loved one who needs to move into a senior living facility, whether it's independent living, assisted living, or even memory care. This can be a challenging decision, and finding the best advice isn't easy. That's where my friend Allison comes in. She's with A Place for Seniors. So how does A Place for Seniors work?
Well, Bruce, A Place for Seniors is a group of advisors that help you navigate the senior living industry in all aspects. Not only do we help you find a place, but we also have resources that can help you with all different situations that you have.
And I think here's maybe the best part, Allison. The service is completely free, not only for seniors, but for their families?
For all my seniors and their families, we're a completely free service.
I've been in this situation with my mom, and I know how hard it is to find a place she'll love and thrive. Allison and A Place for Seniors will guide you to make the best experience for your loved one. Call Allison direct at 480-418-5033 or check them out online at aplaceforseniors.org.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
In Arizona, they said need to paint like every 6 years. And I said, that's crazy.
Springtime in Phoenix, and painting is maddening. So do what Brian did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a ranch-style house. 3 sides are a sheathing. It's the wood sheathing that got coated with Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our unique climate right here in Phoenix.
With Rhino Shield, they talked about like an R13 insulation value. That's another way to reduce the air conditioning bill. I think it's a really good investment and will be well worth it.
Get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield now for 15% off the regular price.
Plan to live in the house for about 20 years, and you guys warranty your product. I don't have to worry about it.
Rhino Shield, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. So stop throwing your money away on ordinary paint. Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. You knew it had to happen. Both the cheapest places in the world to buy anything, online retailers Temu and Shein, are raising prices for U.S. consumers due to President Trump's tariffs on China. Both companies say their operating expenses have gone up due to the tariffs. Here's ABC's Jacqueline Lee.
Temu and Shein saying they would start making those price adjustments next Friday. And this could be the difference between buying a product or not. I mean, a 145% tariff on goods will force the American shopper to look at cheaper stores.
But honestly, are there any? All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's see how the roads look. John Roller is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Lynn, we've added a couple of new surface street crashes, one at Grand Avenue in Northern and Glendale. Also working a crash at Desert Cove and Tatum Boulevard. 3 separate crashes on 35th Avenue this afternoon. We're working a crash 35th Avenue in Dunlap, 35th Avenue in Osborne, and another crash just east of 35th Avenue right at Bethany Home Road. All 3 on 35th Avenue. And also working a crash in the North Valley, westbound Loop 101, the Pima Freeway right at 19th Avenue. That is off to the right. Traffic is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. For a limited time, save $200 off GLP-1 medications. No shortages, no waiting, just real doctor-supervised results. $200 off compounded GLP-1s only at RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold, hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed 3 out of 4 summers. What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunkers sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
LaDonna here. Don't miss it tomorrow morning when free-range political analyst Chuck Todd talks about an Arizona congresswoman joining a troop headed for El Salvador. Is it a dog and pony show? Will it fix anything? We'll ask at 5:44 and 6:44 on Arizona's Morning News.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and now streaming live on the YouTube. Joining us in the studio is the great Gatos.
Did LaDonna just... is she only going by her first name now? Is that new? Did you hear that?
Well, I think it's a little like
I'm the only one that gets to go by one name at this radio
Gatos.
You don't go by your first name, though.
No.
She's using the first name.
She can go for her first name? Is that how it goes?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's fair.
I don't know if I like this.
I don't think it's fair.
She sounds great in the morning. I'm enjoying her and Jim.
Really?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Sounds great.
We had her on yesterday, too, and I just love her personality shines.
You've known her a long time.
I have.
Yep.
Yeah, she's one of the great people in the business. And
very cool.
I was so excited when she came on board here. Did you see that they found what they think are signs of life at another planet?
Why do you guys always bring this stuff up to
Because
me?
you're kind of
I
someone
know.
once referred to you as being out of this world.
No. Because I don't think there's anything out there.
Nothing.
But this,
You always bring this up to me. I don't think there's anything out there. I'm one of the very few.
I'm gonna bring you around on this.
I know.
But it's an element that's only found where there's life.
Right.
It's the only place we've ever found it outside of Earth.
Yeah.
It's the only place.
Right.
And you still say, no. Got to be another explanation
No,
for this.
you have to show me. I know that it might just sound very strange and very weird, and I'm probably wrong or what have you. I just think God put us here, and that's it.
Our solar system is so big.
Maybe that just makes me feel better.
Okay.
I
appreciate that introspection.
Maybe that's what it is. I just don't think. I think we're it. I think that's it. I think that we're the only
Let me
ones.
throw a theological argument at you.
Yeah.
Okay. So just going with the biblical creation, all that other stuff.
Right.
We're starting from that. Okay. So God created us.
Right.
God also created elephants.
Yeah.
And ants.
Yes.
And dolphins.
Yes.
And everything else.
Everything else.
All right.
Everything. Right.
So why couldn't he have just
Certainly
I did
could.
here? Why not just do this? 120
absolutely
million light years away.
Could be.
I got all my elephants out.
Yeah.
But
I got
you
all my
need to
dolphins out.
see it to believe it.
I don't know. It's a very narrow view. I understand it. A lot of people see stuff in the sky and, the Phoenix Lights. What was that?
No, I'm with you on that stuff.
Well, I don't even know what that was. At Area 51, we supposedly have the little green men and all that kind of stuff. But, after all these years, we still haven't seen one. And I don't buy it.
I'm with you on this stuff because I feel like we tend to say, if I can't explain it, it must be, and then we fill in the blank with something metaphysical or something that there's no other evidence.
Right.
This one with like signs of gas that's only found around life, I think is really interesting.
But we don't know what it is or anything.
We don't. Okay. We don't. Which ruins the other question I was going to ask, because if there are other aliens, should we be developing a planetary cloaking system to protect us? See, that's where I was going to go next.
Oh, my gosh.
What do you guys have going on today?
So I know parents who have children with autism, and RFK, I think, really slapped parents and the kids in the face with how he spoke. And so at 4 o'clock, we're going to talk about this. I've got something I want to read from someone I know who is in probably 30 years old, has autism, and she's awesome.
Yeah.
She pays taxes. RFK says they don't pay taxes.
Yeah, he said some pretty horrible things.
She goes on dates. RFK says they'll never go on dates. And so I feel like we've got to speak up for them, and we're going to do that today at 4.
I love that.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. Outspoken with Bruce and Gato starting at 4 o'clock. Joe Huizinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
If you or your parents have been thinking about checking out Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix, this is a great opportunity. I'm Jamie West, and the annual Spring Street Fair is Friday, April 25th at 4. arts and crafts, live entertainment, local vendors, and food trucks. Get the details on this free, fun event by texting RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off Scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack. But that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For proven scorpion control, call 602-BLUE-SKY. We'll shut the door on Scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Every business has a purpose to inspire, a purpose to innovate, a purpose to serve. At SRP, our purpose is to power yours. From rebates for energy-efficient upgrades to money-saving programs, we help businesses of all sizes find reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Discover the possibilities at savewithsrpbiz.com.
At Midwestern University Eye Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and their student and faculty providers offer affordable, unhurried, and thorough vision care. I've known about it for years, but now I want you to experience the Midwestern difference for your family's vision care with adult and pediatric eye exams, designer eyewear, dry eye care, and ophthalmology services. Midwestern University Eye Institute's in Glendale on 59th Avenue, just off the 101. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for health care.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Allergies are torture, but Exact from Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you beat your allergies for good. Exact is clinically proven to give long-term lasting allergy relief in 3 injections. That's right, allergy relief in 3 injections. No matter how long you've suffered, no matter what else you've tried, with 3 injections, you can experience relief from your allergies. Exact from Aspire Allergy and Sinus. Go to aspireallergy.com to book your appointment today. aspireallergy.com.
With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you get access to your home equity in cash without monthly payments to use for whatever you'd like. From paying off debt to making renovations or handling emergency expenses. Receive your funds in just a few weeks. Start pursuing your financial goals and start getting more out of life. See if you pre-qualify for an investment at hometap.com. Subject to eligibility. Terms and conditions apply. That's hometap.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the importance of being number one, which is exactly why you call Parker & Sons. They are the best in the business. They're celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They're fast, reliable, and their trophy case is full of awards. They are the company you trust with your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Your house deserves nothing less. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Hours after a gunman opened fire on the Florida State University campus, killing 2 people and injuring 6 others, President Trump was asked in the Oval Office for his thoughts on another episode of gun violence in the country.
Look, I'm a big advocate of the Second Amendment. I have been from the beginning. I protected it. And these things are terrible. But the gun doesn't do the shooting. The people do. It's, a phrase that's used probably too often.
We've learned the gunman was the son of a county deputy there and used her gun. Governor Hubbs says she will veto all new bills sent to her desk until a funding dispute for state disability services is resolved. Democratic State Representative Nancy Gutierrez supports that and says it's partly over a program that pays parents to be caregivers for their own children with disabilities. Democrats are pushing for 40 paid hours a week, whereas many Republicans want only 20.
So I've heard the Republicans say, well, if the parents get 20 hours per child, then someone else will just come in and do those 20 hours. And that's just not true. We don't have the workforce.
In a statement, Republican Arizona House Speaker Steve Montenegro says they want funding that includes spending guardrails. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company's Q1 earnings report shows microchip manufacturing is full steam ahead in Arizona. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us live from the News Center with more details from that report.
CEO C.C. Wei says TSMC is impressed with how well their original chip fabrication plant is doing in Phoenix.
Our first fab in Arizona has already successfully entered high-volume production in 4Q24, utilizing N4 process technology with a yield comparable to our fab in Taiwan.
He adds their second Arizona fab is also up and running, and they're working to speed up production as demand for artificial intelligence continues to grow. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Every day, hundreds of needy families show up to Valley food banks to get just the essentials. But now, they're also getting a festive surprise.
St. Mary's Food Bank gave out Easter turkeys and hams to about 2,000 people yesterday. I spoke with one man named Alfredo who doesn't take it for granted.
It's going to be a very pleasant day. It's going to be a beautiful Easter Sunday. We're going to celebrate. We don't have too many of those.
St. Mary's normally gives out eggs for Easter, but they haven't received enough donations this year because of high prices and avian flu. This is the first time the food bank has distributed Easter hams and turkeys, which are normally reserved for Christmas and Thanksgiving. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Police in Surprise are investigating after human remains were found at a landfill. The police department says a landfill employee found what appeared to be a dead body and called police. PD and the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office are working to determine the cause of death and identify the person. If you have any information, give Surprise Police a call. All right, we are heading home, underway with the afternoon ride. Here's John Roller with a look at it in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Boy, right you are, Becky Lynn. Now, not too bad. Pretty normal afternoon slowing in a couple of spots that we normally see slowing this time of day. Northbound Loop 202, the South Mountain Freeway. Your slowing starts at Buckeye as you head northbound to make that transition to the westbound I-10. Also a spot of slowing on the westbound I-10 as you approach the outer loop all the way out to Verrado Way. And in town had an earlier crash, westbound I-10 just past the mini stack there at 16th Street. That is cleared away, but that means you've got slowing on the westbound 202 as you approach the mini stack. Desert Cove and Tatum Boulevard, we've got a new crash there. Grand Avenue and Northern, a crash in Glendale this afternoon, and a crash at 35th Avenue and Dunlap. Traffic is brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Launching your business with Arizona Business One Stop is easier than ever. It's a free online tool to plan, start, and run your business in one easy-to-use place. John Roller, KTAR News.
We'll see a few clouds overnight and a few more clouds on Friday and Saturday. Overnight low 60, 77 for the high on Friday and 79 on Saturday. And then by Easter Sunday, we should be mostly sunny and a high temperature of 86. Right now in Maricopa, it's 81. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. You are getting on my last nerve.
speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. It's the first hour of the show.
I tell you, a lot of people say it's the best of the hours.
My voice is feeling a little bit better. I feel like I got a little bit of oomph behind it today.
All righty.
So,
coming with it, as they say.
I'm not happy to start this, not about you, to start the show with what we're going to talk about. And I just want to say, there are some things that I just take personally.
Okay.
I do not like what I heard from RFK Jr. about children with autism.
Here.
And I think that we should discuss it. You know, I've got friends who are parents, and they've got children with autism.
Yeah.
And I don't think RFK's ever met a kid with autism. I'll just say that right now. I don't think he's ever met a kid with autism, because I want to play what he said.
Let's start with with where this is coming from.
And these are kids who will never pay taxes. They'll never hold a job. They'll never play baseball. They'll never write a poem. They'll never go out on a date. Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted.
What?
And we have to recognize we are doing this to our children, and we need to put an end to it.
Okay.
He's equating autism and people on an autistic spectrum,
right,
with being in a vegetative state? I mean, isn't that what he's describing?
Yeah.
People that will not be able to have any sort of a productive life or contribute to society? It's ridiculous.
I want to read a post from someone who I know who has autism. And she's around probably 28, 29. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't want to use her name because I didn't even say I was going to read this on the air. I think we should read this on the air.
Okay.
This is someone who I know around 28 or 29, she's got autism. She writes this. This autistic kid grows up to pay taxes. She holds a job where she's literally responsible for people's lives. She goes on dates. And in case there was any confusion, she uses the toilet unassisted. But just to be clear, the autistic kids who don't grow up to do these things matter too.
Here.
Autistic people are not broken or less than because they don't fit your mold or what you consider acceptable. Autism is not a monster out to destroy your family and damage your children. Now, I can read a little bit of it some more, but RFK Jr.
I certainly get where she's going with that, and 100% right.
RFK Jr., part of me looks and says he wants to know why the numbers are up.
Okay.
That's completely 100%
fair question, right?
Yes. I would love to know that too.
Okay.
I think it's asinine to think you're going to get the answer in September, by the way.
Being that we've been looking for the answer for quite some time. You and I both worked with SARC.
We did.
Here in the Valley, who have been working on identifying and trying to figure out causes, links, etc.
Yeah. But to talk down to people who have autism and say you can't even go to the bathroom yourself, you're stupid. I don't want to name call, but you're not a smart guy. If you're going to talk about someone who has something like autism, go and meet someone who has autism. There was somebody yesterday, I guarantee you, I went, got a cup of coffee. Well, person who rang me up, I'm assuming had autism.
Mm-hmm. On the spectrum, as we say, right?
I got my cup of coffee pretty easy.
Yeah.
That person's paying taxes. That person has a job. And to say that they don't go out on dates and to say that they can't go to the bathroom,
it's dehumanizing.
It hurts my heart.
And again, you're making it sound like they're monsters, like they're incapable of anything. I work with a charity called Best Buddies.
Mm-hmm.
And I get to do some amazing things with them and meet some of these kids. And I can tell you, first off, there are degrees.
Definitely.
I'm not going to deny that.
Right.
There are certainly people who are more affected than others. But you know what? They're still awesome. They're awesome kids.
Right.
They all have their own, what do I want to say, their own unique characteristics. Some of them are better at some things than others. Some of them are amazingly good at some things.
Yes.
Well ahead of their age, I would say.
The dehumanizing language that RFK Jr. is using is shocking to me. It's shocking to me. And I know for a fact that there are people that are listening to this show right now and they have children with autism. And you're more horrified than I am.
Fair.
And I think what would be interesting, Bruce, is to let them have a voice on the show right now. We can open up our phones right now. And if you have a child with autism, tell us what makes them great.
There you go.
Tell us what makes them unique. Has that child really ruined your family? Now, I'll be the first to say it. It's a challenge for a parent because there's situations you know you're going to be in that you have to prepare for.
Yeah.
Like if you're going on a plane, does your child with autism like a certain seat? I know a parent who absolutely says, hey, when we go on a trip, my child is going to sit in this seat.
Yeah.
It's just going to be better for everybody.
Yeah.
And so you do that. And you do that. It's not that hard.
Well, and dare I say, there are some kids who are not on the spectrum who are quite a handful as well. Okay, so the idea that they are uniquely challenging, I think, is a misnomer.
Yeah. So we'll open up the phones on this.
All right.
If you have a child with autism, I'm sure you're horrified by what has been said. And, you know, we try not to let all these politicians make us crazy because life's too short. Politicians say stuff on both sides, and sometimes they drive you crazy. But to say something like this, it's too far. So if you have a child with autism, 602-277-5827. 602-277-5827. Tell us what makes your child unique.
Yeah.
Tell us what makes your child special.
Here's the way I want to put it. We'll give you a chance to brag.
Brag, please.
Brag about your child with autism and about the amazing things they can do and the amazing thing they've brought to your life, which would completely contradict what the idiot Health of Human Services director thinks.
Yeah, because I think when you look at exactly what he has been saying, he called it a disease. Is it a disease or a disorder? I thought it was a disorder. And I know it's a disorder.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not a disease.
No, it's not a disease. You know, do you know, like, this isn't something new. Like, you know, like, what was it? Like, Thomas Jefferson. Some people said that was somebody who absolutely was possibly and most probably on the spectrum.
Somebody just texted in, 620, by the way.
Okay.
Isn't Elon Musk have Asperger's?
Yeah. Yeah, he's one of the...
technically...
You don't have to like his politics.
He's on the spectrum,
I think he's one of the smartest guys.
He's genius in some areas, certainly, right?
In science and how to build cars, of course.
Like this idea that you paint with one broad brush.
Right.
Everyone who is autistic, regardless of where they are, as some sort of non-functional, vegetative person who's going to need to be taken care of their entire life is just wrong.
Brings nothing to the table.
Yeah.
My goodness.
It's horrible.
Yeah. And we should acknowledge that these numbers, and ever since you and I did SARC a long time ago.
Yes, Southwest Autism and Research and
Resource Center.
Resource Center, yes.
A while ago when we did that. I don't remember what the numbers were, but you know what? The numbers have gone up.
Yes.
We can acknowledge that there is an issue. But there's also possibly a reason that we're better at diagnosing what is happening in this day and age.
Yes, more people are being diagnosed with autism because we do a better job of screening for autism.
Right. Now, should we look at other aspects of why?
Absolutely.
We absolutely should. Is it the environment? Is it the food? I don't know.
Yeah.
But of course, we're looking into that. But I just feel that it was a slap in the face.
Yeah.
It was a total slap in the face. All right. We'll take a couple of your calls in a second. 602-277-5827. If you have a child with autism, and I like what Bruce said, go ahead and brag. What makes your kid unique?
Yeah.
What makes your kid unique?
I know there's some amazing ones out there. All right. Tell you what, we're going to do that. We want to talk to you.
Yeah.
Parents of autistic kids, please. Tell us a story.
Yeah, tell us how your child is really destroying your family. I doubt that we're going to get that.
I doubt we're going to get that. 602-277-5827. We'll hear from you guys. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It's tax season, and at LifeLock, we know you're tired of numbers. But this one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number. 100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed. Oh, one last number. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com for the threats you can't control. Terms apply.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Pentagon under scrutiny after a third official has been placed on administrative leave. It's all part of an investigation into alleged leaks at the Defense Department. Here's ABC's senior Pentagon correspondent, Louis Martinez.
What we do know is that the leak investigation was launched in late March on the very day after Elon Musk visited the Pentagon. And of course, the night before, there had been a major story that Musk was coming to the Pentagon potentially to receive operational plans with regards to the U.S. military with regards to China. So the question is, which of these stories are these individuals tied to, or are they tied to any of them at all?
Those three officials are the Deputy Chief of Secretary Hegseth's staff, Darren Selnick, his replacement, Colin Carroll, and Senior Advisor Dan Caldwell. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those roads now, John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Let's go over to Tempe, where we've got a new crash eastbound Loop 202, the Red Mountain Freeway, right near Mill Avenue, and you've got slowing all the way back to Sky Harbor Boulevard as you come into the Tempe area. Also seeing a crash in the inner loop, westbound I-10, right at the transition ramp to the westbound I-10 in the downtown area, and northbound I-17 now have some slowing from the stack all the way up to Indian School Road as the afternoon drive gets underway. Also working a crash at 83rd Avenue and Peoria in Glendale, Cotton Lane and Peoria in Surprise. Desert Cove and Tatum Boulevard, you've got a crash there, and a crash in Glendale this afternoon, Grand Avenue and Northern. Traffic is brought to you by MistingMasters.com. Enjoy your backyard this summer by installing misters or fog systems. Get a free quote at MistingMasters.com. Your retreat from the heat. John Roller, KTAR News, back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Roller. Thank you very much. Hey, and this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC and Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker.
All right. RFK Jr. talking about children with autism. I thought that he was soulless. I thought that it was degrading language. I thought it was dehumanizing. I was
uninformed.
Sick to my stomach.
These are kids who will never pay taxes. They'll never hold a job. They'll never play baseball. They'll never write a poem. They'll never go out on a date. Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted.
So we've decided to open up the phones. What do you think of what RFK Jr. said? We've asked you to call if you have a child with autism.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be a 13-year-old kid or 30, or it doesn't matter.
You tell us.
Let's go to Trevor in Surprise.
Hey, Trevor.
On KTAR. Trevor, are you there?
You there, Trevor? 1 second.
All right. Let's try Trevor again. All right, Trevor, can you hear me? Of course not. Okay. Chuck in Glendale. Chuck, you're on KTAR.
Hi, guys.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. This guy's disgusting. Literally disgusting.
Yeah.
He has no clue. He's talking about things he doesn't know about.
Do you have a child with autism?
I have a nephew.
A nephew. Tell me about your nephew.
He's 37 years old. He didn't ask for it, but he has dealt with it quite well.
Yeah.
He works. He helps out our race team. He pays taxes. He goes to the bathroom. He makes his bed.
Right.
He lives a normal life for a child that was born with this, and I hate to use handicap, but he deals with it.
Challenge, with this challenge, yes.
And I think that's important. It's not easy to live with autism. It's not easy for a parent to raise a child with autism.
Sure.
It's difficult. But you know what? They're loved.
I've seen that with my own eyes.
Human beings, and RFK doesn't get that. Drew in Phoenix on KTAR. Hi, Drew.
How you doing?
Good. You have somebody that you know with autism?
I do. My son. He's 12 years old. His name is Samson.
God bless him.
Samson.
All right. Tell us about
Cool name, by the way.
Yeah, I like it.
Oh, man. Yeah. I love. My wife let me pick out that. So we adopted Samson when he was a baby, and he plays. He hasn't played baseball, but he's a phenomenal quarterback. He loves sports.
Nice.
He mows my lawn. He works for other families in our neighborhood. He sells his paintings. Don't tell anybody. He hasn't paid taxes yet. But,
he's 13.
Your secret's safe.
My kid is awesome. He is amazing, and he has a future. I've been a Kennedy fan, but that's really disturbing. What he said today.
Drew, I have a question. When you adopted Samson, did you know that he was autistic or on the spectrum? Did you know that at that age?
No, he was. We were fostering in the Arizona foster system, and my wife brought him home at 3 days old. And I'm 59, and I wasn't looking to adopt, but this kid has stolen all of our hearts, and he's my boy.
Yeah, he sounds awesome.
Thank
Good
you,
for
Drew. That's great. Cheryl in Phoenix on KTAR. Thanks for joining us, Cheryl.
Hi.
All right. So do you have a child with autism?
Go ahead.
You have a child with autism?
I do. He's 29 years old. He's married. He's an engineer. Works for our lovely city here.
An engineer. I love it. Yeah, that's right.
I love people that run trains.
And he's awesome. He's different. Yeah. He definitely has, thinks outside the box. He doesn't think like everybody else. But, I was also a fan of JFK and this. I understand he's probably talking about the severely autistic kids, but you can't be general like that and make a comment like that unless you clarify exactly what you're saying. But
Cheryl,
my son worked with Best Buddies. He
what a great
volunteered at church. He did everything that he could to help himself be a better person.
Cheryl, I have a question for you about your son.
Yes.
Do you think his autism helped him in the engineering field? Does he have a proclivity to it? Was he drawn to it because of this?
Definitely, yes. Okay. I say we definitely steered him towards that because we knew that was probably beneficial for him to not necessarily have to deal with people as much and he has Asperger's, so he is a brilliant person. Most Asperger people think out of the box, and they are just brilliant people. So, yes, he definitely, we steered him to that because we thought it was the best.
No, there's no doubt.
Career.
Good work.
How about one more? Joe in Peoria. Joe, do you have a child with autism?
So, right now we have someone who lives with us that has autism. My wife and I have been foster parents with autistic kids, different ones, over the last 16 years.
Wow.
And my oldest grandson is autistic, and he's 8 years old.
You love that boy.
Tell us about him.
Absolutely. Well, I can tell you, what RFK said was 100% accurate, but only for a certain portion of the kids who have autism. We have a young man that's with us right now who's 27 years old, and everything that he said about autistic kids is exactly on point for the young man that we have in our house right now. But my grandson, who's 8 years old, I think he's going to have a lot brighter future. He's reading at grade level. The only way that you can tell that he has autism is just by some of the social things. Okay. But academically, he's doing great. And we hope that he'll be able to do all the things, get a job and have a relationship and maybe get married someday. So there's definitely a wide variety on the spectrum of where kids are on the spectrum and what their potential is. So I think, to be fair to RFK, he was talking about the extreme cases, like the ones that we've had in our household right now, one we have in our household right now, and ones that we've had in the past that were even worse off than the young man that we currently have living in our house. So that's my perspective.
That's a great one.
Yeah. No, I mean,
firsthand.
Yeah.
And Joe, by the way, thank you so much for fostering children.
Yeah, it's something that's very difficult to do, and not many people do it.
Yeah, that's really, and they've been doing it for a while. Amazing. Thank you for that, and appreciate all your calls. Thank you.
Respect, no love out of that man when he says something like that and paints with a broad brush that children who have autism or adults who have autism, he basically just said they're not worth a damn, and that's disgusting.
I got a great text that said, "Please say this: autism does not destroy families."
Amen.
Yeah. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for you. And then a scene out of a horror movie is what it looked like. Attacked by bees on a Peoria hiking trail. One man almost lost his life. They're joining us to tell us their story and maybe how we can avoid this. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric.
All right, I was just on the phone before the show with the Arizona Painting Company. We're scheduling a date for them to come out and paint the inside of the house. My wife and I are going to have some things done to the interior of the home. And one of the things, paint. We've lived in the home for 12, 13 years, and we feel like, we want different colors inside the house. And so the only company we'd ever use is the Arizona Painting Company. I've used these guys for over 20 years. Okay? When they come to your home, they treat your home like it was their own. When they step into your home, they respect your home. And they want your home to look not great, not awesome, but perfect. And they don't leave until the job is done. So we're getting the whole house painted, top to bottom. Talking baseboards, walls, ceilings, you name it. Inside of closets. Sometimes you don't think about that. Have these guys paint your house. Text paint to 620-620. I'll send you some info about the Arizona Painting Company.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Before you pay hundreds or even thousands of dollars to fix your AC, call my friend Wayne Decker, owner of PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Technicians are all NATE certified AC experts who will never try to upsell you on parts, repairs that you don't need. And now through the end of April, get an extra 15% off all your repairs. Just mention that I sent you. Call 602-892-6000 or visit it'sjustplumsmart.com. PlumSmart, because AC guys charge too much. It's plumsmart.com or 602-892-6000.
Gleason Roofing. Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Did you know our coming heat can cause cracks in your roof? Yeah, the sun during the day expands roof materials. At night, it cools and contracts, and that can lead to more than sunlight dripping into your house once the monsoon starts. Do what I did. Schedule a no-obligation roof audit with Gleason Roofing. Let Gleason identify and fix issues before you have major problems. Visit GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News now.
It's coming up on 4:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Governor Hobbs saying she will veto any new legislation sent to her desk until lawmakers land on a bipartisan funding plan for state disability services. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
I support her fully in vetoing everything until we get a bipartisan solution.
Arizona Democratic State Representative Nancy Gutierrez saying the funding issue is partly over a program where parents are paid to be caregivers for children with disabilities. Adding Republicans wanted to cap paid hours at 20 versus Democrats wanting it at 40 hours.
Right now, it is not limited. In July, it will become limited to 40 hours a week, and that's something that Governor Hobbs is instituting.
And in a statement, Republican AZ House Speaker Steve Montenegro calls the decision to not sign new bills, quote, political blackmail. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
St. Mary's Food Bank gave out Easter turkeys and hams to about 2,000 people yesterday. It's the first time St. Mary's has distributed the festive meals, which have always been reserved for Christmas and Thanksgiving. The food bank normally gives out eggs at Easter, but it didn't receive enough donations this year because of the high prices and avian flu. About 2,000 people on an average day. That's typically how many are showing up for assistance across the two St. Mary's Food Bank locations in the Valley, and many of them not among those struggling to keep a roof over their heads.
So they're using the food bank and coming to the food bank as a way to kind of buffer some of the increased costs that they're seeing.
Jerry Brown at St. Mary's tells Arizona's Morning News they've noticed a 40% increase in traffic at their Surprise location, which is in the area of a number of senior communities. 2 people dead, 6 others hurt, and a suspect is hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries after a gunman opened fire on the campus of Florida State University today. ABC News correspondent Faith Abube is in Tallahassee.
Investigators say the suspect ignored repeated commands to drop his weapon, forcing them to shoot him. He's now in custody in the hospital, being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. He has refused to speak with investigators as they try to uncover what allegedly led him to this deadly rampage. This campus is closed, and the victims are painfully waiting for some answers.
Time to check the road home now. John Roller is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, our heaviest slowing is due to an earlier crash on the eastbound Loop 202, the Red Mountain Freeway in the Tempe area. This is just past Mill Avenue, and you've got slowing all the way back to the 143, and also now some heavy slowing coming eastbound on Sky Harbor Boulevard as folks try to catch up to the 202. Also have a crash coming into town westbound I-10 right near 3rd Street. That crash is off to the left, and a crash in the clearing stages is northbound State Route 51 just prior to Thomas. That is off to the right. Also working a crash Tatum and Shea Boulevard, 63rd Avenue in Peoria. Look for a collision there. And a crash in Surprise, Cotton Lane and Peoria. Traffic is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's yrefi.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight, a few clouds, a low of 60. Tomorrow, partly cloudy and 77. And we're at 78 now in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Interim Police Chief Michael Sullivan joins the Mike Broomhead Show to talk about his last day on the job. It happens tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
So imagine you're out hiking. Something I've done plenty of, something a lot of people do.
Something I'd say no thank you.
Okay, fair enough. And I'd say you're out, beautiful Peoria. You're up in the Northwest Valley. Think the 303 and Lake Pleasant, okay? Mm-hmm. I know exactly where that is. Well, that's where a group found themselves. A family found themselves when it suddenly went horribly wrong.
They got attacked by bees.
Literally.
These were, I believe, Africanized bees. Which
Those are the mean ones, right?
They swarm 10 times more than, like, the regular bees.
This is a horror movie, right?
Yeah, and one of the people we're about to speak with, allergic to bees. So think about it. You're trying to get off the mountain.
Yeah.
You've hiked. Okay, and all of a sudden, I don't know what you call it. Is it a swarm? Is it a cloud of bees? But they basically go all around Karen, her husband Jeremy, and their friend Melody.
Okay.
Karen, her husband Jeremy, and their friend Melody now join us on KTAR to talk about this story. How are all of you doing?
Oh, we're good.
All right, why don't we start with Karen, because you know that your husband, Jeremy, is allergic to bees.
So wait, you guys knew this ahead of time. You didn't just find out he's allergic to bees.
Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
we've known he had a severe anaphylactic reaction about 10 or 11 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And that's when we found out, he's
Okay.
allergic to bees.
Oh,
So
my.
he's been carrying an EpiPen for a good 10 years or longer now.
Smart.
Karen, when did you notice that it wasn't one or two bees, it was hundreds and hundreds of them?
Honestly, I got stung in the lip and I thought, oh my gosh, that bee just stung me, because usually they just kind of buzz around and they fly on by. And then as I looked up the switchback at my husband, he was covered in bees, and it was terrible.
All right, let's go to Jeremy.
Oh, my God.
So, Jeremy, you are allergic to bees. Your wife looks at you. You are covered with bees. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking, oh no, it's a swarm. And I yelled back, it's a swarm, watch out. And so I just started running, swatting them off of me left and right. I'm just getting stung. And I'm just thinking, I need to get away from these bees.
Oh my gosh.
And you're and how far away are you at this point, like from safety? I'll use maybe your car or getting back to the where you started the hike.
It was a mile and a half
Oh,
back
my
to the trailhead from that point.
Yeah, and we had already been hiking that. We were about 4 miles, a little bit more into our hike. So we were, wrapping it up. We were tired. So it was even worse that we were just kind of fatigued and having to run for our lives.
So Karen and Jeremy, husband and wife, on the trail with their friend Melody, getting stung by bees. Jeremy is allergic. So Melody, when did you notice that something was drastically and dreadfully wrong, and you're in a horror movie and you're never going hiking with these two again?
We've already been hiking again since then.
Oh, come on. You guys are too much.
It's too beautiful not to hike now. I looked up when I heard Jeremy yell that he was stung, and he started running. And I looked up, and he ran straight into the swarm.
Oh
but I was in the back of the three of us. So Karen and I, we were on a switchback. If we had gone up the trail, it would have just kept taking us back into the swarm of bees. So Karen and I started climbing up the side of the mountain. And and trying to run and get away from them. She had been stung in the mouth. I was stung multiple times on my face, and my back. She and I were both stung in our hair. So we were just trying to run up the side of the hill, hope we didn't meet any rattlesnakes or scorpions. To try and get away from the bees.
Yeah, because that was a thing too, right?
Yeah.
Who got stung the most? Who's got the most street cred right now?
Ouch.
I did.
Jeremy.
You did.
Geez,
Of course
Jeremy.
you did.
I got stung about 30 times.
Really?
What does that feel like?
Yeah.
Does it hurt all over your body? Because I mean, I've been stung by a bee.
It hurts.
It hurts. But what is it like to be
Oh
stung
yeah,
by 30?
especially when you're allergic.
Yeah.
So when I got to the other side of the little hill, I was able to get my EpiPen out and give myself a shot of that. And so I made it back to where the ambulance was waiting for me at the trailhead.
Wow.
And when I got into the ambulance, they gave me a double dose of epinephrine and through an IV and steroids and Benadryl.
Oh.
And when I was sitting in the emergency room, I just felt like pins and needles over my whole body and just not good at all.
Jeremy,
especially because of the epinephrine, it really makes you feel sick when you get that.
So, Jeremy, I have a question. Again, you had your EpiPen with you. You administered it, but it was the idea that that's good for like maybe 1 or 2 stings. 30 stings.
Good point.
Did it? Obviously, it didn't have the same effect. I'm guessing, right?
Exactly. So I knew that I needed to get to the ambulance as fast as I could. So I was moving at a pretty high pace.
Who called the ambulance? Hold on a sec. Where did this come up? Who called the ambulance in the group?
Yeah, so when Melody and I finally caught up to Jeremy, we were just telling him run, 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 because we knew that he was in big trouble. And so when we finally were able to catch up to him, and the bees were still like buzzing, like several bees, the swarm kind of stopped following us, but I saw Jeremy's face and it was starting to swell and it looked like the color of an eggplant.
Oh.
And I knew immediately I needed to call 911. So I contacted 911 while we were running, hiking, walking back as fast as we could to the trailhead. And then I led, we talked to them and Melody talked to them and we kind of told them, hey, we have about a mile to go. We are going to get there as fast as possible. And they were on top of it. They were at that trailhead waiting for us with all of the things while we were
shout out to Peoria Fire
there.
Yeah, good job.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Jeremy, did you think you were going to die?
No, the thought crossed my mind that if I passed out, it wouldn't be good because they wouldn't be able to get to me in time. But I didn't really feel scared. I didn't have much fear going into it. It's more, I get more in the mode of just doing what I need to do.
Surviving.
And concentrating on the task.
Wow.
And Melody, you said you guys have already been hiking again. Like, how do you fight a bunch of bees, by the way? Because running there's nothing.
They're fast.
What do you do?
They are fast.
They followed us for about a mile.
Wow.
But when we go hiking, we know that you have to be prepared and there's things that could happen, but I'm not going to live my life in fear and not enjoy the nature that we're surrounded with. We've come across javelina, we've come across bobcats, we've come across coyotes, and you just have to be smart. Karen sprayed me with some peppermint oil on Tuesday when we met to go hiking. She started spraying me.
Bees don't like
peppermint oil.
Okay, good.
Bees don't like peppermint. We found that out.
Important safety tip. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's right.
What a story.
We're glad that you're with us. We're glad that you're okay. We're glad you're recovering, especially you, Jeremy. Thank you all for joining us. And wow, what a story.
Thank you guys so much.
That is Karen and Jeremy Pierce and Melody Hulse attacked by a swarm, hundreds of bees out on a trail in Peoria.
Jeremy, 30 times stung, allergic to bees.
I've got the heebie-jeebies just like hearing that.
Coming up next, should you date a woman with a crazy, unrealistic checklist? Wait until you hear the checklist. Next.
Hey, let's talk about Trajan Wealth, and let's talk about exactly what they can do for you. We are in uncertain times. I think I'm being kind by saying that. Is that fair? Exactly. So what can you do if you are getting near retirement? Well, I'll tell you right now. I was talking to Jeff Jr. at Trajan Wealth. He said there's a lot of things people can be doing. Number one, don't panic. Right off the bat, don't panic. No one benefits from that. But their fiduciary advisors can help guide you through this point in your life and this economic environment. There are strategies that they can do right now. Protect your investments in some way, shape, or form. And make sure that you understand exactly how you can dig out of any hole that you're in now. What's the time frame, right? The horizon for it. What choices do you need to make today that are going to fundamentally change what retirement looks like for you later? It starts with a phone call. Super easy. 480-990-3300. There's no obligation. You can call and have that talk with them right now. 480-990-3300. Online, you'll find them at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
As most of you know, I'm a patient of the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, where I had LASIK surgery done 15 years ago. My colleague and Sun's PA announcer, Vince Murata, also a client of Dr. Jay Schwartz, and now we can add Sun's play-by-play announcer, Kevin Ray, to the mix. K-Ray recently had the clear lens exchange using the second-generation light-adjustable lens to correct his vision. This incredible technology just came out earlier this year, and the Schwartz Laser Eye Center has it. With 3 locations in the Valley, let the Schwartz Laser Eye Center help you. Call Dr. Jay Schwartz at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Is your home having plumbing issues? Call Howard Air and Plumbing today. For a limited time, get your $98 plumbing diagnostic fee waived when you mention Gatos. Plus, get 10% off any major plumbing repair when you schedule today. That's right. Waive your $98 plumbing diagnostic, plus get 10% off any major plumbing repair. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule your appointment online at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:47. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Phoenix police reporting 43-year-old Eric Chapman has been arrested for alleged sexual exploitation of minors. Chapman has been charged with 18 felony counts of child crimes dating back to 2020. Our television partners at ABC 15 reporting that Chapman is a high school teacher and coach at Cortez High School in Phoenix. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic for us now, here's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Lynn, thank you very much. Still working that crash in the downtown area in the inner loop there, westbound I-10 right prior to 3rd Street. It is off to the left, but that is always a tough spot this time of the afternoon. So we've got slowing as you come into town on the westbound loop 202 all the way back to 32nd Street. Still working that crash northbound State Route 51 right near Thomas. That is off to the right, but leftover slowing starting at the mini stack. And also that earlier crash in Tempe, eastbound loop 202, the Red Mountain Freeway right near Mill Avenue, that is in the clearing stages. That back up looking much better. New crash coming in Tempe, Princeton University, and a crash at 35th Avenue in Washington. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It is Truck Month at your Valley Chevy dealers. Shop the best offers on a new Chevy today during Valley Chevy Truck Month or by stopping by Auto Nation Chevrolet in Peoria today. John Roller, KTAR News.
Hey, don't wait to lose 15 pounds by this time next month. Start working on that today, and you do so by calling my friends at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Best in town. This is the safe way to lose weight. And I got to be honest, this This is really an easier way to lose weight. At Red Mountain Weight Loss, the doctors are going to walk you through the program. They have all types of different programs for you where you can lose this type of weight fast, effectively. You're not going to feel like you're missing out on all these foods. And one of the most effective is GLP-1 medication. We've been talking about that for a long time now. If you've thought about it, we're talking about semaglutide. For a limited time, when you go to Red Mountain and you mention Gatos, you can get $200 off your GLP-1 medication. It's good for this month only. No shortages, no waiting, no hassle. In stock today. All you have to do is make an appointment. Start your weight loss program today at redmountainweightloss.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hi, I'm Joe Huizenga. A statewide cell phone ban is coming to Arizona classrooms. Well, sort of. We'll check in with teachers and find out whether or not the legislature's plan will work. It's tomorrow at 2 on the next Chris and Joe show.
All right, thank you, Joseph. Outspoken, Bruce and Gatos.
Oh, that's us.
All right, let's go down this list, man. We found a pretty interesting list. There's a woman out there that would like to date.
You say interesting. I have other words for it, but go ahead.
There's a woman out there that is looking to date, but you've got to fall into many of these categories that she has. She has a long list. Yes.
Right? Okay. She has some criteria. There's nothing wrong for women having standards.
No. Okay. But a list this long with some of the stuff on it.
Okay.
Like the first one.
First one.
All right.
18 non-negotiables.
Yeah. Loves me deeply and puts me first.
That's not a that's not a deal breaker, is
Great.
it?
Love it.
Okay.
Great. Okay.
Got it.
Has to make $300,000 or more.
Oh, $300K.
Yeah.
By the way, I Googled it.
Okay.
Do you know that less than 2% of the U.S. population makes over $300,000? And so I'm going to assume not all of them are men either. So we're talking maybe 1.5%, and that would be of all age groups. Keep going.
Interesting. This is one I think most women like. Becky Lynn takes control and makes plans.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
No,
there's nothing wrong with that.
She's not out of line yet.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Like it's interesting. Like I was talking to this younger guy, and I'm like, "Hey, you're going out on a date on Saturday?"
Ooh.
And he goes, "Yeah, I'm going out on a date." And I said, "What do you got planned?" He goes, "Oh, I don't know. I'll see what she wants to do." And I'm like, "Dude,
no.
Don't do that."
Is it a first date?
Yeah.
Oh no, you can't. Oh, no.
I said you're dead in the water.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not. There's no date number 2.
Here's something that's interesting on this list.
Okay.
The man would have to handle all pregnancy prevention stuff. It is up to him. All right.
Thought it took 2 to tango.
Right.
Very interesting.
I got one for you.
Go ahead.
Makes life easier. Maid, chef, etc. A maid and a chef?
Wouldn't that be nice?
Those are 2. She didn't put maid/chef. She put maid, chef.
Okay.
That's 2 people.
This is a criteria for someone she's going to marry?
Oh, yeah.
Or is this just to date them?
Well, you got to date first.
If you don't have this, she's not starting. These are her dating rules.
So the person has to have
a chef
maid and a
maid.
chef.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Generous and spoils me. Sophisticated and enjoys luxury.
Yeah. Good.
Emotionally intelligent and confident. Trying to find it. Fit. She doesn't want, she wants fit and attractive. Oh, well-groomed. Boy, this lady's had some bad first dates, don't you think, to make a list like this?
I think if you ran her list like through the American male population, there's like 5 guys that are gonna do it. And by the way, none of them want to date her
on the planet.
Maybe on the planet. Let's get outside the U.S. You're right. Yeah, she's priced herself out of the market.
Goodness gracious.
Check it, the headlines are on the way, and a Tucson woman has been told to self-deport. One problem, she's an American citizen. We're going to talk to her.
She's going to join us from Tucson.
Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, the Lund Mortgage team is ready to be in your corner. All you have to do is call them and discuss why you want to purchase a home. I don't blame you. So, right now, is it the easiest time to buy a house? It depends. Not necessarily, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't. Because here's what you're staring at, and the Lund Mortgage team will tell you this. The longer you wait to purchase a home, the more that home goes up in price. So if you're saying, you know what, sit on the sidelines for a couple of years and see what happens with the mortgage rates, it's all well and good. But I want you to think about that home that you want to raise your family in and live in for quite a while. Boy, that's going to be out of your price range in a year or two. Call the Lund Mortgage team. You know, right now, there is a perk of being a buyer. And I'll tell you what it is. Other buyers are still waiting on the sidelines. You can get in ahead of the competition. Have the conversation with the Lund Mortgage team. 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-902-5454. 800-902-5454.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Losing a loved one is never easy, but when it happens, you shouldn't feel lost or helpless. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. We meet with grieving families all the time, especially adult children who've lost their parents. Because their parents created a living trust with RJP Estate Planning, their estate avoided long probate court delays and costly legal fees. Instead, their assets passed smoothly to their loved ones. And with RJP's free settlement support, we personally guide your family through the inheritance and grieving process. Since 1995, RJP Estate Planning has helped over 40,000 Arizona families protect everything that matters most. Let us help you do the same. If you're 60 or over, you can save 65% on a living trust.
Call 480-896-9597 to save 65% on a living trust. Call by April 17th. 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful, new, energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Allergies are torture, but Exact from Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you beat your allergies for good. Exact is clinically proven to give long-term lasting allergy relief in 3 injections. That's right, allergy relief in 3 injections. No matter how long you've suffered, no matter what else you've tried, with 3 injections, you can experience relief from your allergies. Exact from Aspire Allergy and Sinus. Go to aspireallergy.com to book your appointment today. aspireallergy.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon, 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Governor Katie Hobbs is saying she will veto all new legislation until lawmakers figure out a bipartisan funding plan for state disability services. Arizona Democratic State Representative Nancy Gutierrez supports it.
I'm thrilled that she is doing this. I think she is leading this charge for the DDD families in a positive and strong direction.
In a statement, Republican Arizona House Speaker Steve Montenegro calls the decision to not sign any new bills, quote, political blackmail. One Arizona state representative is feeling a little frustrated after Governor Hobbs vetoed a measure that would have removed soda from SNAP-eligible purchases.
It's now become something that you can just buy whatever you want. And this is where it started. I was actually at Mini Mart one day, and somebody in front of me had, I think, 4 big gulps and a couple 2-liter sodas, a candy bar, a bag of chips, and they used their SNAP card. And I said, I don't think that was the intent of food stamps.
Republican Leo Biasucci tells Arizona's Morning News the entire program needs reform. In her veto, Hobbs said the measure would deprive SNAP recipients of their purchasing power. Clean energy leaders in Arizona are worried that funding for programs for a livable Arizona are under threat by the Trump administration. Maren Mahoney, who heads up the governor's Office of Resiliency, on what's at stake.
This funding is being distributed to the people of Arizona, and it belongs to them. It's helping them save money on their energy bills, improve their homes, and decrease pollution. But now we're facing uncertainty.
Mahoney says clawing back investments in clean energy means the loss of over 16,000 jobs in Arizona over the next 5 years. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company sets the record straight on whether or not it's entering into a joint venture with other chip manufacturers. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live from the News Center with the response from the CEO.
Multiple outlets had previously reported TSMC has plans to enter into a joint venture with Intel to run their chip factories. But during TSMC's Q1 earnings report call, CEO C.C. Wei said,
I would also like to mention that TSMC is not engaged in any discussion with other companies regarding any joint venture, technology licensing, or technology transfer and sharing.
He said they're focused on their $100 billion expansion in the U.S. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Passengers on board a Southwest Airlines flight were forced to make an emergency exit down the slides on a taxiway after a reported engine fire. No injuries reported, but here's ABC's Maria Villarreal in Texas.
The Boeing 737 taking off from Houston's Hobby Airport just after 11 a.m. with 134 passengers on board, bound for Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. Tracking data showing the aircraft looped back to the airport, touching back down about 30 minutes after takeoff. Firefighters waiting on the ground, extinguishing the engine fire.
A man's in custody after Goodyear police say he assaulted an officer early this morning. We're told a sergeant was responding to a separate crash in the area of Litchfield and McDowell Roads at about 4:45 when he noticed a speeding car. The driver then allegedly assaulted the sergeant after the vehicle was stopped. Let's take a look at your ride home this afternoon. John Roller is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, we're going to start with the crash that we've been following westbound I-10 right near 3rd Street. This crash was off to the left in the clearing stages, but of course we are at the 5 o'clock hour, and that means we've got stop and go slowing right on through the Deck Park Tunnel over to the 202 transition, and then up ahead we've got a crash westbound I-10 right near 107th Avenue. This crash is moving off to the right. Hayden Road Road north of McDowell. New crash coming in Scottsdale this afternoon, and a crash in Tempe, Priest, and University. Also working a broken water main this afternoon. Second day in a row for that. That's Hayden and Indian Bend. You're down to one lane at that intersection. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes campus. It is 5 o'clock. Do you know where your parents are? Well, they could be dining and mingling with brand new friends at the Beatitudes campus. You can learn more at beatitudescampus.org. John Roller, KTAR News.
Overnight, we're going to see a low temp around 60 and a few clouds, and then partly cloudy on Friday and on Saturday. With our high tomorrow, about 77, the high on Saturday, 79. Easter Sunday, the return of lots of sunshine, and we're going to get up there around 86 degrees. Right now in Gilbert, 79. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Yes. Don't brag. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Oh, a lot of people call it the best hour. I'm telling you that.
You know, we were in the war room yesterday. Oh. We were talking about certain deportations. There's definitely one out there that everybody's talking about.
Yeah.
A man who's in El Salvador in a prison. Doesn't look like he got due process. We've had some Democrats say, I want to go over there and get this guy.
Including Arizona.
Correct.
State senators going down there.
But how about being an American citizen and getting a letter that says, from the government, that says you need to self-deport?
Joining us right now is that very person. Pamela, I do not want to butcher your name. Let me try it first. Pamela Rioles Said.
You nailed it.
Hey! That's why we pay you the big bucks, Bruce. Well done.
You are an immigration attorney in Tucson. And first off, let's get this out of the way. Where were you born exactly?
I was born in Boston, Massachusetts.
Is that in the United States?
Famously, yes,
okay.
It is.
Famously, it is.
So
all right.
Why are you getting a letter of deportation?
That's a great question. Maybe incompetence, maybe intimidation.
All right.
Most likely incompetence.
Because you are an immigration attorney in Tucson. You are dealing with immigration issues on a daily basis, I assume.
I am, yes. I have several clients who also received the same notice, only difference being I'm the U.S. citizen.
Got it.
Yeah, and I was wondering what you were going to say to that, and you did include the word intimidation. Now, I'm going to ask you, part of you believes maybe you got this letter and it was sent to you by our government. They know you're an American citizen, but they also know you're an immigration attorney, and this is intimidation. Do you think it's more intimidation or incompetence?
With this government, I'm leaning more towards incompetence, but we do know that immigration attorneys have been targeted. There's an executive order basically saying, they're investigating us for fraud and things like that. So I have a belief that this could be intimidation. They're trying to stifle our activities, protecting the due process rights of our clients.
Have any other attorneys, either in your firm or people that you work with, have they received similar letters? American citizen attorneys?
So not in my office. Weirdly, in Boston, there are 2 other attorneys who've gone to the media to report that they've received the same notice. 2 other U.S. citizen immigration attorneys, also in Boston.
Tucson immigration attorney Pamela Said is joining us. She received a letter from the Department of Homeland Security saying she must leave the United States. You were born here in America. When you get the letter...
Allegedly in a place called Boston, Massachusetts. Okay.
When you get the letter, what's your reaction?
Well, first, it was sent to me at 12:24 a.m. Friday. So I was opening it as I was opening my emails in the morning. And at first I thought it was for a client, surely, which made me frustrated. But then I realized it was only addressed to me. And I was very confused, very frustrated that I received that notice, because my first thought was, how many other people who maybe don't know their status or aren't familiar with their case, or don't have the luxury of an immigration attorney to explain what's going on, also received this notice. And I thought, how careless that they would send this to me.
So then who do you call to try and straighten this out?
Well, first I called a bunch of my colleagues to ask, hey, did you get this too? And none of them got it. So that made me feel more concerned. And then I thought, we used to be able to raise issues at stakeholder meetings with the government. But unfortunately, under this administration, they've stopped opening avenues of communication with us. So there's really no one to turn to. I just hope they don't try to enforce this order against me, I guess.
Come knocking on your door.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You're not really worried someone's going to come and knock on your door, are you?
I'm not worried, no. And I am fortunate enough to have the facilities to defend myself against that if something were to happen. But I mean, it could happen, I guess.
Yeah, well, we know now that due process isn't part of the plan anymore. So, goodness, I got to tell you, Pamela, you say you deal with a lot of clients out there, and obviously we've been talking about this. You said there's been a dramatic. I'm going to use my words, not yours. A dramatic change in the attitude. It's not just as how they're enforcing the border, but how you're actually dealing with people who are in the legal system. And I assume you're representing people who are trying to go through the process and become citizens.
Right. So having parole means you asked the government to let you into the country and they let you in. Right. So you're, quote unquote, going the right way, I guess, if there is one. And I think that's the important message I kind of want to share, is that these people got in line. They did what they needed to do to get a lawful entry to the United States. And then they sought the assistance of an immigration attorney to help them get through whatever further process they needed to seek protection. Most of my clients are asylum seekers from Afghanistan. Okay. So this was particularly shocking to receive, especially after what many of my Afghan clients did for the U.S. government.
Oh, my.
Wow. Pamela Saeed is joining us, immigration attorney in Tucson, got a letter from the Department of Homeland Security saying she has to leave the United States. Yeah, I was kind of wondering, who do you work with? Who is your client? Is it someone who snuck into the United States? Or, as you just said, you kind of answered it, it's people who claimed asylum.
But they're doing the right thing. Well, you're following the rules. Like everybody says, get in line, follow the rules.
Well, if you claim asylum, you're here legally.
Correct.
If you snuck into the United States, you're not here legally. So in dealing with, people in the asylum process, is it always what we hear? They got they'll get a judge and a court date 10 years from now?
So it depends on where you are. We're very blessed in Tucson to have a court that moves rather efficiently compared to my colleagues in other cities. For example, one of my clients who received this notice, we actually already won his asylum case, and he has asylum in the United States, and he received this notice.
Still got the letter. Oh, for God's sakes.
Yeah, because
that must be terrifying for these people.
Oh, he's terrified. He said, where should I go? Where do I pack my bags? I said, no, you're staying here. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
How does he feel about staying here now? Because it's like, you have that sigh of relief, and then you're like, the rug kind of feels like it's being pulled from under me a
What
bit.
did I sign up for?
Well, of course. And where can you go when you're from Afghanistan? What,
Not back. Not back.
You can't go home.
No.
And that's the truth for many of our clients, regardless of their country of origin. When you're seeking asylum, you're stating you have a well-founded fear of legitimate harm going back to your country, and that the government's not going to protect you, or the government themselves will be harming you. So that's the real concern, is that you're terminating the parole and telling people to self-deport when they've followed all the procedures they need to follow to seek the protection that U.S. law provides for.
And Pamela, I think a lot of people probably don't understand the process. I don't fully understand it. So you have to do more than just say, I fear for my safety to return. You have to prove this in some way, shape, or form in front of a judge.
Yes, yeah. You have to show a well-founded fear. Well-founded meaning it has some basis. And you have to corroborate that claim. And then you have to stand, bear witness and endure cross-examination from the Department of Homeland Security, questioning your credibility, questioning how truthful your fear is. And if you can withstand all of that and you can corroborate your claim and satisfy a judge, I mean, I know I'm biased, but I think you should stay.
Hear, hear. Well, I'm with you, especially a lot of our Afghan partners, and what a horrific thing they were trying to escape. Pamela, thank you for your time today. If they come knocking on your door, let us know, okay? Because we're going to
call us.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure that you stick around. Appreciate your time today. All right, that is Tucson immigration attorney Pamela Riolas-Said, born in Boston, Massachusetts, which she assured me is part of the United States, and still received one of these letters that she needs to basically self-deport.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
The question is, and she had it right at the very beginning: is it incompetence or is it intimidation?
Could it be both?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with incompetence, and I'll tell you why. How many people have been fired by the federal government and hired back like the next day?
Good point. Yep.
It's not working like a well-oiled machine.
It's an understatement of biblical proportions.
And I want to live in a country that does not send this on purpose to someone to intimidate. And so I don't want to even go down that road unless we prove that that's what it was.
Okay.
Because if that's the case, that's really very serious and scary.
Even worse.
Yeah, I'm going to go with incompetence until I can prove the other.
Well, you've certainly got a lot of evidence on your side that incompetence is running rampant.
You can't be sending this kind of stuff out willy-nilly and not, I mean,
well,
you just can't
she
do
was
it.
one of her clients who'd already been granted asylum.
Right.
By a judge got the letter. Like,
It's a crazy story.
It's cruel and unusual.
It's a crazy story.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got you up to speed on that. And coming up next, why do almost all women change the way they speak in the workplace? We're going to talk about code switching. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:17, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Trump administration has lost its latest round in federal court in its efforts to push back against a judge's order that it do more to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. A panel of the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals has rejected the administration's emergency request for a stay. Here's ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy.
In a unanimous opinion, the 3-judge Richmond-based appellate panel blasted the Trump administration, saying it is, quote, asserting a right to stash away residents of this country in foreign prisons without the semblance of due process that is the foundation of our constitutional order. It's a notion the court says should not only be shocking to judges, but to the intuitive sense of liberty that Americans far removed from courthouses still hold dear.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at the road home this afternoon. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Things starting to pick up a little bit, Becky Lynn. Couple of new crashes to let people know about if you're headed northbound on the I-17. We've got a crash involving a fire. This is Dunlap and the I-17. And then further north, northbound I-17, we've got a crash just north of Jomax. Seeing some slowing in that area as well. Westbound I-10, the inner loop in the downtown area, still working that crash off left prior to 3rd Street, but this is a busy time of day as well. In the inner loop, you've got stop and go slowing starting from the mini stack, and that's going to stay with you all the way out to about 75th Avenue. Then up ahead, we've got a crash off to the right, westbound I-10 right near 107th Avenue. Crash at Hayden, just north of McDowell and Scottsdale, and a crash in Tempe at Priest and University. Traffic is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. John Roller, KTAR News, back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, you want to give a deserving teacher $2,500?
Heck yeah, I do.
If you know of a teacher that is changing lives, making a difference in the classroom, you can nominate them for our Pay Tribute to a Teacher. Just text the word teacher to 620-620. That's teacher to 620-620. We'll send you a link, and you could submit their name and tell us a little bit about how amazing they are. Pay Tribute to a Teacher, presented by
your Valley Toyota dealers. My boys.
Yeah. All right. So, I thought this was kind of interesting, Gatos. And, it's one of those things where we're lucky in the sense that I don't think we have to think about this.
Yeah, men are by far luckier.
Yes.
Yeah, don't have to deal with this at times.
A new study from the people that do studies said that 82% of American women in the workforce change the way they speak, alter their speech at work. It's called code switching, is kind of the fancy term for it. But most of it has to do with the way they're perceived, their chance of advancement,
right?
The way other employees treat them. They literally change the way they speak.
Well, first, I'm glad that we're talking about this, and I know that we've come a long way in the workplace. And I'll give you the example. My wife and I just started watching Mad Men. We've never seen it.
You've never watched it?
No. I can't believe.
Is this going to be Stream Team?
I can't believe, and I think it's pretty accurate.
It's probably pretty accurate.
How bad women were treated in the workplace.
How they were viewed.
Yeah. I mean, it is so over the top awful.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad we've come a long way, but still, we're certainly not there. Becky Lynn, do you change your voice? Have you ever heard of anybody speaking like this as a female?
I know that I often feel very sorry for women because look at all of the women politicians. One of the first things people want to criticize about them is their voice.
And what they wear.
Yes, but
and Hillary's pantsuit, right?
Yes, but I'm thinking in particular, Hillary's voice, Katie Hobbs' voice.
Right.
Everybody, they want to criticize that it's too high-pitched or too shrill or the way Hillary laughed or everything. So
or the way Kamala Harris laughed.
The way Kamala Harris laughed, that's right.
Do you remember Katie Britt? She's a senator. She did it was over a year ago, she did the Republican response to Biden's State of the Union.
The one at the kitchen table?
Yes.
She's sitting at the kitchen table, but it was the way she talked. Because, again, I think she was code switching. She thought she had to talk a certain way to be taken seriously. Because the way she was talking, it seemed like animatronic almost,
it seemed
right?
Very odd.
That it was forced.
Yes.
But obviously it's because she felt she couldn't talk the way she normally talks. Like, is that? That's what I thought of when you said that.
And consequently, she too got raked over the coals for that. No matter what she did.
A third of women said they feel their work voice feels inauthentic, and 25% said they feel that balancing act is emotionally draining.
And the reason they're changing the way they speak is what?
They want to appear more professional. Is a large number.
They want to be taken seriously.
Express competence. Also, project confidence in the way that they speak. And again, I think there's a standard, maybe, that... So here's a question. Is the standard... Are women putting this on themselves, or are men putting it on them that there's a certain way they have to act?
It's a little bit of both. I think they sense that people criticize women's voices, and so consequently they take it upon themselves to try to change it, and it is emotionally draining and just exhausting.
I bet.
All right.
And unfair.
And unfair.
Be yourself, Becky Lynn. We give you 100% of that. Tell you what, she's going to get us up to speed with everything you need to know. And coming up next, it's not every day a politician goes out of their way to slap a child with autism in the face, but it's just another day in America. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
You know, I've talked about a place for seniors, a free senior living advice service. That's right. Comes at no cost to you. I got a great message from Cindy. Cindy said Allison and the team at A Place for Seniors were friendly on our tour. They strive to understand exactly what we needed to find a place for our mother. She knows the area we wanted to stay in and the best places to look at. Her experience was so helpful. I don't know what my brother and I would have done if she hadn't have helped us. Thank you so much. She's talking about Allison there at A Place for Seniors. Allison Carmen has an amazing team of people. They've been doing this for decades. They know the ins and the outs. They know that not all senior living places are the same, not even close. Plus, they know the things that you probably don't know. They know the questions that you need to be asking that you hadn't thought of. Don't make a mistake. Start with A Place for Seniors and let them help you find the perfect place for either you or your loved one. It starts with a phone call at 480-418-5033, or you can find them online easily at aplaceforseniors.org. That's aplaceforseniors.org. Get free senior living advice at no cost from the caring team at A Place for Seniors.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap. No salt, no regular maintenance, and no plastic. Just fresh filtered water that protects your family and your appliances. So call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hey, if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Just in the last month, they've won $500,000 in an auto accident, $745,000 for a trucking accident, and $4.5 million for a hurt in a slip and fall. Sweet James delivers these kinds of wins regularly. They can't guarantee the outcome of your case, but you should have Sweet James on your side. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James. Pay nothing until they win. 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, Phoenix, it's Vince Marotta, and I've got a question for you. Do you have a touch of spring fever? Well, maybe it's time for a change, a meaningful one. Take a look at the 2025 Genesis GV80 at Genesis of Scottsdale. I've been seeing them everywhere. Stunning vehicle. Slide into the ventilated leather seats and suddenly Phoenix traffic feels manageable. Tap the accelerator, feel the power, and remember what it's like to enjoy driving again. Spring fever's catching on at Genesis of Scottsdale, too. They're offering low APR financing and exciting lease specials on the all-new GV80. Now's the time to take advantage while inventory and options are at their best. Their knowledgeable team will help you find the luxury that fits your lifestyle. Trust me, April is the perfect time to test drive the gorgeous GV80 at Genesis of Scottsdale on North Scottsdale Road or shop online at genesisofscottsdale.com.
Hi, Jamie West here with my friend Dr. Maloney from Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. So really, the secret is eating healthy foods, but I always feel satisfied. I don't feel like I'm missing anything. You eat the right amount of healthy foods at the right times of day, and that's what resets your metabolism so you can keep the weight off.
And what that does is it causes your metabolisms to start to shift towards a fat-burning metabolism, which is what we're all seeking. We're all seeking to learn or get our bodies to start burning fat efficiently for energy. energy. When our bodies are not doing that, we gain weight, we don't feel very well, we're inflamed, we're tired, we don't perform like we should. And so when we help you learn how to eat the right foods at the right time of the day in the right quantities, we have it very well organized. And then we work specifically individually with you along the way to make sure that we give you great results and give you great value for the program.
Schedule your free consultation by calling 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Governor Hobbs says she will veto all new bills sent to her desk due to a funding dispute for state disability services. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in the news center with more.
One part of the dispute is over how many hours parents can be paid by the state to be a caregiver for their own children with disabilities, which is funded through the Division of Developmental Disabilities. Democratic State Representative Nancy Gutierrez says many Republicans are pushing for 20 paid hours for parents, whereas Democrats want 40. But Gutierrez says parents rely on this program.
Many of them have quit their high-paying jobs to be occupational therapists, the physical therapist, the person that's doing all of these therapies with their children.
And she supports the governor's decision to veto new bills until a bipartisan solution is found. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
In a statement, Republican Arizona House Speaker Steve Montenegro says they're pushing for funding with appropriate guardrails. It was one of President Trump's first orders of his second term. Now his fight to end birthright citizenship is headed for the nation's highest court. Here's ABC News correspondent Mary Bruce.
The Supreme Court announcing it will hear oral arguments on the president's effort to end birthright citizenship, telling the parties to prepare to make their case in less than a month.
I am so happy. I think the case has been so misunderstood.
On Inauguration Day, President Trump signed an executive order ending birthright citizenship, even though it's protected by the 14th Amendment. Lower courts then pausing the president's efforts. It's one of several escalating battles between Trump and the courts, many focused on his immigration policy.
Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company has an update on their Arizona microchip fabrication plants after announcing a $100 billion expansion. CEO Cece Wei explains how that money will be spent in Arizona.
This expansion includes plans for 3 additional wafer manufacturing fabs, 2 advanced packaging fabs, and a major R&D center.
He adds their first Arizona fab is already producing chips at a volume comparable to factories in Taiwan. Wei says their second fab is up and running, and they're working to speed up chip production. Checking on traffic for us now. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right. Thank you very much, Becky Lynn. We've got some slowing in the East Valley. Folks heading eastbound on the 60. We've got a crash right near Stapley Drive, and that means you've got a backup coming southbound on the Price Freeway as you head eastbound on the US 60. Also have a crash in the North Valley, northbound I-17, just past Joe Max. That is off to the right. Also had a crash involving a fire, Dunlap in the I-17, and still working that crash in the far West Valley, westbound I-10, right near 107th Avenue. That crash moving off to the right. Also working a crash Greenway west of 40th Street, Grand Avenue and Northern. Look for a crash there, and a crash in Chandler, Alma School Road, just north of Queen Creek. Traffic is brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company. The Arizona Painting Company, it's the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. John Roller, KTAR News.
60 tonight, 77 tomorrow with partly cloudy skies, and we'll be around 79 with partly cloudy skies on Saturday, too, before warming up a bit to the mid-80s on Easter Sunday. It's 77 in Surprise right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
LaDonna here. Don't miss it tomorrow morning when free-range political analyst Chuck Todd talks about an Arizona congresswoman joining a troop headed for El Salvador. Is it a dog and pony show? Will it fix anything? We'll ask at 5:44 and 6:44 on Arizona's Morning News.
All right. Hey, you know what? I think something that you and I are proud of is that we're going to stand up for people. Especially those that maybe don't have as big a voice as we do. We know that we can use a radio show to affect positive change. We know we can shine a light on situations and try to make them better. And we had something happen earlier, and it affects both of us personally in different ways, where HHS Secretary RFK Jr. made some comments about people, specifically children with autism, that were factually incorrect, scientifically ignorant, and
mean.
Cruel and demeaning.
Mean.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to play? Here's what he said earlier about kids with autism.
These are kids who will never pay taxes. They'll never hold a job. They'll never play baseball. They'll never write a poem. They'll never go out on a date. Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted.
He's never met anyone who has autism, apparently. He's like the only person in the world, because I know people who have autism, and they work, and they pay taxes. And they go and they play sports.
Yeah.
And so I want to read a post.
Okay.
From someone that I know who is, I'd say, late 20s.
Okay.
Has autism. Obviously heard RFK Jr.
Heard those comments.
And so she wrote this.
I'm ready.
This kid grows up to pay taxes. She's talking about herself.
First person.
Right. She holds a job. She goes on dates. And in case there was any confusion, she uses the toilet unassisted. But to be clear, the autistic kids who don't grow up to do these many things matter too. Autistic people are not broken or less than because they don't fit your mold or what you consider acceptable. Autism is not a monster out there to destroy your family and damage your children. We've worked with SARC. We've worked with children with autism. Are they different? Yeah. We're all different, but they have autism. And so, they learn how to connect with people because sometimes that's difficult.
Social interaction can be a challenge.
But for a so-called leader, and I use that term loosely, in this country, because I never had a problem with RFK. I think he's a little
wacko.
bit off. Yeah. I mean, you're right.
But this is mean.
This is mean. It is painting with a broad brush. And I can't tell you how many people reached out to me earlier today wondering, are you guys going to talk about this?
Yeah.
And I said, yes, we're going to talk about this because, as you said, and I think you put it really well, listen, you and I don't agree on a lot of stuff. We do agree on, we will help people, and we will stick up for people who need it on this show.
Yeah. We got a lot of texts in at 620 of people telling their stories. Can I share this one?
Please.
My daughter is 28 and has autism. She's getting her PhD in entomology. I don't even know what that is, by the way.
Yeah.
She's the very best.
There is a spectrum of people who have autism, and there are different levels.
You're at different points on it.
Yeah.
1 to 10 scale. Think about however you want, right?
Right. And so,
are there people that cannot function on their own? Of course there are.
Yeah.
But that's not everyone with autism.
Right.
As a matter of fact, it's not even the majority of people with autism.
The one thing that RFK Jr. is saying that I agree with is, and it's only one thing, is we should find out why the numbers are what they are.
Here.
And, it used to be 1 in 50 or something like that, and now it's 1 in 30, and it's continuing. Okay, we're probably better at diagnosing it.
That's right. We have gotten better at diagnosing it and diagnosing it at younger ages, which is partly to blame for the rise in the numbers.
And what part of the spectrum are you on?
We've gotten better at
functioning,
diagnosing
Asperger's. We had a caller earlier today. We did open up the phones on this one. Take a listen to this one.
Ready?
This guy's disgusting. He has no clue. He's talking about things he doesn't know about.
Do you have a child with autism?
I have a nephew.
A nephew?
He's 37 years old. He didn't ask for it, but he has dealt with it quite well.
Yeah.
He works. He helps out our race team, pays taxes. He goes to the bathroom. He makes his bed.
Right.
He lives a normal life for a child that was born with this
challenge, this challenge.
Okay, and that was the call. And I want to make something clear. Challenge, RFK was calling it a disease.
Yeah.
It's not a disease. Is it a disorder? I think you can clarify it as that. I hope that's all right. I'm not a doctor. But he wants to find out what causes autism. Great. And he wants to do it by September.
Well, but he acts like we haven't been trying to do that before.
Why don't you cure cancer and ALS by September as well?
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to do that. I mean, I know that a few nurses at PCH, they're on the spectrum. They talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
They're saving lives. It was hateful. It was crap. It ticked me off. I couldn't believe that it's not that I couldn't believe it. I'm not surprised by a whole lot anymore. But you just have to do better. Because I promise you, there's so many people listening right now, and they've got a connection to someone who has autism.
Yeah.
And when you hear that comment of they're never going on a date, they're never going to pay taxes, they're never going to do any of that, that's horrifying, man. It's BS. It's mean. And he didn't have to say that.
Well, it's ignorance.
It is ignorance.
And when you're just Joe Blow, you can be as dumb as you want and say all the stupid things you want. You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous to say, apparently, the crazy things that float around in your head.
It was really terrible.
Listen, I didn't think he was qualified to be Health and Human Services. We all know how he got the job is because he endorsed Trump and said it was going to bring voters. I mean, let's be honest with it. But he certainly wasn't qualified. And he's not a doctor. He doesn't have a medical background. And he's done his, quote, research by watching YouTube videos from crackpots.
I was just horrified. I really was. I know there are children that have autism who are brilliant. They're talented.
Oh.
They can do things we can't do.
Does Elon Musk use the bathroom on his own?
I believe he does.
He's on the spectrum.
Yeah.
He has Asperger's.
Dude,
it's autism.
He's brilliant.
No argument.
Drive a Tesla and tell me you don't think that's brilliant. It's amazing.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure he uses the bathroom on his own.
Yeah. I didn't like that RFK just dehumanized children with autism.
Yeah.
And it was just degrading. And you don't, if you want to go after families and kids with autism and paint with a broad brush.
But just listen, it says more about who he is and the people that cheer that than it does about us or the kids with autism. Because we support you guys, and I know he's a moron. So, check of the headlines are on the way. We've got Becky Lynn on top of that. Don't you dare worry. And would you go shopping at a store with no checkout lanes anywhere?
Oh,
because it's coming, and a lot of you probably go there now. We're talking about it next. Yeah, it's spoken on KTAR.
Hey, I want to send you to my friends at Howard Air and Plumbing. Yes, obviously, best AC company in the business, in the Valley, serving Arizonans since 1977, but now they can fix your plumbing. I think when you look and you say, okay, I know what the date is, and I know that summer is going to be here soon. What is the first priority? Your first priority is to call Howard Air and say, you know what, I want to get my system checked out. I want to get it rejuvenated. I want to make sure that my AC system is at peak performance because I'm going to use this thing in 115-degree weather. The last thing you want is for, a weekend to come and you're having friends, family over, what have you, and your air conditioning breaks down. It's so easy to make sure that you can avoid that. Knowledgeable, professional, helpful, award-winning technicians, top-notch, highly trained, will come to your home and make sure that your AC is ready to go. Get on their list immediately, okay? 602-953-2766, Howard Air and Plumbing.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides solar zone sun shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
What if you could use your home equity to pay off your debt without monthly payments so you could focus on reaching your other financial goals? With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you can. Get access to your home equity in cash, get closer to financial freedom, and get more out of life. Learn more and see if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Get access to your home equity in cash. Visit HomeTap.com to apply in minutes. That's HomeTap.com.
KTAR News Flash.
5:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Phoenix police are reporting 43-year-old Eric Chapman has been arrested for alleged sexual exploitation of minors. Chapman's been charged with 18 felony counts of child crimes dating back to 2020. ABC 15 is reporting Chapman's a high school teacher and coach at Cortez High School in Phoenix. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at the road home tonight. Here's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you very much, Becky Lynn. We've got a new crash in the North Valley, and it is backing things up. This is right near Cave Creek, right at the on-ramp, and the on-ramp eastbound Loop 101, right at Cave Creek, the Pima Freeway. This is causing about a 4-mile backup. Lean to the left. Folks are cutting across the Gore Point there to get into traffic there. So that's where the slowdown is, right there at the on-ramp. Fire is on the scene. There are a couple of ambulances as well. We'll keep an eye on that crash. Also working a crash north of the valley, northbound I-17 just past Joe Max, and still have that crash westbound I-10 just past 107th Avenue. That's been moved off to the right. Crash Greenway west of 40th Street and Grand Avenue in Northern. You've got a crash there as well. Traffic is brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Skip the lines with Arizona Business One Stop. It's a free online tool to plan, start, and run your business in one easy-to-use place. John Roller, KTAR News.
2 words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
Losing a loved one is never easy, but when it happens, you shouldn't feel lost or helpless. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. We meet with grieving families all the time, especially adult children who've lost their parents. Because their parents created a living trust with RJP Estate Planning, their estate avoided long probate court delays and costly legal fees. Instead, their assets passed smoothly to their loved ones. And with RJP's free settlement support, we personally guide your family through the inheritance and grieving process. Since 1995, RJP Estate Planning has helped over 40,000 Arizona families protect everything that matters most. Let us help you do the same. If you're 60 or over, you can save 65% on a living trust.
Call 480-896-9597 to save 65% on a living trust. Call by April 17th. 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597.
Hi, I'm Joe Huizenga. A statewide cell phone ban is coming to Arizona classrooms. Well, sort of. We'll check in with teachers and find out whether or not the legislature's plan will work. It's tomorrow at 2 on the next Chris and Joe show.
All right, Joe. Thank you. Hey, I got to tell you, there are some... I think this is a pretty darn big change. All right? And it's coming to a store that every time I go to it is packed with people. So I'm guessing a lot of you shop at Sam's Club. Okay?
Okay.
My Sam's Club's went over in Gilbert.
I go to a Sam's Club.
Yeah.
In Rocky Point.
Is there one?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, yours in Rocky Point's about to change, and mine over in Gilbert is about to change. You know why? Sam's Club announced it is going to get rid of all checkout lanes.
Self-checkout?
Self and cashier traditional checkout lanes.
I guess I'm grocery shopping for free.
What you will need to use moving forward, and they're going to roll this out over the next year or so, will be the app. Now, I've done this before, and I found it a little cumbersome. They have a thing on the app if I go to Sam's Club. It's called Scan and Go.
Oh.
And basically it uses the camera on your phone, and you scan the barcodes when you're putting them in your cart, okay? And so it's keeping a running tally of what you're buying. And then when you go to leave the store, you might have seen these already. You go out it's like a metal arch you push your cart through. And that arch is scanning to make sure that everything you said your Scan and Go is what's in your cart.
And your card's already in that account.
It's
so
already
it just
tied to it.
charges it as it goes.
And so you won't talk to a cashier. You won't have to do the spit-oop on your own. You'll do it all on your phone.
People are going to shoplift.
People are going to lose their minds. What are you talking about?
I think people will lose their minds. A. B. They're going to shoplift.
They'll figure out a way around that arch.
Who's going to stop me?
Right.
I think there'll be a person still waiting. They might have the person still with the receipt. You know, you have to show them your receipt or something. I don't know. But you're not going to have a cashier anymore.
I've heard about this for years, and it makes total sense to me.
Yeah.
You know, but I do think that you have to have an option for, you know, the 85-year-old lady who's not going to know what to do.
Who's not going to know how to use the phone, right?
No.
Or who doesn't have a phone.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, they have to have a phone.
No, they don't. They could have one of those
You're right.
flippy phone things that doesn't have that.
Yeah.
They're going to have to get a new phone.
They started this already at one of their stores in Texas. They said they use AI technology also to scan your cart when you leave to make sure it has in it what you say it has.
Wait a second.
Oh, what?
There you go. AI just took a bunch of jobs.
Oh, and they said they will phase out the receipt checkers too. That means the receipt checkers will be phased out over time.
Yeah, that's the first thing that I noticed here when we started talking about the story. How many jobs were eliminated?
Oh,
I mean, if you really think about, I can't put a number on it, but you know, you always have cashiers ready to go. And sometimes it's 10 people. So you go to Target, you got 15 things.
You go on a weekend to like a Costco or Sam's Club, and the lines, know, every register is open. No more.
I do think this is faster. It's certainly faster.
Do you remember that many years ago, maybe 10 years ago, Costco and Sam's Club, one or the other or both, tried something similar. They
Yes.
had scanners.
Yes.
And you would pick one up as you went through. I think you had to be...
You had a little hand scanner you had to carry with you.
And you would scan
Yes.
as you put in. Then when you got to the checkout, you just handed them the scanner.
Right.
This is better.
That's gone.
This is better.
Yeah.
Well, that didn't work,
Now,
apparently.
they say that, this is Walmart. They're as smart as it gets when it comes to consumer behavior and shopping. Let's be honest. They're the number one retailer in the world for a reason.
I think they're going to have somebody just in case.
But here's what they say.
To help.
They said AI has gotten so good, and this is a computer science professor they're working with, that said it will scan your shopping cart, and it knows what a banana looks like. It knows what a case of Coke looks like. It recognizes that, and if it doesn't match up with your little barcode, I don't know, alarms go off, red lights.
Or will it just charge you for it?
Okay,
move on.
Why do you have to scan it to start with?
Yeah, maybe.
Just put it
I
in
think
the
that's
buggy
going to be
and
next.
go right through the little
Amazon
thing.
tried that before
Boom.
with everything had an RFID in it, and when you just walked out the door, it just said, that's what you just bought.
Well, they have palm recognition at what? Whole Foods, right?
Yes, I've seen that. You just put your palm, instead of a credit card, you put your palm down and it charges you. Yeah. The world is changing. It's coming fast, folks. I want to be there the day that happens at Sam's Club. It's going to be a debacle.
Mayhem. I think it's going to be much more efficient. People get used to it very quick.
We'll see.
We like our cell phones. We get to use it now to scan our own items.
There is that. Your battery dies halfway through shopping.
Then you're screwed.
You are screwed. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that. And it sounds like a scene out of a horror movie. Attacked by bees on a Peoria hiking trail. One guy almost loses his life. We talked to them, and we'll share that story. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, if you call Kinetico right now, and you say, you know what, I've heard Gatos talk about Kinetico systems for 20 plus years, and you finally want to buy one, well, get a good deal. Tell them Gatos sent you, get $500 off. $500 off a Kinetico system. And all you have to do is mention me. And all you have to do is call 602-910-6570. You know, this is a family-owned and operated company since 1987 right here in the Valley. Over 1,000 five-star Google reviews. 602-910-6570. There's so many different reasons you should get a Kinetico system. It'll protect your pipes and plumbing. That hard water is going to mess your pipes up, believe me. Well, let's talk about what you ingest, right? It's bad water, has forever chemicals and dangerous carcinogens in it. You don't want that. By the way, you'll never have to buy bottled water again. Get perfect water out of every tap. $500 off when you mention Gatos. 602-910-6570.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the importance of being number one, which is exactly why you call Parker & Sons. They are the best in the business. They're celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They're fast, reliable, and their trophy case is full of awards. They are the company you trust with your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Your house deserves nothing less. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster, which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Have you heard? Kohl's has 2 exclusive new home brands, Mariana and Mingle & Co. From luxe favorites that are all about turning your space into a sanctuary to fun mix and match dining essentials, there's so much to discover, and trust me, you're gonna love everything. Plus, you can get an extra 15% off throughout the store and earn Kohl's cash. So hurry to Kohl's today and bring it home for less. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends April 19th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
At ABC 15, we stand for what's right. We tackle tough issues and drive real change. We listen to you and make sure your voice is heard. We investigate and follow through. Watch ABC 15 News at 6.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Every day, hundreds of needy families show up to Valley Food Banks to get just the essentials. Now they're getting a festive surprise.
St. Mary's Food Bank gave out Easter turkeys and hams to about 2,000 people yesterday. I spoke with one man named Alfredo who doesn't take it for granted.
It's going to be a very pleasant day. It's going to be a beautiful Easter Sunday. We're going to celebrate. We don't have too many of those.
St. Mary's normally gives out eggs for Easter, but they haven't received enough donations this year because of high prices and avian flu. This is the first time the food bank has distributed Easter hams and turkeys, which are normally reserved for Christmas and Thanksgiving. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
And the need just seems to be growing. The word from Jerry Brown at St. Mary's Food Bank tells Arizona's Morning News they typically greet about 2,000 people a day who need assistance. And it is not just those who are struggling to keep a roof over their heads.
That's one of the largest increases that we're seeing now are people that have jobs. They're able to, they're going to work every day, but what they're bringing home is not paying their rent.
Brown says they've seen a 40% increase in traffic at their Surprise location, which is located near a number of senior communities. Arizona State Representative Leo Biasucci is scratching his head after Governor Katie Hobbs vetoed his bill that would have removed soda from SNAP program eligible purchases. The Republican tells Arizona's Morning News the program, once known as food stamps, has moved beyond its initial intent.
The intent was help people in time of need, make sure there's food on the table when they're struggling. Now it's turned into kind of a free-for-all. So I think we need to reform the whole program.
In her veto, the governor said the measure would deprive SNAP recipients of their purchasing power and relegate them to a new underclass of grocery shoppers. A federal appeals court has denied the Trump administration's efforts to appeal a federal judge's order requiring the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland father who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit accuses the government of trying to, quote, stash away residents of this country in foreign prisons without the semblance of due process. Here's ABC News correspondent Mary Bruce.
Pressed on whether he'll take steps to return Abrego Garcia, the president punting.
Well, I'm not involved in it. I'm going to respond by saying you'll have to speak to the lawyers, the DOJ. I've heard many things about him, and we'll have to find out what the truth is.
The judge is saying that whether or not Abrego Garcia is a gang member is not the issue at hand. The government asserts that he is a terrorist and a member of MS-13. They write, perhaps but perhaps not. Regardless, he is still entitled to due process.
Abrego Garcia's family denies he's a member of MS-13. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company's Q1 earnings report shows microchip manufacturing is full steam ahead in Arizona. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with details from the report.
CEO C.C. Wei says TSMC is impressed with how well their original chip fabrication plant is doing in Phoenix.
Our first fab in Arizona has already successfully entered high-volume production in 4Q24, utilizing N4 process technology with a yield comparable to our fab in Taiwan.
He adds their second Arizona fab is also up and running, and they're working to speed up production as demand for artificial intelligence continues to grow. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Today on Wall Street, the Dow dropped 527 points, closing out at 39,142. S&P was up 7. NASDAQ fell 20. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Traffic time now. John Rollers in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Couple of crashes. One in the North Valley, eastbound Loop 101, the Pima Freeway. This has completely blocked the Cave Creek on-ramp, and fire is still on the scene to this serious crash. Lean to the left, but we've got 3 miles of heavy slowing. Once you get past the Cave Creek on-ramp there, as you make your way to the 51 or over to Scottsdale, you are good to go. In the Southeast Valley, got a crash westbound Loop 202, Santan Freeway, right near Alma School Road. This is blocking the right lanes. Another serious crash there. Sun is in your eyes. Lean to the left. Slow down to get around that crash. Also another crash involving a motorcycle. 99th Avenue in McDowell. Camelback west of 37th Avenue. You've got a crash there, and a crash at Greenway west of 40th Street. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Get a jump on spring with a brand new Toyota car, truck, or SUV. Visit your Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. John Roller, KTAR News.
A few clouds and 60 overnight, and tomorrow's high 77 with partly cloudy skies. Right now it is 77 in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour number 3.
Oh, a lot of people tell you it's the best of the hours, Gatos. A lot of folks say it. So I want to paint a little bit of a picture for you.
Mm-hmm.
We got a couple and their friend. They're out hiking on some of our amazing Arizona trails. The weather's been beautiful. Lovely time to get out and about. They're up in Peoria, northwest part of the valley. Think the Loop 303 and Lake Pleasant-ish area. There's a park up there.
Yeah.
When all of a sudden there's a little buzzing going around.
Oh, it's a snake.
No, it's bees.
Yes, thousands of them.
Lots of bees. And they get attacked by a swarm of what we believe is Africanized.
Oh.
These were the killer bees, weren't they?
Super aggressive.
Aggressive bees.
So, it gets a little bit crazier.
Like it could.
So, Karen and her husband, Jeremy.
Yeah.
And their friend, Melody.
Okay.
Everything's fine. All of a sudden, they start getting stung. Jeremy has a very severe issue with this.
Oh, boy.
So we called them and said, come on the show, tell your story. And they did. So we asked Karen, all right, when did you notice that thousands of bees were right around you in Peoria?
I got stung in the lip, and I thought, oh, my gosh, that bee just stung me, because usually they just kind of buzz around and they fly on by. And then as I looked up the switchback at my husband, he was covered in bees, and it was terrible.
All right, let's go to Jeremy.
Oh, my God.
So, Jeremy, you are allergic to bees. Your wife looks at you. You are covered with bees. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking, oh, no, it's a swarm. And I yelled back, it's a swarm, watch out. And so I just started running, swatting them off of me left and right. I'm just getting stung. And I'm just thinking I need to get away from these bees.
Oh yeah, we've known he had a severe anaphylactic reaction about 10 or 11 years ago, and that's when we found out. Yeah, he's allergic to bees. So he's been carrying an EpiPen for a good 10 years or longer now.
Oh my gosh!
And and how far away are you at this point, like from safety? I'll use maybe your car or getting back to the where you started the hike.
It was 1.5 miles back to the trailhead from that point.
We were about 4 miles, a little bit more into our hike, so we were, wrapping it up. We were tired, so it was even worse that we were just kind of fatigued and having to run for our lives.
So Karen and Jeremy, husband and wife, on the trail with their friend Melody, getting stung by bees. Jeremy is allergic. So Melody, when did you notice that something was drastically and dreadfully wrong, and you're in a horror movie and you're never going hiking with these two again?
We've already been hiking again since then.
Oh, you guys are too much.
It's too beautiful not to hike now. I looked up when I heard Jeremy yell that he was stung, and he started running. And I looked up, and he ran straight into the swarm. But I was in the back of the three of us. So Karen and I, we were on a switchback. If we had gone up the trail, it would have just kept taking us back into the swarm of bees. So Karen and I started climbing up the side of the mountain and trying to run and get away from them. She had been stung in the mouth. I was stung multiple times on my face and my back. She and I were both stung in our hair. So we were just trying to run up the side of the hill, hope we didn't meet any rattlesnakes or scorpions to try and get away from the bees.
Yeah, because that was a thing too, right?
Yeah.
Who got stung the most? Who's got the most street cred right now?
Ouch.
I did.
Jeremy.
You did. Jeez,
Of course you did.
I got stung about 30 times.
Really?
What does that feel like? Does it hurt all over your body? Because, I mean, I've been stung by a bee.
It hurts.
It hurts. But what is it like to be stung by 30?
Especially when you're allergic.
Yeah.
So when I got to the other side of the little hill, I was able to get my EpiPen out and give myself a shot of that. And so I made it back to where the ambulance was waiting for me at the trailhead.
Wow.
And when I got into the ambulance, they gave me a double dose of epinephrine and through an IV and steroids and Benadryl. And when I was sitting in the emergency room, I just felt like pins and needles over my whole body and just not good at all.
Jeremy,
especially because of the epinephrine, it really makes you feel sick when you get that.
So, Jeremy, I have a question. Again, you had your EpiPen with you. You administered it, but it was the idea that that's good for like maybe 1 or 2 stings. 30 stings.
Good point.
Did it? Obviously, it didn't have the same effect. I'm guessing, right?
Exactly. So I knew that I needed to get to the ambulance as fast as I could. So I was moving at a pretty high pace.
Who called the ambulance? Hold on a sec. Where did this come up? Who called the ambulance in the group?
Yeah. So when Melody and I finally caught up to Jeremy, we were just telling him, run, 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 because we knew that he was in big trouble. And so when we finally were able to catch up to him, and the bees were still like buzzing, like several bees, the swarm kind of stopped following us, but I saw Jeremy's face and it was starting to swell and it looked like the color of an eggplant. Oh. And I knew immediately I needed to call 911. So I contacted 911 while we were running, hiking, walking back as fast as we could to the trailhead. And then I led, we talked to them and Melody talked to them and we kind of told them, hey, we have about 1 mile to go. We are going to get there as fast as possible. And they were on top of it. They were at that trailhead waiting for us with all of the things while we were
shout out to Peoria Fire
there.
Yeah, good job.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Jeremy, did you think you were going to die?
The thought crossed my mind that if I passed out, it wouldn't be good because they wouldn't be able to get to me in time.
We've come across javelina. We've come across bobcats.
Yeah.
We've come across coyotes. And you just have to be smart. Karen sprayed me with some peppermint oil on Tuesday when we meant to go hiking. She started spraying me.
Bees don't like
peppermint oil.
Okay, good.
Bees don't like peppermint. We found that out.
Important safety tip. Thank you for that.
Well, that's a piece of our interview with Karen Pierce, Jeremy Pierce, and Melody. They were attacked by bees.
A swarm of them.
On the Paloma Community Park Trail in Peoria.
Good grief.
And the bees chased them for about a mile.
They're running through the desert trying to get away from the bees.
Is there anything you can do? You have to run. It doesn't do anything.
Can you get underwater? There's not a lot of water out there.
No, because, it's interesting you say that because some people are in their backyard and they disturb a nest. Or it's not a nest, hive.
Right. By accident.
Jump in the pool.
Yeah, what happens?
They're going to wait for you.
No, they wait.
That's what I thought. I thought they waited.
Oh, my God.
Get inside. Obviously, if you're on a hiking trail, you can't do that.
No.
That's crazy.
Crazy story. Glad they're okay.
Jeremy could have died.
Without a doubt.
30
bee stings, and he's allergic to bees.
Wow.
Okay.
Do you ever got stung?
I have, but I'm not allergic.
I remember jumping with my brother through a bunch of bushes back in the mean streets of the New York, New Jersey area.
I think we're all aware of
we
them.
disturbed a yellow jacket's nest.
Okay, so that's different than bees.
Right.
And they're horrific.
It hurt.
Yeah, I've been stung
6 or
by
7.
wasp, yellow jacket, and that's worse than a bee.
Yeah. Do you ever watch those videos of the Indiana Jones wannabes that go out to these crazy jungles and places, and they get this is the killer wasp from Australia, and
I try not to watch.
They capture it,
yeah,
and they put it in this little glass case, and then they take something and pick it up, and they put it on their arm so it stings them, and they're in horrific pain. It's really awesome.
Yeah, I don't watch things like that.
They writhe around in pain.
Yeah.
And
these like fail videos. I don't watch
like a scale of
they tell you how bad it hurts to get stung by this thing.
Oh yeah, it's
idiots.
Unbelievable.
There's people that do that.
It's
like their job.
It's awesome. It is awesome.
We have different ideas of awesome.
I mean, all right. Coming up next,
yes.
You know that Luigi guy who killed somebody in New York.
I'm familiar.
Will Luigi get the death penalty? And how about this? The Menendez brothers go free. We've got some new info straight from the courtroom. We'll talk about it. Outspoken next.
Hey, at Life Changer Loan, we hear from people all the time who have taken our advice, have gone over to lifechangerloan.com and find out, well, if it even works for them. Let me introduce you to a couple, Vince and Jody. Vince is a firefighter. She works in education. Now, good thing for them, they have a mortgage rate below 3%, but they got about 26 years of mortgage payments left. Okay, right? Plus, due to some medical issues, they now found themselves about $30,000 in credit card debt. Now, on the Life Changer loan, they will pay off their mortgage and the credit card debt and both their vehicles in just over 6 years. It is truly amazing what can happen when you have all your income working towards paying down your debt without any fear, because you'll always have access to the equity you've built up. It's called a Life Changer loan. And if you've got good credit, you're good with money, you're responsible, well, there's no reason for you to be in a 30-year mortgage. Find out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com. Remember, it's not magic, it's just math.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. 2 people are dead, 6 others hurt, and a suspect is hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries after a gunman opened fire on the campus of Florida State University today. ABC News correspondent Faith Abube is in Tallahassee.
Investigators say the suspect ignored repeated commands to drop his weapon, forcing them to shoot him. He's now in custody in the hospital, being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. He has refused to speak with investigators as they try to uncover what allegedly led him to this deadly rampage. This campus is closed, and the victims are painfully waiting for some answers.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now as you're heading home, let's check the road ahead with John Roller. He's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Lynn, right now I'm keeping an eye on a couple of crashes causing heavy slowing. Let's start in the Southeast Valley this time. Westbound Loop 202, the Santan Freeway. Got a crash right near Alma School Road as you approach the Loop 101 Price Freeway. That's causing slowing all the way back to Arizona Avenue. Then in the Northwest Valley, we've got a crash on the eastbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway right near Cave Creek. And again, that is still blocking the on-ramp there, and that is causing heavy slowing. Lean to the left to get around that. Also working a crash involving a motorcycle in Tolleson this afternoon, 99th Avenue and McDowell. Camelback west of 37th Avenue. Look for a collision there. And a crash at Greenway west of 40th Street. Traffic is brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. If you're tired of looking through a cracked windshield, get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass. Get up to $375 cash back. It's easy, and they will come to you. NewVisionAutoglass.com. John Roller, KTAR News. Back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Gatos is making me watch Sting videos. What's the guy's name?
Coyote Peterson.
Oh, my God.
So
that's a thing.
Oh, this is amazing.
I do not want to watch any more Sting videos.
I love when they just, here, he's got a bee on his arm.
He's going to cuss.
Oh, I got away. Ah! Ooh.
That's so good.
It can't be worth it.
What's
It can't be worth it.
Why does he do it?
He gets money off of it. It can't be worth it.
So
Oh, my gosh.
he's dressed like Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
And he always puts whatever it is on his left arm.
Oh,
I'm telling you, his left arm's going to fall off one day.
I have no doubt in my mind.
On the ground,
Oh, my gosh.
Writhing in pain.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
And they're videotaping him, and the person's like, "Tell me how it feels. Tell me how it feels." And he's got
He can't make words. He's so in pain.
Explain it.
Oh, this
Part
sounds
of
like
that-
so much fun.
Part of that reminds me of the first
So
episode of
good.
Black Mirror, which I just started watching.
Oh, don't watch the first episode.
The very first one?
No, of the new season.
Oh, the new one.
Thank
Yes,
God.
yes.
We'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Wait,
Okay.
Did you miss the first ever episode?
No, I've watched every
Okay.
single episode of that series.
If you're out there and you want to watch Black Mirror, skip the first one.
Oh yeah, the first one's a little
Skip the first one.
They just want
Skip
to
the
find
first
out what your level is. They want to find out what your level of tolerance is. If you can make it past the first one, all the other ones are good.
I remember watching that on a plane back from London.
What am I? Yeah, and you're like, what am I watching?
I had to turn it off.
Yeah.
People were like,
Yeah,
"What
other
are
people
you-"
around you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you sicko.
Sicko. What is he watching on?
I guess I watch weird crap. I watch guys get
You
stung.
do.
Okay.
We had a little bit of news coming out of New York. A federal grand jury returned a 4-count indictment against they call him the alleged CEO killer, Luigi Mangione.
I call him the very popular Luigi Mangione.
Yeah. They charged
Unfortunately.
2 counts of stalking, firearms offense, and murder through the use of a firearm. By the way, that charge makes him eligible for the death penalty if convicted.
Wow.
You might remember he is charged with stalking United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson and shooting and killing him right outside the Hilton Hotel one morning in Midtown Manhattan.
And thousands of Americans cheering him on.
It is weird. And there's still people,
sickening.
What do you call that? Like fangirling over him. He actually had told people to stop sending like marriage proposals and pictures
It's
and whatnot.
disgusting that you could root for someone who killed somebody in cold blood.
Yeah.
And obviously his excuse was, well, how many people did that guy kill? I get it.
It didn't affect him.
Right, but I get it. You have a family member who's got cancer, and now your insurance company doesn't want to pay for the treatment that could save them. I get it. That's awful. That doesn't mean you go and blow a guy away in the middle of New York City.
I hope you're not thinking I'm going to push back. I 100% agree. And so Luigi is eligible. It was federal court, and that's a whole other thing. We'd have to ask Barry Markson. So he wasn't charged in New York State. It's federal, and so the federal charges bring with it the death penalty because New York State does not have the death penalty.
Got it.
I think I got that right.
Okay.
So let's go to the other side of the country. We go from New York out to Los Angeles. Okay. The Menendez brothers, this thing is still going. The Menendez brothers were scheduled to have a hearing this morning to start the process that would let them be released on parole. The hearing was canceled by the Menendez's attorneys. They are basically making the argument that the district attorney, the new one who was just elected, needs to be removed from the case because of comments he's made, things he's done, and that they want him off of the case to be able to move forward.
And if you don't know, the Menendez brothers' life prison sentence.
Yes.
1989 shotgun murders of their parents.
Which they don't deny. It's not like mistaken identity. They did it.
Listen, you told me to watch the documentary.
What'd you think?
Well,
It was rough, wasn't it?
We've talked about it. It's horrifying. Something was done to those two. They were horribly abused.
And that's part of the argument is that they
you can't fake that.
They were overcharged. You can make an argument they weren't given an adequate defense. And they have served more time than a normal quote unquote people would have served in this time.
But they took a shotgun to both their parents and they killed them.
Yep.
And what they could have done was call the police and say, we're being horribly abused and have been horribly abused by our father.
Yeah.
And mom knew. They could have done that, and they didn't do that. They killed them, and then they acted weird for a while, and people go, that's not right. Something's up.
They were 18 and 21 at the time of the murders. Eric and Lyle Menendez are now 54 and 57 years old.
It's a weird feeling to feel sympathy for them.
But if you've watched some of the story,
you feel sympathy for them.
You could say, okay, what they did was wrong. Full stop, period.
Yeah.
But what their parents did was wrong also.
Oh, my gosh.
And more evidence has come out about their dad, the types of things he's done. Other people have come forward to corroborate their stories of abuse.
A lot of victims.
A lot of victims. No winners. No winners.
Yeah.
All right. We've got to check in the headlines. Becky Lynn has got that for you. And coming up next, how did a immigration attorney in Tucson receive a deportation letter? Was it incompetence, or is the government trying to intimidate immigration attorneys? We talked to her. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
All right, I'm sending you to my friend Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center. You have broken teeth, you want to get them fixed. You have missing teeth, you don't want to have missing teeth anymore. You want to have a beautiful smile that you could show the world. Well, your life changes as soon as you walk through the door and you meet Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center. Now, let me start by saying this. Go ahead and go somewhere else first. Go ahead. I think you should. Go to one of these corporate dental implant centers. You know, go and see how much they're going to charge you. Okay? Then go to Aria. And Aria's price tag is going to be so much less. They're local. These other guys, corporate dental implant centers, going to charge you tens of thousands of dollars more. If you go to Aria, you'll be at a local company. You'll have a better surgeon, the best with Dr. Joe, and the price tag is way better. Plus, if you mention Gatos, 0% financing for 24 months. All you have to do is go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Tell them Gatos sent you.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to Newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
Hey, it's Jess, co-founder of Bodify, your fat elimination experts. Have you done a cool sculpting consult before and it was just too pricey to pursue? Well, listen up. The game has changed. Cool Sculpting radically changed their pricing model, and we get to pass 100% of those savings directly to you. Believe me, this is huge. Trust the experts who have done 42,000 treatments and guarantee results. Book your free Cool Sculpting Discovery appointment today. Go to freezemeaz.com. That's freezemeaz.com.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Seeing top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, they shine through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplement the rest with Natural Grocers brand and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KTAR News now.
It is 6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. Governor Katie Hobbs saying she will veto any new legislation sent to her desk until lawmakers land on a bipartisan funding plan for state disability services. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center with more.
I support her fully in vetoing everything until we get a bipartisan solution.
Arizona Democratic State Representative Nancy Gutierrez says the funding issue is partly over a program where parents are paid to be caregivers for children with disabilities. She adds Republicans wanted to cap paid hours at 20 versus Democrats wanting it at 40 hours.
Right now, it is not limited. In July, it will become limited to 40 hours a week, and that's something that Governor Hobbs is instituting.
In a statement, Republican AZ House Speaker Steve Montenegro calls the decision to not sign new bills, quote, political blackmail. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Leaders of Arizona clean energy programs are hoping Congress continues to support funding for their initiatives.
The director of Governor Hobbs' Office of Resiliency says good-paying energy jobs are at risk. The loss of funding would raise energy prices for Arizonans, not to mention
this federal funding is really crucial to mitigating the risk of wildfire, which is now a year-round event. It's no longer seasonal, and it's no longer confined to certain areas of the state.
Maren Mahoney says this summer could be a repeat of the record-breaker 2024. Her office is racing against the clock to get funds out to Arizonans so they can live comfortably during the extreme heat season. Susan Monday, KTAR News.
Well, you knew it had to happen. Both of the cheapest places in the world to buy anything, online retailers Temu and Shein, are raising prices for U.S. consumers due to President Trump's tariffs on China. Both companies say their operating expenses have gone up. Here's ABC's Jacqueline Lee.
Temu and Shein saying they would start making those price adjustments next Friday. And this could be the difference between buying a product or not. I mean, a 145% tariff on goods will force the American shopper to look at cheaper stores.
Honestly, though, are there any cheaper? In sports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have wrapped up a 3-game series in Florida with the Miami Marlins. D-backs won today's game 6-4. They're now headed to Chicago for a weekend series at Wrigley Field with the Cubs. ASU cornerback Plas Johnson has suffered a torn ACL and will reportedly miss the entire 2025 Sun Devils football season. Sports is brought to you by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Time now for traffic. Let's check in with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Still have some leftover slowing from a couple of crashes on both sides of town. Let's start in the North Valley, where we've had a crash on the eastbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway right near Cave Creek, right near the on-ramp. And that on-ramp is still blocked there, so lean to the left to get around that. And once you're to Cave Creek Road, you are good to go. Also, the westbound Loop 202 Santan Freeway had a crash right near Alma School Road. This crash is moving off to the right, but with the sun in your eyes, slow down and lean to the left. You will be okay there. Bethany Home Road and 23rd Avenue. That's our latest collision. Also have a crash involving a motorcycle. 99th Avenue and McDowell and Tolleson this afternoon. Camelback west of 37th Avenue, a crash there, and a crash at Greenway just west of 40th Street. Traffic is brought to you by AZ Trimlight. Enhance and brighten your home with programmable outdoor lighting. Get 10% off or 1 year, same as cash. Go to aztrimlight.com for full details. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight, a few clouds and 60. Tomorrow, partly cloudy and 77. Right now, it's 76 in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Chris Merrill. You love to see Arizona taking the lead in our tech sector. Chips, data, AI. It's all great for us. That is, until you realize how much it's going to cost you. Find out why tomorrow at 2 on the Chris and Joe Show.
What the heck is going on out there? I got to start this off. We'll take you down the road south on I-10 to Tucson. There is an immigration attorney. An immigration attorney who received a letter from the Department of Homeland Security telling her that she must leave the United States. Get out! Her parole had been revoked. One problem.
Yeah.
She's not on immigration parole, and she was born in the United States.
Two things. First of all, she was born in Boston and lives in Tucson. I think you should get deported.
Here we go.
All right, that was wrong.
Here we go.
With that being said, we know what her job is. Okay, we know she's a U.S. citizen, born here.
Yeah.
None of this makes sense.
Why is she getting a letter to deport her?
That's what we asked her. She joined us, Pamela Saeed from Tucson, where I was surprised they had phones.
Oh, God.
All right. Here's the first question. So why are you getting a letter of deportation?
That's a great question. Maybe incompetence, maybe intimidation.
All right.
Most likely incompetence.
Because you are an immigration attorney in Tucson. You are dealing with immigration issues on a daily basis, I assume.
I am, yes. I have several clients who also received the same notice, only difference being I'm the U.S. citizen.
Got it.
Yeah, and I was wondering what you were going to say to that, and you did include the word intimidation. Now, I'm going to ask you, part of you believes maybe you got this letter, and it was sent to you by our government. Mm-hmm. They know you're an American citizen, but they also know you're an immigration attorney, and this is intimidation. Do you think it's more intimidation or incompetence?
With this government, I'm leaning more towards incompetence, but we do know that immigration attorneys have been targeted. There's an executive order basically saying, they're investigating us for fraud and things like that. So I have a belief that this could be intimidation. They're trying to stifle our activities, protecting the due process rights of our clients.
Have any other attorneys, either in your firm or people that you work with, have they received similar letters? American citizen attorneys?
So not in my office. Weirdly, in Boston, there are 2 other attorneys who've gone to the media to report that they've received the same notice. 2 other U.S. citizen immigration attorneys also in Boston.
Tucson immigration attorney Pamela Saeed is joining us. She received a letter from the Department of Homeland Security saying she must leave the United States. You were born here in America. When you get the letter...
Allegedly in a place called Boston, Massachusetts. Okay.
When you get the letter, what's your reaction?
Well, first, it was sent to me at 12:24 a.m. Friday. So I was opening it as I was opening my emails in the morning. And at first I thought it was for a client, surely, which made me frustrated. But then I realized it was only addressed to me. And I was very confused, very frustrated that I received that notice, because my first thought was, how many other people who maybe don't know their status or aren't familiar with their case, or don't have the luxury of an immigration attorney to explain what's going on, also received this notice. And I thought, how careless that they would send this to me. So
then who do you call to try and straighten this out?
Well, first I called a bunch of my colleagues to ask, hey, did you get this too? And none of them got it. So that made me feel more concerned. And then I thought, we used to be able to raise issues at stakeholder meetings with the government. But unfortunately, under this administration, they've stopped opening avenues of communication with us. So there's really no one to turn to. I just hope they don't try to enforce this order against me, I guess.
Come knocking on your door.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You're not really worried someone's going to come and knock on your door, are you?
I'm not worried, no. And I am fortunate enough to have the facilities to defend myself against that if something were to happen.
All right. So, piece of our interview earlier today with an attorney in Tucson who's an immigration lawyer, and she got a letter of deportation, born in Boston. Okay.
Massachusetts.
So here's the deal.
Unclear on that.
It's one of two things. If you can give me a third, I'm up for listening.
Yeah.
It is either incompetence or intimidation. I don't think it's either an accident or that the government did it on purpose because of what she does for a living.
They're trying to make immigration attorneys worried.
I just don't believe that.
Here, can I tell you what I if you can listen to this whole interview, you can go back on our podcast and listen to our conversation with Pamela. She represents Afghani nationals, people who fled Afghanistan, many of whom worked with the United States and the coalition partners to try to rebuild Afghanistan. And when the government collapsed and the Taliban came back into power, they were going to kill everybody who worked with the Americans.
Right. These
are people, I've spoken to servicemen and women who've talked about the interpreters or the civilians, the Afghan civilians they worked with that helped the Americans there, in some cases saved their lives. Mm-hmm. Why are we making it harder for them to not only come to the United States, but be citizens?
I don't know. I don't know if we are.
Horrible.
Well, I don't know if we are, though.
If you're trying to
you
scare their attorneys.
If that's the case.
She mentioned.
I don't believe that's the case.
She mentioned that one of her clients went through the process, was brought here under an asylum claim, went through the asylum judge, proved it, stood up under cross-examination, etc., and was granted permanent resident status, asylum status by a judge. That person also got a letter. Mm-hmm. And you can't imagine their confusion. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
They're going to kick me out now?
I would go with incompetence, because I think if you look at the facts about DOJ and how they have fired thousands of people and then had to rehire them hours later, oops. It does look to me like this could be just incompetence.
Okay.
If we find out that our government is trying to intimidate these attorneys because of what they do,
yeah,
that's a massive problem. And
Agreed.
I don't think we're there yet. I don't think that
Right,
anybody...
it could just be sheer stupidity.
I think it is sheer incompetence.
Yeah, which wouldn't surprise me.
And I'm hoping for sheer incompetence.
I'm hoping for sheer incompetence.
The intimidation, that's way worse.
Agreed.
Okay.
Tell you what, we've got a quick check of the headlines for you. Becky Lynn's going to get you up to speed on that. And then up next, why do nearly all women in the workplace feel they need to change the way they speak? We'll talk about it. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
So I just had my roof checked by my friends at America Roofing. And there's one reason. Did I have a leak? No, not that I knew of. Was there something, wrong? Oh my gosh. No, not that I know of. But summer is coming, and we know what happens to your roof during summer. It cooks. You have the dry air. You have the insane amount of heat, right? You've got branches that could fall on your tree, a tree branch that could fall on your roof, I should say, because of a storm. And then, of course, we're talking about the monsoon and the rain. So I just wanted to make sure my roof was good. So Tracy got up there a couple weeks ago. He goes, listen, we got a little trouble spot, but your roof is healthy. My suggestion, let's take care of the trouble spot. Let's do a little bit of minor surgery right now so we don't have to go down the road of major surgery. And I said, yes, absolutely. Let's do this. America Roofing, free evaluation when you mention Gatos. Make sure your roof is healthy. 602-960-ROOF. 960-ROOF, 960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town, with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Allergies are torture, but Exact from Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you beat your allergies for good. Exact is clinically proven to give long-term lasting allergy relief in 3 injections. That's right, allergy relief in 3 injections. No matter how long you've suffered, no matter what else you've tried, with 3 injections, you can experience relief from your allergies. Exact from Aspire Allergy and Sinus. Go to aspireallergy.com to book your appointment today. aspireallergy.com.
KTAR News Flash.
646, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Surprise police are investigating after human remains were found at a landfill. The police department says a landfill employee found what appeared to be a dead body and called police. PD and the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office is working to determine the cause of death and to identify the person. If you have any information, give Surprise PD a call. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Wi-Fi. And with a check on traffic once again, John Roller is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, things looking a little better in the North Valley. Still have that crash on the eastbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway right near Cave Creek, and it is still blocking the on-ramp there. But the rush hour is starting to wind down just a little bit, and traffic is leaning to the left. So just lean to the left. You should be good to go. No real backup there. And also that crash in the Southeast Valley on the westbound Loop 202 Santan Freeway right near Amos School Road. That crash is off to the right, and that backup looking much better as well. Surface streets still rather busy. We've got a crash in Chandler, Alma School Road, just north of Queen Creek, Grand Avenue and Northern. A crash in Glendale tonight. Also a crash at 99th Avenue in McDowell involving a motorcycle. And Bethany Home Road and 23rd Avenue, you've got a crash there as well. Traffic is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. For a limited time, save $200 off GLP-1 medications. No shortages, no waiting, just real doctor-supervised results. $200 off compounded GLP-1s only at RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no-bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited to GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So it's the new year, W-2s are out, it's tax time, and soon we'll be getting our tax return checks. Oh, and I know what I'm using mine for. How about you guys? Well, whatever you decide to do with your tax return money, don't forget about your car. You know, getting your taxes done can be confusing, but where to take your car when it needs repairs isn't. That's us at AMCO. Now, you all know it can take 8 weeks or more to get your check back. And no, don't wait till then to get your car fixed. This is the best time of year to get all the things done that you've been meaning or wanting to get repaired on your car. Why now, you ask? Well, that's easy. AMCO has the Fix It Fast, Pay It Slow plan all year long. But at tax time, it works the best. You can get your car or truck all fixed up now and drive away, and then pay for it when your tax money comes in. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, let's go to KTAR.com. Here's the Gatos Q. Bruce likes to guess. Oh, boy. And he nailed it yesterday.
I literally got it 100%.
On the nose.
And it was a 91%er, too. What a crazy number to pick.
That's why it was easy for you to get.
Okay.
It wasn't one of those hard
One
ones.
to 50-50.
No. I'm just trying to take the victory away from you.
Okay, I know. You're trying to diminish my achievements.
I am trying to diminish it.
It's okay.
All right. Arizona.
I don't have many achievements. Why can't I just have that?
Arizona Representative Ansari is wanting to travel to El Salvador to visit Mr. Garcia, who was mistakenly deported from the United States. So I asked politically, is this a good move for her? Yes or no?
Ooh, politically, it's interesting you put that there. Politically,
right.
Is it a good move for her? I think politically oh boy. I would vote yes. I think people are going to say no, and the no's are going to be 64.
No, 74%.
Yeah, I would vote. Yeah, I'd vote yes.
I don't think it's good politically for the Democratic Party.
Listen, the Democrats are in the position of having to defend a guy who came into the country based on the Constitution and due process. They're having to defend hiring IRS agents or not firing IRS agents. Everybody hates the IRS.
Yeah.
Like, they're having to defend unpopular positions, even if they're right on the merits.
Well, you can go vote at KTAR.com. We'll have a new one tomorrow.
All righty. I thought this was kind of shocking.
I think this is interesting, yeah.
And I admit, I think I knew it on a certain level, but maybe not to this extent. A new study from the people that do studies said 82% of women in the workplace code switch at work. In other words, they shift or change their speaking style when they're on the clock. And by the way, this goes for all types of industries. This wasn't limited to any specific ones. It's highest in the hospitality industry and the food service industry, where over 90% of women say they need to change the way they talk, their affectation, their style of speech.
So is it like at work, is there less sarcasm and like if you slang, or is
Why
it...
do women tend to talk in more slang?
I think it's
Just
tone
normal.
of voice.
Tonal.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm ready.
Yes.
Back when people used to have the home phone.
Yes, I
and the
remember.
phone would ring and your mother would answer the phone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you not know immediately if she was talking to a stranger
Oh, yeah.
or your grandmother?
Absolutely.
You could tell immediately.
Like there was a way you presented. But is that only women, or do you think men do that to a certain extent?
I would have done the same thing if I had a robocall during dinner, right? Or if my grandma called, I would sound different.
Grandma!
Yeah, exactly.
As opposed to, who is this?
Exactly.
Yes.
Hi, may I help you?
Gatos residents, how may
Yes.
I help you?
Even my hairdresser does this. When I first come in, she will talk to me in her normal tone of voice, and she will just laugh and tell
Right.
me all these things. But as soon as it comes to shampooing my hair after color,
Oh, boy.
or
Will
when
you
it
color
comes,
your hair?
yeah,
She's
doesn't
neat.
it look
That's
gorgeous?
great. I
think it looks great.
Or payment.
Like her tone changes.
Her tone changes.
Really?
So you want to appear more professional.
more professional at that
All
point.
right, so are we saying that guys just do this?
We don't care?
Fly? We just let it fly over our face?
I don't notice.
Yeah.
I don't notice
See,
it
I
very
think
much.
there's guys that have a work voice also.
Do you?
I
Okay.
think so.
I think so, too.
Especially managers and bosses. They think they need to sound more authoritative.
And you can
And
hear
more
the change?
Yes, and they need to sound more proper. You know, when it's time to do business, you stop being as casual in your speech.
But does the tone change? Does the
Probably
actual
not.
tone
No, I
of their
get what you're
voice
saying.
change?
Women feel the need to do it. And again, the reasons?
Fear of judgment.
Sound more professional.
Right.
I think women take a lot of flack sometimes for the sound of their voice. Think Hillary, think Kamala, think Katie Hobbs.
Not Becky Lynn. Beautiful, dulcet tones she's been delivering.
I can listen to a newscast
all
every day.
long. All day long. And read the phone
I
book.
have listened to a newscast
Becky
every
Lynn.
day.
You have every single day for many,
Many
many
years.
years.
Well, we thank everyone that it takes to put this show on. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got DJ Pauly B over there. We've got our super producer Jules. 2 thumbs up from her. The aforementioned beautiful voice of Becky Lynn, the pride of Tennessee, and of course, the roller, John Roller, with all the traffic getting you home. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Jim Sharp here with a lot of reasons for you to choose Gleason Roofing. Gleason Roofing's a GAF Master Elite Contractor. That's an award only 2% of roofing companies in the U.S. ever get. And it means they're committed to the highest standards in quality, service, and installation. Gleason Roofing's family owned. They've been serving the Valley for over 25 years. And Gleason Roofing has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And Gleason did my roof professionally, honestly, and without shortcuts. And Gleason Roofing cleaned up after themselves. If you're trying to decide which roofing company to go with, I'd choose Gleason. In fact, I already did, and I'd do it again. Or if you're trying to decide if you even need a roofer, visit GleasonRoofing.com and schedule your no-obligation roof audit today. Gleason Roofing, trusted by homeowners across Arizona, including me. Visit GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
With dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Don't miss your chance to spring into deals at Lowe's. Right now, get a free 60-volt Toro battery when you purchase a select 60-volt Toro electric mower. Plus, buy 3 19.3-ounce vegetable and herb Bonnie plants for just $10. It's time to give your yard a grow-up. Lowe's. We help. You save. Valid through 4/23. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, it's Jess, co-founder of Bodify, your fat elimination experts. Ever felt like Cool Sculpting was just too pricey to pursue? Well, listen up. The game has changed. Cool Sculpting radically changed their pricing model, and we get to pass 100% of those savings directly to you. Believe me, this is huge. Trust the experts who have done 42,000 treatments and guarantee results. Book your free Cool Sculpting Discovery appointment today. Go to freezemeaz.com. That's freezemeaz.com.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, and save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
With a home equity investment from HomeTab, you get access to your home equity in cash without monthly payments to use for whatever you'd like. From paying off debt to making renovations or handling emergency expenses. Receive your funds in just a few weeks. Start pursuing your financial goals and start getting more out of life. See if you pre-qualify for an investment at hometab.com.